you about the topic of digital public infrastructures and their influence on uh, normative orders around the world. Just a word on myself. My name is Pauldin Lawrence. I'm a final year PhD student at University of Turin, Italy. Yeah, so the basic, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation just since it is a 10 minutes presentation. I thought I would just explain my thesis in five titles. So I would make a one line introduction about my presentation as if that digital public infrastructures is a kind of infrastructure or technology which has got profound influence on society. So its influence on society can have some disruptions on the normative orders of the society. So, if we can interpret digital public infrastructures and society on the basis of social ontological theories, we will have some, productive influences result on society. So my first title would be digital public infrastructures itself. So if I may define it, digital public infrastructure refers to the hardware and software components which is set up by public and private enterprises, governments and private companies uh, to carry out digital procedures. It could be paying your bills online or doing some shopping online or keeping a digital identity to do your bureaucratic processes. So all these digital activities would make a good effect, a constructive effect on the society and economy in general. So in order to permit it, the government has to provide with digital public infrastructures. So it is similar to legacy infrastructures. For instance, if you have got good roads, you'll have good movement of people and commodities in the society, so that there will be some welfare measures coming in there. So why digital public infrastructures or technology in itself becomes very useful for human beings? There I move to my second title. It would be human needs. So technology has always enjoyed a lot of welcoming in human society just because it makes human lives better. So everyone, each individual has got a variety of needs. We use technology to satisfy those needs, and those need satisfaction is something which moves us forward as human species. So the best thing which would enable us to satisfy our needs persists, and it becomes technology. So there is a very constructive, positive relation between human beings and technology. So digital public infrastructure enjoy a lot of interest around the world because it delivers human needs in a better way possible. And so, in order to put this human needs and digital public infrastructure, or the capacity of human beings to use technology to need satisfaction, and in order to interpret how it could be made more constructive, we need some social ontology theory. That would be my third title, which is social ontology, because you need social ontology or principles of social ontology to interpret why human beings live as society, and we get the answer that it is because we have got better way of need satisfaction if we live in societies. There are a lot of interpretation about human need satisfaction. For its about the existence of society. If you take account of John Searle, it would say he would argue that it is human intentions which give birth to society. If we step a lot of steps back, we find Thomas Hobbes, who believed that it is social contract which made the birth of the society. So I basically argue from the standpoint of the Italian philosopher Maurizio Ferraris, who says that while societies exist because we create a bunch of documents which would which would externalize or materialize the contracts which we have made. So we have society existing. So if these things are the interpretation of social reality, we look more into the fundamental level. It would be why we should do all these kind of things. Why should we engage in social contract, or as Thomas Hobbes would say, the respect the social conventions which to the existence, bring in the existence of society. It takes us back to the second title, which I said it is human needs. So in order to satisfy human needs, we made society. And remember the first thing we have, first title, which is digital public infrastructure, which is satisfying the human needs, thereby it is affecting the ontological existence of societies, which would take me to the fourth title, which would be normative order. So we have seen that when we have got new digital technologies, it made a lot of disruptions in society. It could be constructive and destructive. Okay, uh, it is up to us whether to decide how these disruptions made by digital public infrastructure should be constructive. We know that with the advance of AI or advanced technologies, the labor market is changing. We have got new definitions for labor. We have got new ways of behavior in digital spaces. So human behavior in society and the ontological existence of society is being conditioned by this new digital public infrastructure based technologies. So, um, so we have got an opportunity here. Should we make these technologies to accelerate the already existing problems in the society? We know that we have the problem of inequality, let's say, for instance. So, if a new digital technology, which is based on digital public infrastructure, which address human needs, which comes from social ontology, result in acceleration of the inequality, or is it helping in some way to reduce that thing? For instance, if I've got a, a chat bot, a new application, and if I make that an application, and I make a huge amount of money by attracting investments from different companies, and I stop with my capacity entry of new players or new innovations in the field, it would definitely accelerate the inequality of wealth so as the political power. So we need digital public infrastructures based on social ontological theories, which would address the question that we should use the digital technologies to help create new norms, which would correct the problems which are caused by old technologies. And with a fifth title, which would be Emerging Economies and Emerged Economies, I would like to present a more concrete way of using it, maybe in an international level, especially in this context when we think about a conference of this scale. What we have in mind is that is it possible to put in place a collaboration between emerged economies and emerging economies so that these kind of technologies, which happens to be more developed in an emerged economy, could be transferred to emerging economies in a constructive way, and we can apply that thing in an emerging economy, learning from the pitfalls of the technological implementation. It doesn't mean that if a technology has been implemented in an emerged economy or grown democracies would be the perfect one to be implemented elsewhere. The only point is that as humanity, as human beings, we have got the capacity to use technology to stay as a society, to satisfy our human needs, and to prolong human species as together in a better way possible. So if you have got some instances of use of technology elsewhere in the planet, it could be useful in new context if it is based on right kind of social ontological precepts, so that it would make the welfare of common men, normal men, a step better. So I would wrap it up again by simply saying digital public infrastructures, which is gaining currency all over the world, has made digital transformation, not just digitalization, digital transformation of various activities, various sectors of government and private enterprises. And it enjoys a success just because it has got better capacity to fulfill the human needs in various contexts. And it is very much aligned with social ontological theories just because society exists to fulfill human needs. And we have got DPI or digital public infrastructure to fulfill it better. And fourth thing, the three things should be done in a way that it would be promoting normative disruption or disruption of normative order, and we should have the capacity to decide whether this normative order should be disrupted to create new normative order, which would put into place good virtues of society like equality or participation. And finally, the fifth title I was mentioning as a concrete way of application, it would be highly desirable if we can have an exchange between technology transfer between emerged economies and emerging economies. With that, I think I am approaching my time and I conclude. Thank you so much for your attention. I remain completely at your disposal for any questions or clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the abstract. So now we have about 11 or 15 minutes for questions. So if you could please raise your hand, and then I will call on whoever appears on my screen first. The time starts now. Go ahead, Francisco. I think you should be able to unmute now. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Pauldin. I have one question that I'm not sure if it amounts to an objection at this point, but I was wondering, how would this concept of digital public infrastructure, which relies on documents and the if I'm understanding correctly, the point of these documents is that they persist, that they continue to exist, and that's what makes it infrastructure. How would this address the issue of the ephemeral aspect of digital products in general? Because one thing that came to my mind was there are many, even in the examples you included, some aspects of these digital products rely on being ephemeral. This includes social interactions. Think the conversations with a chatbot when you're trying to pay your bills and you're having an issue, or you say, "I'm trying to pay, it's not working," and it's an AI that just responds like, try this," and then that's gone forever, or so it would seem. Similarly, I'm not sure how common this term would be outside of the private sector where I work, but retention limits are an issue for many, many things, including I would say legally mandated retention limits are sometimes the safest part of this issue. But what I'm getting at is, even when it comes to banking, things that cell phone bills, things like that, you can only access these documents up to a certain date. And users often do not have access to these because often the companies themselves or the managing organizations also don't have access to them without some really intense technological maneuvering. So that was my question. How does this fit into the concept of DPIs? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. That's very interesting and an excellent question, I should say. So when I think about DPI, just think about the digital products which you have mentioned, a chatbot. What happens is that chatbot is connected with documents in a way that the data which provides, which becomes a thing which to train chatbots is a sort of documents. So what happens with documents is that my actions which I did on a digital space is been recorded, and that recorded actions, which eventually becomes a document, is being used to train chatbot. So if I have a capacity to interpret data as a document, registered activities, more than as information would be a piece of information. It need not necessarily be a document for several reasons, as we've seen in a different context. We make data as a document in a particular context where you develop digital products. So there comes the point that I have to have good data governance mechanisms so that I will have digital products which would address the needs of people. And again, so the role of a digital public infrastructure is that, to give a very concrete example, so why we are not able to develop, if I'm a graduate from an engineering college, okay, so after my graduation I won't be able to develop a chatbot of the scale of ChatGPT or DeepSeek because I don't have the infrastructure available. I have to get my investors to get all this data. So but imagine a way that we have got a data bank, okay, where I can go and get data as a loan, as we instead of money, because it's not about the question of money. We need a digital public infrastructure which would provide data. I need the data to put in place my my chatbot. So a digital public infrastructure would allow more innovation in the field of chatbot. So as you have pointed out in a way that, okay, a chatbot has got this particular error. So I've got an idea to fix that thing. So a DPI would allow to solve this problem, which takes back again to the question of inequality, which is caused by new digital technologies. Okay, that would be the response to the first part of your question. And the retention limits, I'm not very sure about it because maybe I have to look into it. It seems to me that it is a more financial and economic thing. But again, in that regard, my little knowledge would permit me to say that DPI has got this capacity again to overcome the problems of financial market, even in terms of new digital products. Because if I've got my transaction on my, imagine that I've got a bar or a cafe where people come and pay the my cost in with using a credit card. So I can use this credit card data to get money to to refurbish my cafe, which would make a good effect on financial market and economy in general. But thanks for pointing out this question of retention limits. While you were asking the question, I was just googling it. Then it came to. I understand that I have to research more on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, Cecilia Coronado.
Yeah, thank you very much. I enjoy your presentation. I only have a brief question. If I understand correctly, you suggest that digital data functions as documents that constitute social reality, right?
Yeah.
So what should have the authority to define and govern and interpret them?
You mean the data? Who should
Data.
have the authority to interpret data?
Control of, yeah.
Yeah.
Who has
Okay.
control over data.
Yeah, sure. That's an excellent question. It would takes me back to the problem of information. So what happens? You can consider data as pieces of information or as documents. So what happens when I consider data as information? Imagine, let's say, Facebook gives me free service. I give my information to Facebook for exchange of free service. So once my information is with this particular private company, it use as the way it wants, because we consider information as a private object which we exchange for some services. That's why when big tech companies, I don't want to point out the big five, but in general, tech companies which huge margins can get the data and use your data as the way they need, because we consider data as information. Also, philosophy of information supports this point of view. But instead, if you see data as document, they are not mere pieces of information. It contains information, and what makes that information valuable is the capacity of that piece of information to be compared with another piece of information, which is the case that the activity of me being by my bank transaction being compared with the bank transaction of a person who lives in the same city. Why should we live together? Because we live in a society. And the value of a piece of information comes from the fact that it has recorded information about social entities, social objects, which is human beings living in society. So we make it document. So if that is the case, it is not a right that I give my piece of information to a private company and decide. We need more players to ensure the data is governed in the right way. One of the solutions which we are flexing at this moment is the concept of data cooperatives, in which it is not just one private company. We invent data intermediaries. So, for instance, a private a pharmaceutical company who needs to do research using my data, but the data is in the data center of, let's say, Amazon. So in the present scenario, I might have given my data to Amazon when I purchased something from the website. When the pharmaceutical company goes to Amazon to get the data, it just gives the data because I've already given my data. So this is the thing. In the new ecosystem, this is what happens when you see data as information. But if you see data as document, the new idea would be there will be an intermediary. So the thing is that the pharmaceutical company would come to the data intermediary, and the intermediary will look, okay, we will look for the data, and it will find that, okay, Amazon has got the data. So they'll go and ask Amazon, should we give the data? So Amazon intake say that we are fine with that. Then the data intermediary come and ask me my permission. Is it possible that Amazon wants to give your data to this pharmaceutical company? Well, if I say that they are going to develop a medicine for, who knows, cancer treatment, yeah, I would be very enthusiastic. But they are trying to imagine that. I have no problem with this thing. But if they are saying that, okay, they're going to use this information to create a bioweapon so that we have got better way to fight a war, I may be a bit reluctant, you know. So in the new scenario, we have got more participants who decide how data should be governed. So the only point is that if you consider data as information, you cannot have this kind of negotiations happening. And DPI, digital public infrastructure, is important to conceive new enterprises like data intermediary. So imagine if I live in Italy, I need to start a data intermediary business. It's very difficult because now we don't have the infrastructure. The same thing which I referred before. If I can start a chat GPT, GPT business, but I don't have the things to start that thing. So if we have a DPI, we can ensure more data governance as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks you.
Okay, great. Well, if there's no more questions, I would like to thank Pauldin for that amazing presentation and also for the amazing questions and discussion that we have. Now let's turn to our second presenter. This is Itzel Mayans, who is a professor and researcher at the Instituto Mora in Mexico City. Itzel.
Let me see. Can you see it now? Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna speak today about a theme that I have recently started to work into, which is social media and the harms to women in democracy. So it is slightly different to the abstract that I sent. But well, I'm gonna try to put every information together. So these two authors, Kim Barker and Olga Juarez, they speak about that the web is an inhospitable place to women, especially those who dare to share their opinions and to talk in front of people about political and social problems. The violence that women face are misogyny, verbal abuse, revenge pornography, harassment, intimidation, doxing, among many others. The violence online is the reflect of patriarchal tendencies that exist outside the web. And basically, misogyny takes two forms. In the first instance is the shape of abuse based on gender, which take the forms of several behaviors. And in the second place, it is reflected throughout misogynist language and unequal practices, which these two forms is much more based on language than in many other behaviors, as we have seen in the case of the revenge pornography, the harassment, intimidation, doxing. But as they say, the violence against women is much harder than in case of male. So this should be taken into consideration. So what are the specific damages that women face online? Well, first of all, the freedom of expression and the exercise of equal basic human rights are seriously damaged. So we see that online, no, there's a gap among women and men considering the capacity of freely exercise the freedom of expression, and this is seriously harming human rights. So in the second place, surveillance capitalism, as Zuboff argues, is a huge threat to our privacy. It also unequal access to confident public information, as Clarissa Bellis argues, are a huge threat to democracy as well. The recommendation mechanisms, as Erika Salas Maime argues, are not neutral and follow commercial and private interests that provokes echo chamber mechanisms that harms democracy. Identity supplantation as well, damaging social stereotypes that objectify women and affect our equal citizenship. So as you can see, there are some damages that affect mainly women, but there are only many others that affect also all users of IA and also social media. So, but I'm gonna focus basically or primarily on the damages to women's rights. So with misogyny, as we can see in Kate May's work, should be understood primarily as the law enforcement branch of a patriarchal order, which has the overall function of policing and enforcing its governing norms and expectations. And she distinguishes this definition from sexism that should be understood primarily as the justificatory branch of a patriarchal order, which consists in ideology that has the overall function of rationalizing and justifying patriarchal social relationships. So besides, I want to argue how this misogyny that we find online have the effect of enforcing and exacerbate the misogyny that is outside the web, but that perpetuates this misogyny online and has the echo chamber mechanism of affecting women's rights. So overall damage online violence, what is this overall damage? Well, what is mainly at stake in this democratic retreat is the democratic feasibility of collective self-government and the exercise of civil liberties. Therefore, I will conclude that manipulation, delusion, misogyny, the lack of public debates, and misinformation lead to a serious harm to democracy, to the extent that confidence, public reason, equality among genders, and human rights are put in danger. So my intuition is that the several damages that are made to all users of IA and to social media, and especially to women, has this overall effect of effective collective self-government and the exercise of civil liberties. And especially, I want to pose some questions that how can we deal with these threats, and how can we really incorporate participative process into the IA content definition, for instance, or how to guarantee the incorporation of horizontal and located knowledge together with all the Latin communities, how to nurture the IA's database to make its content less biased. This report, Latin America in a Glimpse, that is recently out, they give many information about how Latin American communities are trying to nurture the database online so that the bias that they replicate are less violent to communities, and how we can nurture the web with another stereotypes and with another information of our identity that can make the online and the information there more democratic and less aggressive to all communities. So it is an interesting an interesting document that from which we can learn a lot about how to deal with these challenges. So that's all for now. So I am gonna stop the presentation.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so that left us about 3 more minutes. So we'll add that to the time. So let's open the floor now for questions. Go ahead, my sis.
Thank you very much. Very quick question. I really like the project of the paper, and it's quite related to what Juan Espíndola and I also want to present. And I think you have identified that there might be an issue regarding harms in the use of social media that has a gender perspective, a very important gender perspective. My only question would be whether it would be best to focus on harms, on specifically political harms, as you mentioned, because as we all know, harms associated to the use of social media are immense in our current life. And perhaps if focusing just in the political harms of the, as you were mentioning at the end, on democracy, erosion of democracy, and the use of civil liberties, then there will be also a very important gender perspective to work with there. For example, using or taking into consideration the category of gender political violence or any other specific violence, political violence towards women in using these networks. I mean, I'm not saying much, but it's just a minor comment.
Itzel, did you want to respond to that, or okay? Are you? Well, then.
Thank you. Yes, I have thought about it. In fact, I wanted to incorporate at first the notion of hate crime, but it's kind of a legal technicality, so I don't know if that would help. There are many who support the use of hate crime. And other ones, they think, many lawyers think that can be inconvenient because hate crime is a specific figure that happens to identity to people who identified with gender or ethnical social groups, but in this case, it happens, the hate crime in the private sector and in the private places where women live. So these lawyers think that it's not very convenient to use the notion of hate crime. So I'm thinking in what specific political harms. I think that discussion on public debate, as Clarissa Bellis argues, is a strong figure, and as well the gap among the use of civil liberties among genders is also very revealing. So I would use that one. I mean, in general, we are losing democracy in these echo chamber mechanisms. And as well, I want to focus on how misogyny exacerbates the gender gap in the use of civic liberties.
There are no more questions, and I will use my moderator privilege here and ask a question, if that's okay. All right, nobody says no, so let me just go on ahead. I thought this was a very interesting idea. I really did enjoy this. I guess I just wanted to pull out a little bit more of the idea, right? So, in some cases, I feel that what you're arguing is that there is an epistemological harm, or like, it's social media or AI, it's changing the epistemological landscape. In other places, it seems like you're talking about, well, it's about political standing and equal membership. But I'm wondering if there's an additional push that you could do, which is coming from, I'm thinking of like the feminist, literature on relational autonomy, or even the stuff on adaptive preferences, where you might think that social media is incredibly insidious and maybe, shaping the ability for women to be autonomous in the way that we think is necessary for democracy in general, for a functioning democracy. So I guess I just wanted your thoughts on that. But I really did enjoy this. This was amazing.
Thank you. I think that you capture all my intentions and my intuition. So I agree totally with you. I have this epistemological landscape intuition, a political standing preoccupation, and as well relational autonomy. I have worked recently a lot on this concept, relational autonomy, and adaptive preferences as well. So I want to connect all these landscapes somehow. And my intuition is that the political standing, equal political standing of women is damaged from the epistemological landscape. That is the first step. Then the political standing is being harmed, and harming the political standing somehow, relational autonomy and the possibility of taking decisions, free decisions, concerning our security online, our decisions to share informations, what to buy online, whom we want to be online. All these decisions are being harmed by that loss of political standing. So I'm just figuring out how to connect all these leverages in order to make them to make them ontologically feasible. But thanks. If you, I'm gonna send you the paper when I have it, so that you can tell me what your insights about it.
No, yes, please. That would be incredible. Part of the reason why I was bringing it up is that I've been doing some historical work on Jose Maria Luis Mora, and Abad Iquipo, and so part of the idea there is how insidious was the Catholic Church and like the Catholic structure, in that it defectively or deforms, right, the individual's capacity to be the right kind of subject for a liberal kind of constitute or a liberal state. And it seems like the social media aspect that you're pointing out seems quite analogous to that sort of like control of norms, values, or just like relations that constitute the person. And so if that's the case, then you have a really interesting political argument that you could make that social media, or the way that social media is relating to women, is undermining the political authority or political legitimacy as a whole.
Sorry, let's interchange our papers if you want to. And I work in Instituto Mora, and we have many documents from him in our bookshop, And in our library, we have many documents. So in case you need something specifically, you can tell me and I will search it for you.
Excellent, thank you. It's a trip to Mexico City, I guess, too. I'll take that as an invitation. Okay, we have about 5 minutes left of the Q&A for, are there any last minute questions, or should we move on to our next speaker? Okay, we can move on then. We're ahead of
There is
time.
a question, Karina.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Doug wants to ask a question, but he's using his actual hand to pose it.
Okay, please go ahead. Yes, sorry, I did not see that.
Douglas.
I think we might be having issues with the unmute option. Doug, are you there? Oh, I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
He seems to be unmuted, but his microphone probably has a problem.
Is that better? Try a different
Yes.
microphone. Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you. Yes. Sadly, topical issue that you've raised with these concerns, and I guess a few reactions. One was I was wondering about how this interplays with the sort of free speech advocacy that's been going on lately about maybe that being a bit weaponized, but it being a classic liberal value in itself. And a completely unrelated thought was about whether you think there's bottom up solutions to this. Can women find their own spaces that are more positive, or does that not solve it because the public square remains problematic? And so yes, two sort of half-baked thoughts there that I wanted to share. And sorry about my problems with the technology here with everything.
Thank you. Yeah, I have thought about free speech and hate crime and how to reconcile these two, no? And I think public square online is not neutral, and that's why right now we don't have the conditions to express ourselves freely. So I would say that we should try to prevent violence and harm online so that the eco mechanisms and the equality among genders, among other things, be an issue that should be takes very seriously into consideration in order to make a really public square where one can freely interchange our views and our considerations without having this stereotyping and these harms that are affecting minorities and women specifically. So I would say that we are not there. But that's why I'm reading all this literature concerning how to think a better IA and a better web, considering the variety of identities that we have, and also the possibility and the right to get into the right information and confident information in order to take decisions publicly. So I would say that we have to work a lot before being there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Camilo Tamayo Gómez. He is a TITO professor at the University of Huddersfield in the United Kingdom. He's also the senior advisor in transitional justice for the United Nations Development Program and president of the Research Committee on Social Movements, Collective Action, and Social Change of the International Sociological Association, while also being co-editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Transitional Justice.
Thank you,
Camilo?
Karina, for the
Yeah.
introduction. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm going to share my screen with you. Please let me know if can you see my screen correctly? Great. So thank you, Enrique. Thank you, Roxana. Thank you, Karina. And thank you to all the organizers for the seminar, for this invitation. What I'm going to do in the next 10, 15 minutes is try to highlight some of the elements that I try to share with you in the paper that I sent to you before. So what is interesting about this presentation in some ways is trying to connect two elements of my previous and my current scholarship. One is regarding the concept of radical democracy. So this is one element that I want to bring to the table and bring to the seminar, and is how we can start to reimagine the concept of radical democracy in different kind of arenas, in different kind of places, especially regarding different ways and forms of collective life. So this is one element here, how we can reimagine the category of radical democracy. And secondly, trying to connect with two different kind of discussions. One, the centrality of technology. That is something that I call the algorithm governance. So trying to explore how this concept of radical democracy can be fit or can be seen under the centrality of technology. And secondly, how radical democracy can start being a tool, in my opinion, to create a different kind of digital infrastructures in different type of places, spaces, and situations, like, for example, borders or collective life and so on. So some of the ideas that I'm going to share with you in the next 2 to 10 minutes, I guess, come from two pieces. One is a book that I published with a colleague from Turkey called Can Argatan. We published this book called Reimagining Radical Democracy in the Global South with Cambridge University Press last year. So some of the ideas is going to be from there. And the second piece is for this paper that I published with Can as well in the Journal of New Global Studies, that we're trying to address how this concept of radical democracy can be seen in different kind of places and spaces. So just to say that if you're interested to know more about what I'm going to talk about, you can find that ideas in these two places. So just to start the conversation, I want to present to you three core arguments. This is like the thing, because when Enrique and Roxana really kindly invite me to be part of these TITO seminars, we start thinking, okay, how we can present some arguments to help the discussions. And after analyzing this concept of radical democracy in different places, I'm start thinking how we can analytically integrate this political, heavy, strong concept of radical democracy as a way to reconfigure three elements. One, digital infrastructures. Secondly, algorithm governance. And finally, the rise of artificial intelligence. So it's basically taking this old-fashioned category of radical democracy to analyze this kind of new environments and new discussions. So after reflecting and thinking for this seminar, for this set of tokens and places, I say we can have three arguments here. One is like we can use the concept, the theoretical concept of radical democracy as a way to explore infrastructures of possibility. And this is like the political element, political theory, maybe too abstract, but I really like, because I believe that radical democracy as a concept, reimagining the concept of radical democracy, can be seen as a tool to explore new infrastructures of possibility when these new digital infrastructures regarding, for example, artificial intelligence, new governance regarding the digital, new digital experience, digital elements, can be seen as a political opportunity to do a different kind of mobilization and collective action. So basically what I'm trying to say is like, if we use the old-fashioned category of radical democracy to think and to imagine new infrastructures of possibility, we can construct and build new digital infrastructures. And when I'm talking about digital infrastructures, I'm talking about three elements here. One, new types of relationship between humans and technologies, right? In different ways, going from the use of artificial intelligence, of the use of social media platforms, of the use of the Internet of Things, but this is the interaction between humans and digital infrastructures, having into consideration that they're not neutral. And this is something that my previous colleague was saying in the presentation regarding misogynism, for example, for the case of women, like how some digital infrastructures can be seen as an expression or reproduction of power, imbalances on power, but at the same time reproducing some kind of not really nice social things like misogynism, patriarchy, and so on. So just to say that digital infrastructures are not neutral channels, like the infrastructures in general are always having some kind of political ideology behind. And I believe that maybe by using radical democracy tools, we can create a different kind of digital infrastructures to create new ways of visibility, new ways of association, bring different kind of voices into the public sphere. But more importantly, I believe that we can create new repertoires of horizontal mobilization. So it's this link between radical democracy as a concept, the construction of infrastructures of possibility in the digital world, right, to create for, I don't know, apps or artificial intelligence tools, AI companions, and so on, but more importantly, to reimagine collective actions and mobilization. So this is like one of the main arguments that I'm trying to bring to you guys. How we can use this old-fashioned category to create infrastructures of possibility. And secondly, more abstract or more, I don't know, philosophically, is how we can create an ontological shift. And this is regarding one, algorithm governance. And this is the huge centrality that private companies have at the moment in order to create governance of social media platforms, access to the internet, access to digital tools. But I believe that private companies have a lot of power regarding the creation of different kind of infrastructures, but more importantly, about the governance of the tools. And I think that is the need to reclaim that governance more from a citizen-led approach. Just this can sound really abstract, but it's just giving you an example of social media platforms, right? Like, as you know, Instagram or X or Facebook or whatever, they're in a kind of liminal place because they're private companies, right, creating public discussions, but the governance are on private hands because they decide who can have a voice, who can interact in the platform. But more interestingly, all these interactions are just on the name of surveillance capitalism or in data finding our data to create money. It's only this kind of like a platform capitalism. And this is an ontological reproduction because digital governance at the moment are just reproducing really horrible imbalance of power in the name of capitalism. So what I want to believe is like if we use this if we reimagine this category of radical democracy, we can create an ontological shift to take the governance of digital platforms, the governance of algorithms from private companies for a more state citizen-led approach. And this is a really nice idea regarding the commons, how we can create digital commons, how we are now in a stage that definitely the digital creation and the algorithm governance has to be a public common good and not a private good. And this creates an ontological shift because is how we can define our social interactions in a digital life. So we say like, okay, but what do they mean for people? So we have two places that are really interesting to analyze, and one is border regimes, because when we are doing some kind of interaction between borders, is with this ontological shift is taking in place in reality. So two examples. When we apply for visas coming from the global south, of course, you know that is a kind of really interesting activity to show that you are not a terrorist, or basically you are not a criminal to go to that country. But these particular algorithm governance are creating some tools for governments to prevent mobility in the name of the same governance. That's why we need to declare what kind of social media platforms we use, what kind of digital interactions we have, but at the same time is all this datification of our life just to reproduce capitalism or to reproduce the imbalanced power by the state. So this is what I'm going to talk a little bit more. But this is another argument. I believe that radical democracy can be seen as a tool to start thinking ontological shifts between how we can govern algorithms, but more importantly, how we assume our digital identity in this moment of time. And finally, and this is like an invitation and why this seminar is so interesting, is like how we can create different kind of projects using different kind of tools to reimagine, right, all these struggles, and at the same time, reimagine all the tools that we can have in order to create a more open society and a more fair society, and in this way, like a more radical democratic society. But this is three elements here when we talk about radical democracy, and is how we can create a more common practices, just basis more on solidarity and share, and not in private, I don't know, interests of in capitalism per se. How we can create more transparency regarding our public life, but more interestingly is how we can design new methods and new practices regarding ownership and legal contestability. Just to say really simple, that I believe that radical democracy can be seen as a tool to create a new kind of infrastructure project that can give us a new kind of social order, social structure, having, once again, technology at the center. So these are like the three core arguments that I want to present to you in this paper. But there are four like conceptual anchors that for me are really important to bring to the table. One is all these elements about agonism at the census. I think we are in a really interesting times in society where it's a lot of friction and tension between how we can create dissent and how we can manage the dissent. So I think radical democracy and the governance of digital infrastructures can give us new tools to manage dissent and create different kind of dialogues. Secondly, is all these elements about platform studies, and is how the platformization or the use of platforms for social life is basically becoming a real central aspect for political philosophy, but for social life per se. It's just basically our digital life is becoming more central these days. And the two other anchors are algorithm governance, all the discussions about public and private, who decide who can have a voice in the public space or not, but it's more importantly about how we govern the interactions in our digital life. And finally, the new thing about artificial intelligence regulation frameworks that are in the making. I'm conscious about the time. I have 13 slides and I'm going to share this presentation with you guys, but what I want to like highlight here is, well, this like the main arguments, but I want to share again like two other elements before. One is what kind of questions we can have in order to advance agendas of research, agendas of practice, and start to exploring this intersection between democratic theory, like all these political reflections regarding democracy, liberal values, and so on, with technological reality. And maybe sounds really simple, maybe naive if you want, but I think we need to create better tools, a better architecture to explore this intersection between how theory democratic theory is working in the new realities that technology is giving us. And that goes for different elements, like, for example, how facial recognition is helping to commit genocide against another state. That's the thing. Like, what the hell about liberal democracy when one state is using facial recognition tools or giving the data of some humans to private companies to targeting civilians in another country, right? That's this kind of new technological reality that have a tension with democratic theory. What we're seeing now, for example, all this like a revival of realism as a political theory, right, by states. Like now is, if I have the power in the name of the national interest, I can go and do whatever to another country. But that creates different tensions if we have the technological reality that we're experiencing. So that's like my invitation. Like, we need to create, and this is why this seminar is so interesting, more intersection between democratic theory and the new technological realities, and how, from my perspective, we can explore three elements here. One is the element of locality and how collective actions, local experiences of governance, of use of technology, and so on, can be seen as a places to experiment new democratic elements, democratic theory, and new technological realities. And in the paper that I showed to you, I explored the cases of Colombia and Turkey. But when you see what happened in Turkey 10 years ago with the Gezi Park and how people mobilize in a really local place to create new infrastructures of possibility regarding politics, regarding care, regarding solidarity, is when I found this element of locality really, really powerful, because it's how we need to create more infrastructures to take care of the local environment in order to create a better society in some ways. The second element is about governance. Once again, how we can create a different structures regarding bottom-up and bottom-up governance, and once again, how we can put citizens in the center of the governance. And finally, just to explore the struggles and the tensions between these new democratic theories and this new technological reality. So just to summarize these questions, is more like to think together, to come together, to start exploring new digital infrastructures regarding locality, how these new algorithm governance are reproducing on node power, and finally, how we can reimagine new infrastructures. Karina, how much time do I have? Anna?
So we're over time, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going
yeah.
to stop here. I'm just going to present this to you. I'm going to share the presentation that I provide for you guys, sorry. But just to say that I think we have a new opportunity here to explore this new old concept of radical democracy, to explore the centrality of technology. And sorry for taking more of the time. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much for this. We have 3 questions in the queue, and not a lot of time. So I'm going to ask that your questions be succinct, so that we can get through as much as we can, and then also be able to give the substantial time for the 2 leftover presenters. So let's start with Zulia first.
Hi, everyone. I want to thank Juan and Enrique. I want to congratulate, Juan, Enrique, and Roxana for this amazing effort for the TITO seminar. Great job. And Camilo, what an outstanding presentation. It makes me very anxious, because things are moving very fast. And unfortunately, the legal system is just running way behind us. And there are several consequences, unintended consequences, that we have not assimilated, and probably we will not do that until the forthcoming years. So I just wanted to share with you the things that are actually happening. Like, it happened a couple of months ago. The BBC had a note that Spotify, this app that runs music, is actually having an AI DJ to process AI music already being formulated. That's already happening. AI music produced and AI running DJ, that it's also accumulating an economy, So as we're speaking right now, I think we're in a tipping point. There is a humongous challenges for humanity, because we're in a context that it's going towards post-humane, you know, like another philosophy. But I think we're in the breach of actually acknowledging what is human, what it's not, and especially since you're talking about capitalism. So I'm sick worried that the breach is going to be even higher than it is today by an AI app. So it's more than a comment that maybe the things that we think that are not happening, they're actually happening. This was published in October 2025. And I think we need to think even further. We have to do the effort of think further. Let's say the incoming 10 years that I think they're visible. What are the apps of the future looking forward today? You know, like in this democracy participation, I think we're screwed basically by the system, you know. So I think we need to look forward and try to think on how to make this human and democratic as its whole, and not and referring to AI like as something that it's in contention with the humanity, but is probably not working as we think that it should be working towards the benefit of the society, you know. That's all.
Before Camilo responds, let me also take Moises and Cecilia's question, and then you can respond to, you know, whichever part. So let's do Moises as question, and then.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very quick. I find this idea very, very interesting and central. I also, as you, believe that democratizing the governments of these companies is fundamental to undo the damages that we are seeing and the power they have and the shifts in our life that platformization, as you mentioned, is doing. My only question would be more kind of theoretical, in the sense of how you would understand radical democracy. So if we both agree that we should democratize the companies, the governance of these companies, and the relationship of them with our governments, what is the specific approach that radical democracy would take, and how is different, for example, for a more deliberative approach to democracy, or a mere participatory approach to democracy? Or we are kind of saying the same thing with the specific, just putting some accents in different things, but we might in the end agree that democratization is what matters.
Thank you. And last question, Cecilia, and then Camilo, I will give you the floor.
Yes, perfect. And I found, as Moises, I find the notion of radical democracy very attractive. But I wonder, if decisions are increasingly made by opaque algorithms, how can radical democracy be sustained? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Camilo, your time now.
Thank you, Zulia, Cecilia, and Moises for the questions. I'm going to briefly try to address your concerns. Regarding what Zulia is saying about, like, I think Spotify and music could be one of the best examples of how digital capitalism and surveillance capitalism can work, because Spotify can be seen as the best example of how a governance and a platform can reproduce structures in order to create more money, just undermining creativity, undermining freedom of I don't know, of expression, regarding more like artistic expression. Because I don't know if you have heard this, but the 45% of music that we listen to Spotify are from bands that doesn't exist, are just created by artificial intelligence, and they're just creating this music to monetize. Basically, as you know, if you listen, let's say, I don't know, Taylor Swift on Spotify, that money goes to Taylor Swift. Some money goes to Spotify, some money goes to Taylor Swift. But Spotify are just making new bands just for us to consume this music, just to create more money from that. So what I want to say with what the example that you're saying, Zulia, is how these new platforms are configuring new types of capitalism that are reproducing, of course, the power of some platforms to produce new music, but at the same time, how they can undermine creativity. But at the same time, could be another possibility to explore this in a different way. And it's how platforms, like other kind of like platforms regarding to music, can be see a place for to create together for collaborative elements and so on. What I want to say here is, once again, is the ideology behind all these platforms and the governance and the use of that platforms. Spotify is like Airbnb. Spotify doesn't have a music studio, right? Or they don't own or they don't manage any kind of bands. Like Airbnb doesn't have any kind of properties, or Uber doesn't own any kind of cars. But these platforms are creating new ways of capitalism when they can reproduce money under the name of platform capitalism. But it's all the discussion about how all these companies are basically reproducing all this ideology of making capitalism great again, if that makes sense. But it's like a new phase of capitalism. So, but that's interesting. Regarding the other question about radical democracy, in a more theoretical way, and how they can go with all these elements, I understood radical democracy as a rehearsal of possible democracies, because there are like two ways to understand radical democracy. One, coming from the mainstream assumption from MacLeod, Nancy Fraser, like the old ways, that is basically to say that radical democracy could be seen as a revival of socialism, of social ideas, to create a more social world in some ways. But I think that mainstream traditional approach is not working at the moment. There are some elements of radical democracy that are not working. And this is why we believe that radical democracy can be seen as a concept to create new possible political structures, political orders, and be seen as a rehearsals of futuristic political structures. Regarding with our theme about algorithms and technology, we believe that has to be technology per se has to be seen as a public common good. And that changed completely the equation. And this is how we connect with radical democracy. Radical democracy is how we can expand the meaning of democracy in every aspect. So we believe that by seeing digital data, by seeing digital governance as a common public good, that means that the concept of ownership change and disappear in some ways, because we honor our data, we honor the structures, we honor the platforms. Like it's a way that how we can create a more open access, in naming access, like a way that we can come together to create platforms that are basically pursuing the public common good and not the private common good. So this is what we try to connect there. So of course we believe about open access, of course we believe about public governance, but more importantly is challenging the concept of ownership in a digital era. As you know, our data is now the new gold. Like this is why all these platforms and all these companies have a lot of power, because they own our data. The way to create radical democracy is to say, we own our own data and we collectively decide how we can use that data. And that creates a different kind of rehearsal regarding radical democracy and political participation per se. I can explain a little bit more about that. And regarding the question, Cecilia, about the architecture, I was, please remind me, Cecilia, what exactly you say about the architecture.
I'm sorry, I might have to cut you off because we are running out of time for the other presumption.
I'm really sorry.
No, it's okay. But I would love to have both of you connect if either during the break or via email to continue responding to the questions. With that in mind, thank you so much. I would like to invite Michell Alvarez Lopez, who is a professor and researcher at the Faculty of Law in Tijuana, the Autonomous University of Baja California. Sometimes English and Spanish just merge. But the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you everybody that's been participating, and I look forward to discussing this this work I'm trying to present. And my team here is Beyond Territory, the Tijuana-San Diego border as a sui generis combinatory and legal ontology on transborder lives. And well, I always end up talking about what I know and what I see. And I always talk about this border as my main almost area of expertise in all these years, because I live in the border and I have always lived here. And as contemporary legal theory still relies heavily on territorial assumptions to explain law and space and social life, well, there is some phenomena here in the border that cannot be explained on these territorial assumptions as easily as other researchers have shown. But happens when everyday life simply does not fit within a simple territory. And Tijuana-San Diego border is one of the most powerful places in the world to ask this question. My central problem is territorial law versus transborder life. And it is as simple as this. Territorial law legal frameworks are inadequate to account for how people actually live here. And at some point, I talked about how we use what we can find within hand. So there's not an adequate description or even an adequate explanation of how a person that moves within the border lives, because someone could be have a Mexican nationality and work and have a work visa and cross and maybe study here in Mexico and live in the US and vice versa. There's many ways to live in this border. So someone may reside here in Mexico, but work in San Diego, and another holds a US nationality, but conducts their social, educational, and cultural life in Tijuana. And others live in San Diego, but rely on Tijuana for medical care, consumption, and even entertainment. But these are not exceptions or deficiency, they're structurally produced configuration. Existing theories like the hybridity, partial citizenship, or zones of exceptions don't fully explain what happens here. And why this, I think this paper is necessary, or this investigation, because on a theoretical point of view, legal ontology has not yet developed adequate tools to analyze territorial life functions as coherent to legal existence. And there's this empirical and illustrative way to see the problem in the Tijuana-San Diego region. And I call it that is sui generis because its density of daily cross-border mobility, well, economic integration and technologically sophisticated governments make it qualitatively distinct from other border regions. And whenever we study borders, we assume that all the Mexico-US border is the same, and it's not. I always say that it's not the same in El Paso and Ciudad Juárez as in Tijuana, San Diego. There are phenomena that happens differently, and maybe because it's heavily populated, or because it has a different story and different culture. But those are just characteristics. And there's a normative element that the current framework invisibilizes real subjects. These are not fragmented or deficient legal persons, but a structurally constituted form of legal life. And well, I have a central hypothesis, and is that the Tijuana-San Diego border generates a sui generis combinatory of legal relevant life functions: residence, labor, consumption, education, social participation that cannot be reduced to a single territorial or normative order. And my main objectives are to conceptualize the Tijuana-San Diego border as a transterritorial legal space that exceeds territorialist models of law, to introduce the notion that sui generis combinatory as an ontological framework for understanding transborder legal life, and to contribute to debates on law, morality, and community by questioning the territorial foundations of legal subjectivity. And just to end my whole idea, I know it can be, at first when I was trying to create this cohesive idea, I thought it was already investigated, but as I read other authors, I understand that I can really try to explain what I've been saying all along, that whatever happens here in the Tijuana-San Diego border, it's different from other borders. And a couple of weeks ago, when there was this security situation here in Mexico, well, this way in which the border moves, and people, when it's unsafe in Tijuana, start moving to the north, and then when something happens in the north, they start moving to south. Well, it's very indicative of this legal framework and this elements that take place in the border. So it will make visible forms of legal life that exceed this territory, the territorial coherence, while remaining socially and integrationally durable. So border is not just a line, it's an ontological condition for millions of people. And I'm gonna end with that. So I welcome any question, and I hope I can answer them.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So let's get straight into questions. Juan, please just kick us off.
Thank you very much, Karina. One quick question for Michell is, well, maybe the law does not have to describe what happens in the border. That's not the main objective of the law. It's to regulate behavior. So I'm trying to push Michelle to some other examples that she can give us, in the sense that there are several aspects, several activities that are not regulated or unjustly regulated by the nation-state territorial idea of the law.
Can I answer now? Yes. Sorry. Well, I think yes, there are some not regulated phenomena here, and well, someone told me, actually yesterday I had a class and I teach international law, and I had a student. We were talking about double citizenship in Mexico, and some student was asking what happened when I register, or my birth is registered in one country, but I die in another country. And well, there is a legal framework for or there are treaties in those matters, but it happens here in the border that it's not very common to record deaths, and it happens a lot that people can use this closeness, so there plenty of space within those territories to commit. Is it a crime to not record a death? Is it should it be recorded in some way? Is there someone doing it? And I think it's not. It doesn't record that well. So actually, and maybe Zulia can talk about this, well, it's used to commit crimes in the US, to commit fraud, but there's not any real mechanism to procure those records. So there's a lot of stuff working and being used here, and now I've been it's been a question now if is ethically correct to procure benefits in this side of the border in Mexico for individuals, Mexican citizens that live in the US. You know, elderly persons that live in San Diego, and they come to Tijuana to obtain social benefits and this retirement funds. So there are many questions here, and it's part of how the border works. At some point, I talked with Diego, that's maybe here, about people in the border being or being utilitarianism to get the most benefit out of being close to the border. And just some time ago, I talked to someone that was recently living here in Tijuana, and he bought something that's very cost efficient. I mean, like a cell phone, and he was like, I pay almost 35,000 pesos for it. And I immediately told him, like, you can get it like half price in the US. And people here in the border, well, we always compare prices before paying something that's very costly. So those are some examples, not the only examples. And I'll try to obtain more examples and interviews and try to methodologically obtain information, not only of my experiences, but some other people experiences. And I think it's gonna be rich in all the results that we can gather.
Okay, I'm going to assert my moderator privilege again. Oh, no, I will not, because there's a question from Rocio. Please go ahead. Are you able to unmute now, by any chance?
Or now? Yes? You can hear me? Oh, perfect. Now, good morning, everyone. And I have some comments for Michelle. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, as your work is considerable interest. And I would like to know whether, as a part of your text, you intend to address the legislation that should be applicable for the transnational sphere, to which you refer. And I am aware that this work concerns philosophy and concept formation, of course. However, I believe that such an addition will be significantly enrich your analysis. So I don't know if you are thinking in this possibility of your work. Anita?
Well, actually, I tend to well, lean to normative analysis. So this is out of my area that I usually gravitate to, but I'll try not to go to normative analysis, but to analyze within ontology. So it's gonna be different for me. If there's a space to address norms and normative analysis, I will do, but with just to note that its main object will be ontology.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. So with that, we have our last speaker for the session. So this will be, I will invite Mohammed Arslan. He is a lecturer at the University of Agriculture in Faisalabad. I think I said that right, but I'm not sure. So anyways, I invite Mohammed now.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss with you my research proposal. I am happily. My research proposal is on the invisible legal subject in algorithm border governance. In this research proposal, invisible legal subject address a critical and often overlooked problem in today's world, and how technology at our borders is fundamentally changing, and who migrants are in the eyes of the law, and often making them the disappear as fully recognized human being. Think about it. When someone approaches borders, and we traditionally imagine a human officer making a decision based on the documents, based on their personal observation, based on their we can say investigation and their judgments. But today, this process increasingly driven by the algorithm, driven by the digital system, driven by the migrant scan their data and collected their assigned risk score. My main question of this research proposal: how do today border control, especially with all the new technology, and make migrants into the invisible legal subject? And what does this tell us about our basic ideas of law, responsibility, and human recognition? The problem: new technology system are making the migrants invisible in very important way. They are seen by computer, but they are not fully seen as a people. Our law and moral system often fail to recognize these data-driven migrants as a full human being with dignity, with unique story, with and complete right. The goal of this research proposal to show how this happened and why it's a serious problem for migrants and for our understanding of the justice. And this research proposal based on I want to talk about a little bit a literature review. The framework technology shapes a reality. So this framework drawn by Ferraris theories in 2013, and Andina works on social objectives, showing on how legal reality actively constructed through the detail in inscription. This research in 2019, and my concept built on the ideas of the Ferraris theory, who argued that the social and the legal objective exist through the records and the inscription. And the Indiana highlighted how shared their practice constitutional reality. In algorithm border and governance, these digital inscription become the primary way migrants are known to the system. If we are talking about the generally, the law are built on the ideal, stable, and identifiable individual with right. But when the technology reduces the migrant bundle of data, it challenges these functional legal ideas. So this create a profound tension. And if we are talking about the final argument of this research proposal, the expectation, the proposal argued that we need to rethink about the fundamental understanding of law, responsibility, and the human recognition. In this law, new digital digital time period, especially in 21st century, the innovation of the new algorithm system, new we can say technologies used for the facial recognition, for their record their movements. We must ensure, as we use more technology at our borders, we don't lose the sight of the human being cached with the system. We need to design the technology and the governance that is more ethical and more human centered, and they are truly sees as the migrants, not just their data. And if we're talking about analyze, this research will conceptual and philosophical approach, which which means I'm not collecting the data interviews, I'm not collecting the survey. I'm analyzing the existing data, including philosophical, social ontology, and digital governance related data and academic theories. My goal is to understand this research proposal is a goal and examine goal to understand the fundamental ideas of underlying the assumption about what legal person is and how these ideas are being reshaped and by the new border technologies. So using the new technologies, this is not the main argument. This is not main target why they are using these technology. The main argument, the using of the continuously using of the digital and algorithm uh, uh, um, algorithm data for the public. In the traditional era, they analyze the data by the personal documents, by the personal interviews, by the personal. They are using the physically more of that. I think this is it was a more accurate. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. So with that, let's open the floor to questions. Okay, sorry. Juan, please go ahead.
Thank you. And this has a lot to do with Camilo's, I think, paper. And I just want to push a bit more, Muhammad, to know how the legal regulation, how do you imagine the legal regulation to be in the sense? Because it seems so hard being so many private interests and money involved and new technologies, how the state can and how can the state will and in what sense regulate these new technologies. So that's like a general question. If you would be kind enough to answer or give us just an idea of how do you imagine this regulation from the law's perspective.
Mohammed, are you there or are you frozen? It looks like we have lost him. Let's give him a second. If not,
Sorry to say, I was unable due to the network issue to understand your question. Can you ask me once again?
How do you imagine the legal regulation for new technologies?
About you're asking about the data collection in the future during my research paper?
I'm not sure if I understood that. Sorry. Or maybe go to the next question. Maybe it's a better question than mine.
Okay, which in this research I'm not I will not collecting the primary data like interviews for survey for my research paper. My focus on academic theories and concept, which is analyzed.
seems like we're having technological network issues. One way we could do this is, Francisco, did you want to write your question in the chat? And so maybe when he comes back, there will also be like a record of the question. Okay, yeah, so since Mohammed is having network issues, we're just going to end the session there. But I do invite Francisco to please, either send the question or email the question directly to Mohammed or to Enrique, and we can definitely send it over to him and he'll have time to think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, great. So with that, I think so that's the end of our session. Thank you so much for the presenters, also the incredible questions and discussion. We will be coming back, I think, at noon. But anyways, I will pass this on to Enrique. Why am I saying this?
Yes, we are having the next workshop now at noon, indeed, just 10 minutes out. We will move to the other classroom in the facility. The people who is far away, can still join us by Zoom. Everyone, it's the same channel. So we just finish here. Thank you very much, Arslan. I'm sorry that we had technical difficulties. And thank you very much for Karina, who chaired this workshop really, really well. Big applause to everyone. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Ready? Yep. Well, welcome back to this workshop. We're entitled Following Ontologies for Migration and Mobility. And we're going to continue our scheduled program. So we're going to start by reading some bios, and there we're going to open the microphones 10 minutes per person. I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Michael Blake. He's a professor of philosophy, public policy, and governance at University of Washington. Until 2016, he was director of the UW's Program of Ethics, formerly Program of Values and Society. He received his bachelor's degree in philosophy and economics from the University of Toronto and a PhD from Stanford University. He obtained some legal training at Yale Law School before running away to become a philosopher. And now I'm going to present Professor Carla Castillo Villapadua. She holds a PhD in educational sciences and a bachelor's degree in philosophy from the Autonomous University of Baja California, Mexico. She's a full-time professor and research in the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Jueves, Tijuana. She's a member of the National System of Researchers, Level 1. She's a co-founder of the Permanent Seminar of Contemporary Theory and editor of the journal Espiral. Currently, she coordinates a bachelor's degree and program in philosophy. She also holds a guest editor for journals such Enclave, México, Lajet, Perú, and Revista desde el Sur, Perú. She's author of a number of research articles in Scopus Index Journal and several as blind peer review for various special journals. And she has been a guest lecturer in Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and Colombia. Her main research interests include contemporary French philosophy, neorealism, and assemblage theory. Her last book is Nosotras las Brujas. And we have Professor Chantal Lucero online, or we're waiting her. She's online? She's online. Well, I'm going to introduce Professor Chantal Lucero, who is online. She is a PhD in social science while with a specialization in regional studies from El Colegio de la Frontera Norte. She has conducted research stays at the Kellogg Institute in International Studies of the University Notre Dame, and she is at the Center of USA Mexican Studies of University of California. And Professor Lorraine, I guess, is also online. I'm going to introduce Professor Lorraine too. She's a Covenant scholar and a journalist specialization in migrant studies, with particular emphasis on human mobility and social, political, and humanitarian implications. She holds a PhD in migration studies from El Colegio de la Frontera Norte and a master's degree in population studies from Center of Demographic Studies at University of La Habana. And finally, I guess Professor Karina Ortiz is online, and she is a PhD candidate in philosophy of the University of California, San Diego. Her research focuses in Latin American political philosophy with a particular emphasis on Mexican philosophy, liberalism, politic authority, and formation of legal and moral categories in context of social and institutional instability. Well, everything said and done, I'm going to give the microphone to Professor Michael Blake, and I'm going to be as hard as can with the time, 10 minutes per person. Professor Blake.
Oh, here's this. All right, is the microphone working? Is that working? That's working. That one? Good, thank you. Right, thank you. All right, can we put up the slides? Is it? Lovely, thank you. Okay, well, I wanted to start by thanking everyone around the table and in virtual space. This has already been a very productive conversation, and the abstracts look absolutely on point and terrifyingly interesting. But I also especially wanted to thank Enrique for putting this together and for inviting me. I'm very grateful to you for everything you've done. And I also want to say I took you at your word that this was a workshop and not a showing off how much work you've done shop, because this is still very much a work in progress. I'm not sure what, if anything, I have. But I want to talk about a phenomenon that I'm interested in, which I'm calling unsettled migration, which is the idea of life as lived in a series of iterated temporary homes rather than the intent to reacquire a new permanent settled home. And I'm interested in this in part because it seems to me, and this might just me being old and crotchety, that the world is increasingly unsettled. Yeah, sorry, I can't see oh, there we go. My apologies. Okay, good. It seems like a lot of things are, quite frankly, more temporary than they used to be. And this includes things like careers, where the gig economy is now taking over increasingly from stable careers, let alone lifetime employment. Relationships, people are marrying later, less often. The divorce rate is not rising significantly, but it does seem as though the number of lives lived in particular marriages is likely to go smaller. And my focus is on migration, in which such things as digital nomads and places of temporary resettlement seem to be on the rise, against the assumptions of many political philosophers who have focused on migration as the intent to acquire a new and permanent place of residence. And I'm interested first off in how this connects to ontology. And I have to admit that I'm still learning about how to understand this concept and methodology for our purposes. So I could use some help on this, but here are some links that I have. One of them is about the notion of a home and the conceptual framing of things as regards home, and also as regards the notion of a life story or a narrative self-description, and whether or not these concepts ought to be useful in the construction of the particular questions of political philosophy. This man, by the way, is Jean Amery, whose article, How Much Home Does a Man Need?, was written after World War II and was an attempt to describe what it's like to live in a series of temporary places that are not understood as one's home, when one's home becomes, as his did, predatory or violent towards one. I think his work is in some ways what is grounding and instructing what I'm doing. And I think there are several moral questions here that I'm interested in exploring. One of them is the ethics of being unsettled and what, if anything, is missing from an unsettled life. And what's interesting to me is that the unsettled lives that we've spoken of are primarily those where the unsettlement, as it were, is imposed upon us, particularly the notion of a refugee camp or life lived in temporary spaces. And here, sometimes people have written as if the temporariness is itself part of the moral problem. Lives cannot be lived well when they are not capable of having an indefinite time horizon against which one negotiates. And this, I think, is actually a mistake, although I'm not actually sure it's a mistake that anyone is making in precisely the way that I am attributing it to them, because digital nomads and other very privileged forms of migrant can build temporary lives for themselves against a backdrop of no particular permanence, and they do this in a way that does not seem to me to entail any serious form of moral loss. And so what I'm interested in trying to figure out here is exactly what, if anything, is at issue. And there are two things that I'm interested in, one of which seems obvious and one of which seems less obvious to me. One of them is that, much as in anything else, including a career or a relationship, there's a difference made between what is chosen for us and what is chosen by us. That even if you're better at choosing my relationships than I am, you don't have a right to do it. I get to make my own mistakes. What is chosen is justified in a way that what is unchosen isn't. But the more interesting one to me is the idea of a narrative self-construction. The people who are digital nomads going to different countries or different places at will to build a particular life, they are, as it were, capable of building a life story that sustains them through time. And I think implicitly that's part of the backdrop of what is required for normative notions like a home. One is capable of seeing oneself over time as embodying a certain kind of story against a backdrop of being a particular kind of person. Now, this is, to me, the most familiar and therefore potentially the least interesting part. The questions that I'm more interested in are questions that I've written about elsewhere, which is the claims of a society against different kinds of migrants, particularly understood here with reference to age and youth. The phenomenon that I'm interested in is when certain societies that have high rates of return to labor, they often get very young migrants wanting to go to them. And then often migrants who are more elderly will return home when they need different kinds of care. And it's possible that there could be a complaint in justice when you could imagine a particular society is capable of absorbing the young and the productive and the energetic, and then those who need more resources return home to take them from their home. Now, this, against a backdrop of an unsettled form of migration, could potentially give rise to complaints of justice. I especially think this is a worry when societies have different levels of investment in public health or in welfare. And it's the reason, for example, that recently I took a look at Australia's program of migration. You can go to a website and see if Australia wants you. It's a depressing process, I should say. And I am immediately excluded because I'm old. I mean, I'm not old, but I'm too old for Australia because they say you're going to be expensive. And it's not crazy for a country to think that one reason for preferring different kinds of migrants is whether they're likely to be cost efficient. And here there's also a second question, which I think is quite interesting, about what a society can expect in the way of loyalty. That, by the way, is a picture of William Joyce, who was hanged by the British as a traitor. He performed in Nazi Germany as Lord Haw Haw, giving English language broadcasts in favor of the Nazis. But he was born in Ireland and was an Irish citizen who mistakenly was given a British passport when he happened to be passing through. And the British said that because of this, you are our subject and you are a traitor and not an enemy. An enemy doesn't usually get hanged unless they've done a particular thing, but a traitor does. And so he was hanged. And questions of loyalty are almost never talked about in political philosophy. But the phenomenon of being unsettled calls to mind questions of what a state can demand of those who sojourn within it. Is it possible for us to say that there are questions about essentially affiliation and loyalty to a people which emerge from the fact of being unsettled yet present? Again, one of the problems I have here is I've got the question and I've got a few mumbled things about an answer, but the question is way better than the answer as far as I can tell so far. Final, the claims of the aged. This is looking at the same question of age and youth, but from the standpoint of the aged. This is a picture of Theodore Adorno, when his father died, he wrote a letter to his mother that said, "Death in exile is always a tragedy." And I've been thinking about that since I read it. The question of why it is that death in exile is tragic is one that I find particularly interesting. And I can see several ways of interpreting this maxim from Adorno. One of them, to me, that I find very interesting is that as one ages, one experiences a kind of dislocation in a variety of ways. Again, going back to Jean Amory, he describes this well when he talks about becoming marginal to conversations. When the young speak, they have touchstones and celebrities and forms of diction and language that are not one's own, and one feels increasingly ill at ease in their world as they come to take over the public space that one used to occupy. Amory is a very wonderfully depressing thinker. I enjoy his work no end. But I think this phenomenon might generalize in the context of migration. One of the things that one is capable of doing when one is young is to go to new places and enjoy the feeling of dislocation, of being not entirely at home. But it could also be true that as one ages, the notion of home comes to become more important to one, such that one looks for a place in which one is understood, in which there are others who share one's specificity. And with that as a backdrop, it's possible that there could be claims that are made by the aged for a particular place in which one is held in a particular kind of vision in the eyes of those around one. A second way of buttressing this is with the idea, again, of narrative self-constitution. I think most of us have stories of our lives which look very much like what Rawls calls a conception of the good, but kind of generalized to something like a story one tells in justification. What did you make of this scarce and interesting good called a human life? How do you justify the choices you've made? We want a place that is capable of ending that story well for us. And one thing that Adorno meant, I believe, by his maxim, was that lives that end in exile are lives where the ending is incomplete, where there is not a kind of return of the sort that might be interesting or useful in the telling of a story. And this also, I think, can give rise to a kind of moral claim. in which the aged especially, who have lived a great many years in unsettled forms of life, might have a demand or a potential claim for a form of settlement which ends the story. And there could be a demand for a home, whether or not that home is the place from which one emerges. But again, I don't these days find a great deal of happiness in easy or neat forms of political theorizing. And one of the things that I think is interesting here is that I've identified two normative trends which actually push directly against each other. I think states may have some presumptive freedom to resist being the place where people return after they've spent their energy elsewhere. And in particular, I think Canada, with its extremely expensive social welfare net, resents being the place where people go after they go to the United States, for example, and develop industries or spend all of their creative energies there. And that's good reason to refuse to be a home for the returning or the elderly. But I also think the elderly have a claim to a kind of story that makes sense of their life, which means that they can have claims against other societies such that they have some presumptive moral title to enter into places in which they can end their stories well. And these are two diametrically opposed normative pressures, and I haven't the faintest idea how to bring them into some sort of equilibrium. So at that point, you just said time, and that's literally the point at which I will end. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very interesting in this, the ethics of the entitlement, the questions about loyalty, the home, and all these questions that surely our public going to be very interesting to make some questions about it. I'm going to pass the microphone to Professor Carla Castillos for 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. Ontology of assemblage, migrant trajectories of the northern border of Mexico from the expressiveness of online new readers. The recent ontological turn adopted in 21st century philosophical reflection can provide us with new epistemological tools for understanding complex realities. This is true for at least two reasons. The first is to situate both social and natural phenomena from a realist perspective that is gradually shedding postmodernist or culturalist discourses that attribute knowledge constructions rather than its interpretations. Secondly, these perspectives allow us to renew the theoretical framework from which we understand, in this case, migratory assemblages. Therefore, the objective of this work is to analyze the forms of expressions of readers of online new articles focused on communicating migrant trajectories of the northern border of Mexico. To this end, we will guide it theoretically by the ontology of assemblages developed by Mexican philosopher Manuel de Landa and by several studies on migration. Subsequently, we will use virtual ethnography on a corpus of 2,050 publications containing migrants' assemblage content created by users between 2021 and 2023 to understand how produced narratives and invalidations arise primarily within these assemblages. Finally, we will present the findings and the implications of studying migratory assemblages from this theoretical perspective. Assemblage theory. Assemblage is a concept that goes back to French philosophers Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, foreshadowed in Anti-Oedipus and its focus on deciding machines. It was raffined in subsequent publications, notably in their best-known work, A Thousand Plateaux. Deleuze defines an assemblage as follows. It is a multiplicity which is made up of many heterogeneous terms and which establishes liaison relations between them across ages, sex, and ranks, different natures, Thus, the assemblage's only unity in that of functioning is a symbiosis as sympathy. It is never affiliations which are important, but alloys. These are not successions, lines of the sense, but contentions, epidemics, and the wind. In other words, assemblages is a mode of ordering heterogeneous entities so that they work together for a certain time. The English term assemblages is the translation of the French original agencement. It captures well that an assemblage agencement consists of multiple heterogeneous parts linked together to form a whole, that an assemblage is relational. But the translation risks losing some connotations of agencement, especially that of an arrangement that creates agency. For the lesson Guattari, there are thus no predetermined hierarchies, and there is no single organizing principle behind assemblage. These are not successions, lines of the sense, be it capital or military might. All entities, humans, animals, things, and matter, have the same ontological status to start with. However, as Elizabeth Rose remarks, it's not that the world without strata totally flattened. Rather, the hierarchies are not the result of substances and their nature and value, but of models of organization of disparate substance. Although there have been attempts to construct an assemblage theory, the Les and Guattari have a much less grand agenda. For them, the concept of assemblages is a provisional analytical tool rather than a system of ideas geared towards an explanation that will make in a theory. Assemblages have at least five constituent features. One, assemblages are relational. They are arrangements of different entities linked together for a new wall. The crucial things to note here is that for the less, assemblages consist of relations of exteriority. This means two things. First, it simply a certain autonomy of the terms, people, objects, from the relation between them. Second, the properties of the component parts can never explain the relation which constitute a whole. Two, assemblages are productives. They produce new territorial organizations, new behaviors, new expressions, new actors, and new realities. This also means that they are not primarily mimetic, they are not a representation of the world. 3. Assemblages are heterogeneous. There are no assumptions as to what can be relators, humans, animals, things, and ideas, nor what is the dominant entity in an assemblage. As such, one can also say they are a social material eschewing the nature-culture divided. 4 assemblages are cut up in a dynamic of desterritorialization and reterritorialization. Desterritorialization and reterritorialization is a central axis of an assemblage where reterritorialization size, stabilized, and cutting edge of desterritorialization. Assemblages establish territories and as they emerge and hold together, but also constantly mutate, transform, and break up. Okay, the Landa does not provide a detailed explanation for implementing a specific methodology based on an assemblage theory, but rather offers some initial suggestions. However, based on his own analysis, we can develop a methodological proposal that allows us to move from the micro to the macro level, respecting intermediating scales and the connection with other heterogeneous elements, while taking historical trajectories into account. The multi-scalar approach will proceed from the bottom up, following the path suggested by the lambda that is moving from the micro level, encountering intermediate entities until reaching the macro level. Starting with this exploration of the smallest entities, we will connect with the largest one as follows: migrants, newspaper readers and their expressiveness, communities, organization, and the nation states. Clarifying that due to the brevity of this document, not all the assemblages that were found, both from the national context and from other countries, were included.
Thank you very much. And so only to clarify, the assemblage is from the less?
It
Okay.
appears.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, thank you. I'm not familiar with assemblage theories, so it's very new for me.
Been around since the 70s, but
Okay.
became important until very recently. So yeah. If you have
Thank you very much.
further questions,
Yeah.
I'm glad to help you out with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Professor Chantal Lucero, are you online? Professor Chantal? Professor Lorraine, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Woohoo! Professor Lorraine, 10 minutes. The public and the
Okay.
microphones are yours.
I'm going to share my computer. Okay. Well, my work names is Criminalization of Migrants, Women, Activists, Social Effects, and Ontological Transformation in Communities on the Move. This proposal builds on the previous research titled Experience of Criminalization of Migrant Activists from Gender Perspective. This work was developed by in collaboration with Carolina Aguilar Moran, and in that earlier studies aimed to analyze how crime migration in Mexico operates through systems of supervigilances and punishment that are shaped by gender, affecting in a specific way the life trajectories of migrant activists. In particular, it focused on understanding how this dynamic impacts those who defend human rights, documenting their experience and perceptions regarding the criminalization of their work. In this is about the previous research. And from that initial approach, the current proposal expands the analytical scope by moving beyond the description of criminalization as a legal or institutional process, and instead examining its broader social effects. It is grounded in the idea that criminalization is not only something that happens through laws or state actions, but also through everyday practices, discourse, and relationships that escape or shape how migrants, women activists are seen, rated, and positioned within their communities. The proposal, the actual proposal adopts a social and feminist perspective to explore how this process transforms ways of living, belonging, and participating in community life. Migrant women activists face a double condition in this case. They are affected both by their migratory status and by their role as political actor who challenge dominant norms. This combination places them a situation of heightened vulnerability, or makes them more vulnerable. That. where their actions are often framed as suspicious or threatening. Building on the previous studies, this research seeks to deepen the documentation of life experience through qualitative methods, especially semi-structured interview specifically. However, its focus is not limited to individual testimonies. It also aims to understand how criminalization affects the wider social environments, families, organizations, and migrants community. In this sense, the proposal explores how fear, distrust, and surveillance reshape social ties and limit collective action. Another case of discussion of this contribution is of this proposal is its emphasis on how criminalization produces meanings and identities. Migrants, women defenders are often labeled as problematic or dangerous person, not only by institution, but also within society. These labels influence how community interacts, sometimes undermine solidarity and discourage participation in human rights advocacy. At the same time, the proposal recognizes that migrant women activists are not only affected by this process, but also respond to them in creative and collective ways. They build networks of support, care, and resistance that challenge exclusion and open new possibility for belonging and political participation. In summary, this proposal emerged from the previous study that documented the gendered dynamics of criminalization, and now I seeks to advance that work by analyzing its deeper social implication. It's aimed to provide a more comprehensive understanding of how criminalization shapes not only individual experience, but also the social fabrics of migrants community, while highlighting the agency and resilience of migrants women activists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lorraine. A wonderful contribution and this idea of shifting the analytical lenses to studying the criminalization and this double agency like a migrant and a political actor. We're moving on, and now we have Professor Karina Ortiz. Professor Karina Ortiz, are you online?
Yes, I'm right here. Thank you so much. I wish I could be there with you. Unfortunately, I had an accident this past Saturday and I'm not able to move my move my foot very much. But anyways, so I wanted to start this paper with a hypothetical. I'm not going to go into it in too much detail because it's right there in the abstract. But the idea is that, we have a hypothetical called lethal deterrence that is structurally similar to the United States policy called prevention through deterrence that was introduced through the Clinton administration in 1994. It's definitely evolved with time. But anyways, both deploy forces to the most commonly used crossing points while leaving other areas nominally open. So both funnel migrants seeking paths of least resistance into lethal conditions. Lethal deterrence, so the hypothetical, however, monitors a path by autonomous weapons, while the PTD, which is the prevention through deterrence, simply does this through the environment. And both involve governments deliberately publicizing the resulting deaths as warning signals to would-be migrants. And we'll say that advocacy organizations estimate at least tens of thousands of deaths over the 3 decades. Now, we start from the first premise. If two policies share the same morally relevant feature that makes one impermissible, then the other should be impermissible for the same reason. But if that is the case, then why do we find the hypothetical lethal deterrence clearly morally unacceptable, but yet treat the PTD as a legitimate, yet obviously a controversial policy tool. And so that is the asymmetry that I would want to explain and then try to dissolve in the paper that I've been writing. So to get there, we have to roll out some philosophical machinery. And so one natural response to the asymmetry is to make a claim about intentionality. So, lethal deterrence intends harm because government creates an instrument, this autonomous weapon system, whose lethal function is designed and intended. But in the case of PTD, the government merely redirects entry pathways. And so the harsh environment was already there. Nobody intended or created the desert to be lethal. And so the intuition is that whatever harm follows is not something the government meant to bring about. And so one might think that the relevant moral difference, all else being equal, is what the government meant to do. And so once we have on the table identified intentionality as that relevant moral difference, then it seems like the doctrine of double effect is a natural framework to reach for. But the problem here is that the DDE faces this devastating counterexample, or what Bennett calls the closeness problem, or I think actually Nelkin and Rickless call it that. But the point is that, meaning that the DDE tries to do moral work with the concept of intention, but intention turns out to be too easy to manipulate through redescription. So he does this through the examples of the terror bomb versus a sophisticated terror bomber. I don't have time to get through that, but it's in the abstract. So anyways, this would suggest that the intent foresight distinction at the heart of the classical DDE is irrelevant to moral evaluation. So this seems to be a non-starter because it leads us back to where we started, since we can't really explain what that asymmetry is. However, Nelkin and Rickless argue that even though the closeness problem of the DDE is intractable, this does not require abandoning the moral concern that motivates us in the first place. That concern is grounded in the idea that it is wrong to use persons as means without their consent. And so it survives the collapse of the classical formulation. So the correct question in their sense is not what was in the agent's mind, but what role the victim plays in the structure of the plan. And so here they distinguish two kinds of harmful agency. One is this harmful direct agency, where agency in which harm comes to some victims, at least in part from the agents deliberately involving them in something in order to further his purpose precisely by way of their being so involved, versus harmful indirect agency, in which nothing in that way is intended for the victims, or what is so intended does not contribute to their harm. Now, the key idea here is that it's not enough that the agent involves the victim in harm and harm results. The harm has to come to the victim because of and through their involvement in the scheme. And so the victim's endangerment is not incidental to the plan, but the mechanism by which the plan works. With this in mind, now we can return to our original question. The task is to show that there is no morally significant difference between lethal deterrence and prevention through deterrence, because both policies involve this sort of harmful direct agency in precisely that sense. That is, that in both cases, harm comes to migrants, at least in part from the government deliberately involving them in something in order to further its deterrence purpose, precisely by way of their being so involved. If this can be shown, then whatever moral verdict we reach about lethal deterrence, we must reach the same verdict about the PDT. The burden falls not on migrants, who are routinely blamed for knowingly entering dangerous terrain, but on policymakers who provide a justification that clears the higher bar that harmful direct agency demands. Now, I won't really rehearse the full empirical case here, since most of this is contained in the abstract, but I did want to flag a few pieces of evidence that I think to be the most decisive. So the first is Meissner's admission, right, that geography was intended as an ally, confirming that anticipated harm was built into the strategy's design. The second is a criminalization of humanitarian water aid. But also, the GAO report that reports on the success of the program steals it. It says that the strategy's success was measured by increased mortality rates in hostile terrain. This is, I think, evidence of harmful direct agency, because migrants are deliberately involved in a lethal scheme precisely by way of their engagement. So if we hold, right, that lethal deterrence is morally impermissible, and I take it that we do, then the argument from harmful direct agency gives us no principled basis for treating prevention through deterrence differently. Both policies deliberately involve migrants in a scheme of harm in order to achieve deterrence precisely by way of the involvement. Now, I do want to flag two questions that I expect will come up, and honestly, I haven't really fully settled answers to. The first is that I've been deliberately agnostic on whether states are entitled to restrict movement across their territories at all, right? The upshot that I thought of this paper, or maybe the implicit claim, is that even granting that right, the mechanism of PTD fails. But I'm genuinely uncertain whether that agnosticism really holds up. If borders are themselves unjust, then the harmful direct agency argument may just be identifying the delivery method of a prior, more fundamental wrong. So it's really not the framework that is doing the real moral work, but something such as the injustice of borders overall that really is. So this is something that I would really love to get some opinion on. Now, the second question that I always get is, and I also don't quite know how to deal with it, right, concerns consent. So when I've presented this paper before, people have argued that migrants knowingly enter dangerous terrain and have other options. One of those is simply not to cross illegally. So on this view, whatever harm, falls on them, it's from their own voluntary choice. And you cannot be the victim of harmful direct agency if you walked into the scheme with full knowledge of the risk. And so I think that is actually a really interesting question. It may have a response available, such as a constrained choices or conditions under which these choices are genuinely voluntary. But then I think I feel as though it still moves the argument back one more step. But anyways, these are just some of the questions I've been grappling with. I'm really hoping to have a great discussion and something that you might be helping me with to try to develop. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to you, Professor Karina. I sure is going to start a very good discussion right now. So let's move on with our schedule and open microphones to discussion. If people have questions or comments on the work of everyone, please be my guest. Microphones are open. If someone here in the public wants to ask a question or establish a point or initiate the discussion, tell me and I'm going to give you a microphone. Online, if people want to do so.
I'm going to write down
and if you can write down in the comment section in the chat from in Zoom. Where's in Zoom? Yeah, in Zoom, so we can track your questions. So we have Professor Blake, we have Professor Enrique, Jose Jesus, Roxana. So we're going to go like the clock.
Thank you very much, everyone. I have several questions. For Professor Blake, I was thinking about the concept of public charge because it's like the institutional tool that some countries, for instance, the United States, use to calculate that problem of how much an immigrant potentially costs to benefits in terms of benefits and public support. And it seems that the problem is that public charge is calculated in very narrow ways, like it doesn't take into account contribution, potential contribution in some other ways, or past contribution of other migrants or parents or whatever else. It's just very narrowly defined. But about that, I wonder if it doesn't take into account more broader inequalities. Like I think we all are suffering from this new kind of capitalism that is pushing work hours and just an overall new ecology of precarization and stuff like that. And so I wonder if there are a bunch of externalities that this kind of capitalism is producing that needs to be taken into account in something like public charge. So, for instance, if people go abroad because they cannot make rent in the United States and live in Mexico, that's like an externality that nation states that tolerate or even endorse this new kind of capitalism should take into account. And the precarization of jobs across all domains is something a bit like an externality that is state fueled capitalism is also producing. So I wonder if some kind of reparation or reparative immigration could be suggested in order to take into account this kind of externalities that states produce along with this new kind of capitalism. And sorry, I'm just going to choose one other question in order not to abuse of the time. To Karina. Karina, did you hear that, Karina? Karina, yes, that's my next step in my English development. I just obviously I'm hugely sympathetic with your conclusion. I don't want to sound like a person who doesn't take into account migrant lives, but I wonder from where the normativity, the ethical normativity comes from. Is it coming from international human rights? So it has limitations only in threats against life, or you imagine something more general, like just general morality, so it can produce, so your account could be extended to other harms or detrimental effects. So for instance, if one country produces cigarettes, then and you take responsibility for producing cigarettes and put the image of lungs in the product, dying lungs or something like that, should all cigarettes in every country comply with these norms because it affects people abroad? Or I just wonder if you will produce a slippery slope argument that once you take into account these kind of debts, then you have to move also to other detrimental effects. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to answer right now, Professor? No, pues mejor las preguntas, ¿no?
We're going to give the questions and at the end.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I have a couple questions for Michael Blake. I was wondering how can we address in human rights terms state responsibility towards migrants in the context of aging and retirement? And if modern life is often impermanent, why migration judged in a negative way for not being permanent? Okay. If modern life is often impermanent, why migration judged in a negative way for not being permanent? Thank you.
I had a question for Karina. So this is a question for Karina. I like this project. I think it's incredibly important, but I'm worried about this as a reductio, or at least as a point that I think I want to see you resist. I live in Seattle, and when you leave King County, you're functionally in Idaho, and a lot of people have signs on their houses that say, protected by Smith & Wesson, nothing in this house is worth dying for. And that's them announcing a violent, if not lethal, response to trespass. Now, I wonder if there's something in your account that generalizes to make it impermissible to use physical force to get people out of privately owned spaces. And I'm not in favor of the Texas style shoot people when they break into your house stuff. But if I go into McDonald's and I don't buy anything, eventually they're going to pick me up and carry me out. And that comes with a certain risk of breaking part of me and me dying. And it is violence. So is there something that makes it impermissible for privately owned spaces to use violence in exclusion and deterrence? And they do have signs that say, no trespass, we'll call the cops. And I worry that on one version of your story, that becomes impermissible too. So I don't think it's inevitable, but I want to see you resist it.
Yes. I have, I'm gonna limit myself to 2 questions. First for Michael, love the talk. Absolutely love the talk. We're on the same,
anyways.
we're on the same wavelength. This is really great. But I think my question has more to do with the concept of unsettled migration. It says right here, like migration without standing intention to arrive at a permanent home. And I'm wondering if, like the examples that you have is the gig worker and the digital nomad. And it seems to me, like if we take different examples, like an H-1B visa person who comes just because I want to study and like get a job and then come back, or people like temporary farm workers. This is going to have, I think, different responses to your first question about what kinds of claims they might have, like the differences in why they come or like what intentions they have with coming and leaving is going to make some difference there. And I'm wondering if like we can parse through these different categories of migrants. And then something quite similar, I think, is can we ever truly be unsettled? Like, is it just about intention about wanting to come back? Because it seems to me, even if you do have the intention of returning back to your home country, there's a sense in which you create a temporary home at least. And like, I'm wondering if that problematizes things. Like, I don't think that it completely defeats this whole thing. But it is an interesting question about just homes in general, whether we can have temporary homes, whether there is a significant difference between intention of staying somewhere and finding out like, oh, I actually created a space for me. Thinking of myself in Seattle, right? Like I was originally like, I'm staying in LA. LA is my home. And now I've kind of transformed into a Seattleite. I wonder if there's, something there. The next question is for Karina. Thank you for your talk. Really great. I was thinking about the second question that you anticipated about like whether migrants knowingly crossing these dangerous paths does anything to sort of defeat the sort of claims that you're making. And one of the things that I was wondering was, it's interesting when we start to consider who the state is trying to keep out, just generally speaking. So I'm wondering if this is actually a universal standard that you're setting, because it doesn't seem like it seems something is very important that the prevention through deterrence happens at the southern border, but not the northern border, right? And so it seems like the actual problem here happens to be who we want to kick out, who we want to keep out, who we are okay with killing through their trek across the border. And I'm wondering if that like does anything to change your arguments, or whether you see this as a problem in terms of like how widely applicable this could potentially be. Yeah, those are my questions.
Yes, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your presentations. So as sociologist, empirically formed, I'm learning a lot. So thank you so much. I have a short question for Carl and Christian. I'm pretty curious about your empirical material that you, in relation with the forms of expression of readers of online. So I would like to know which kind of expressions have you found in terms of race, gender, or even nation, especially here in the northern. So that's it. Thanks.
No.
Okay, let's go in turns. Yeah. Thank you. Hi, Francisco Garcia. I'm gonna share a few questions. They will be short, but first I'd like to clarify, my perspective is not from philosophy. It is from international relations and public policy. So that is more the perspective from which I was understanding your amazing abstracts. In order from last to first, for Karina, when I was reading this abstract, the question that stood out to me was the one about why lethal deterrence seems different to PTD, and we're not super clear on why. From the perspective of international relations, there is an answer to that, and it is that PTD originates in a democracy, or so we believe. And something that I wouldn't call an objection necessarily, but something I would like to see addressed in this argument would be what makes it not a democratic measure? What makes it not justified? And I would go a little further and say, let's come right out and say it. Lethal deterrence would be an authoritarian measure. It would do away with the moral justification of a democracy. And that is what makes it different. So I would ask maybe I'm bringing up something you're purposefully not including in the argument, but I would ask why not go in that direction? It seemed to me, from the perspective of international relations, it seems natural. Now, for Lorraine, you're a journalist. This is probably nothing new to you. But one thing that came to my mind when reading about the criminalization of migrant women activists was the concept of the spiral of silence and self-censorship, and how I was mainly wondering if that might be part of the harm that is done through criminalization. Not in addition, or maybe not so much in relation to the effects of the criminalization on concrete relationships at the community level, but also internally to the migrant activist women. That self-censorship would be one of the main things that seems like it would stop them from continuing their work, and also from responding to the situation that puts them there in the first place in that role. So that's the thing I was wondering about. Now, for Carla and Conrado, from the perspective of public policy, migrant assemblages are not usually understood as a standalone thing that you can analyze, more as something where you're supposed to and I say supposed from the perspective of policy analysis, but from it's more of a dynamic where you identify inflection points and ways to address them. And this can take many different forms. You can either identify places where migrants need help and provide it to them, or, as Karina showed us, the complete opposite. So that was my understanding about migrant assemblages. And this is more of a question about similar to what Mario brought up about your empirical work. How is this reflected in the news coverage? I would be interested in that. And finally, really quickly, for Dr. Blake, one thing I was wondering about when reading your abstract was how it mainly focuses on the individual agency of the unsettled migrants, but it does not mention, or if it does it, maybe I missed it, the effect of the unsettled migrants on the space where they are unsettled. And this came to my mind from the perspective of the ethics of tourism, which is a topic I came across in the context of environmental sustainability and which is closely linked to human rights, like Enrique mentioned. And it made me think of these debates about, for example, how if a tourist goes to a place, they are unsettled. They are very similar to a digital nomad in that sense. But if they expect no changes ever in the place where they are unsettled, that is usually understood in the ethics of tourism as a colonial perspective, where they get to decide what it looks like. So Cancun is allowed to have a Starbucks, Zipolite is not, that kind of decision. But also sometimes the changes are positive in the space. Sometimes, for example, doctors go to a place that needs medical help and they enter the place as a tourist, and it is what it is. Pragmatically, that is what happens. Similarly, this could be negative. We see this all the time in Central America with members of organized criminal groups who go to countries in Central America as tourists, and they are technically on vacation, but that it is a vacation with a specific objective in relation to not getting caught elsewhere. So, is that part of the conversation here? I would maybe like to see that the effect on the space also included in the conversation. And that is all from my side. Thank you very much.
I have one question for Professor Blake. Well, I come from the same background, I guess, like you. I'm a philosopher and also a linguist, and it caught my attention that you speak about the concept of permanent impermanence, and it reminded me, for some reason, about Heidegger, a German philosopher, and also Hegel. Because for them, the fact of not having a fixed home in the world does not constitute a negative sort of reality or does not have a negative connotation. In fact, it's quite the opposite. For them, the lack of a fixed place, of a fixed spot in reality would constitute the defining feature of the human being as such, right? So I was wondering if taking that into account, would it be legitimate to affirm that there is such thing as or that we ever get to be at home someplace? Because it's other philosophers, for example, Giorgio Agamben from Italy, he says that the only place where we ever feel at home is not technically a spatial place, but it's the language that we speak, right? In this moment, I'm not communicating in my mother tongue, right? But so that is the reason why I have a little bit of trouble trying to express what I'm trying to convey. However, I do feel a little bit comfortable to be honest, right? Now, would be the case that, let's say, someone was born in Mexico, then they migrate to Germany or to the US, and they become fluent in those different languages because of the circumstances, right? So perhaps you don't live on the same place that you were born and you grew up, but you have this special tie, this intimate connection to your language and the culture, to all your values and stuff, right? So yeah, I was trying to like work around this idea that perhaps we're never in home. It's like a sort of a comfortable illusion that we try to tell ourselves to feel less anxious and to diminish the sense of the existential angst that we get, right? So, right, I guess it's more than of a commentary about Rosa instead of an actual question. And I really like the approach the ethical approach that you took on the matter, especially the one concerning age, the problematic of age. And it was curious because you mentioned the migration policy from Australia. I was thinking about perhaps applying to go there. And now that you mentioned that, I don't think I'm going to be accepted there, really. Now, the other thing that I wanted to comment upon was the paper by Karina, and I started to think about the emergence of surveillance AI-powered tools such as Palantir. If you were familiar with this chimera that is currently taking place in, if I'm not mistaken, in the US, and it's developed by a philosopher, right? If I'm not mistaken, one of the co-founders is a philosopher, right? Yeah. And the other, well, although it's not formally trained as a philosopher, but I think it's quite familiar with some philosophers, especially Carl Schmitt, which is known for being the jurist for the German, for the Third Reich, right? just to mention something, like a little bit of context. So I was wondering if, in the context of the emergence of this type of tools, such as Palantir, that are actively trying to get rid of the human agent, that trying to exclude it from the loop of decision making. What's going to happen when they justify the use of lethal force and they completely get exclude any form of human agency from that process? Because if you still have the human within that loop, you can always use rhetoric, like a lot of political rhetoric and such, to try to come with a justification, even if it's a cynical one. But you can always work it out. But if you exclude, you completely exclude the human agent from that loop, and just delegate all the decision making to all these large language models, I think that we already know what the result is gonna be. So I was wondering if you could further comment, yeah, kind of on that question, on the emergence of the AI and its relation to the deterrent policies. So I guess that'll be all from. Right.
We have one last question here in Zoom. It's for Professor Carla Castillo. The question is, in the results of your work, will you address whether discrimination against migrants exists, or you will present in a more general way? If you want, I can do this. There's another question in Zoom or here in the public. Someone who wants to? Nope. Well, if there are no more questions, I'm going to give you a new inverted order. We can start with Professor Karina, then with Lorraine, then with Carla, and finally with Professor Michael. So all the questions must be answered. So, Professor, it's an order.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of these questions. These are exactly the right type of questions that I've been wrapping my head around for about like a year or more on this. And so I'm going to try my best to answer as much as I can. I'm going to try out some ideas. So, I'll see what we can do. So I'll start with the latest question. So the algorithm, the use of AI for, in general at the border. So this was actually a really big concern of mine. And part of the motivation, just that the prevention to deterrence policy was something that we had, empirical evidence for, 3 decades. It actually is a significant problem in San Diego. Funny enough is that both UCSD and San Diego State their research works in tandem with like creating more of these AI for border enforcement. But anyway, so I think this is a really interesting case. So one way that I was thinking about this is that, well, we could assume one way to think about it is that the AI or the AWS is subsumed under the policy itself. So when we are determining whether it's harmful or direct agency or harmful indirect agency, what we're looking at is a policy itself. And so the AWS is a tool within that policy. So that might be a way in which what we're doing is a sort of analysis of the collective agency of the US government or something like that. Or it also absolutely opens the door to a very interesting question itself, which is what is the responsibility or more responsibility of the company itself that is producing the algorithm or is producing the AI agent, the AI. A third possible option would be to argue that the AI at some point is an agent itself. But this would be a way more radical thing that I'm going to definitely have to think about. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people already thinking about this particular issue. But I'm really glad that you brought that up. Okay. Going from there, so let me go back to Enrique's question, which I thought was a really interesting question. So I take it that you asked something like, why does life get special status in my account? Especially because it could generate obligation based on other threats or harm. So things such as, expanding to cover financial harm or emotional harm or, other forms of harm. And so it seems like this is part of that slippery slope worry that once I let in this one kind of harm, or one kind of debt or obligation, then I don't have a principled stopping point. And so I do think that if I got that question right, or if I interpreted that question right, I did think this is the right place to push. But one thing, I'm sure I didn't bring it up much in the presentation itself, is that this is just one stop in the analysis, right? So all it does, so all of this changing of the machinery to include harmful direct agency, is that it shifts a burden back onto the government, but it also makes a burden higher of justification. You also still have to jump other hoops, right? So that there is a sense of proportionality, right? That that the program itself needs to go through, or something like that. So this was just one stop. There were other other places that could, in principle, put a stop on that slippery slope. But I'm gonna have to think about it a bit more. Again, it's it's just one stop in the proportionality, necessity, and the balance of harm. So I was just trying to incorporate the machinery from just war discussions. Now, Michael's question, I think, is somewhat similar, and I think this is also a really interesting case. It's something I have been thinking for a while, and I'm not quite sure yet how to resist it. But the way I'm going to resist it is very similar to how I was thinking for Enrique's question. So the worry is that it's a reductio, right? So there are cases in Idaho and Florida where people have it was like a. Sorry, I'm trying to remember the whole thing. It was a lot. But anyways, the point is that people have used force, right, or have threatened deadly force in a way to stop people from trespassing or trespassing in privately owned spaces. So this is analogous to the case of the border, right, because it rests on questions of exclusion and deterrence. And so if we think that the PDT is impermissible, then we should think, right, that the case of Idaho or the case of Florida, the stand your ground laws, would also be impermissible. And so I guess there's also a couple of ways that I could do this. So one way is to just kind of bite the bullet and say, yeah, I mean, it may be impermissible, right? It may be something that we need to rethink about these stand your ground laws, but that might be a very radical solution to it. Another way is, again, to go back the line of Enrique, which is to say, well, really, right, this is just one step overall. We might also consider things such as proportionality, necessity of harm, like the balance of harm. And so it may be the case that the Idaho case, right, or the Florida case, the stand your ground laws, is substantially different from the case of the border. But then we're back to my original worry of well, then it rests on a question of the impermissibility or the unjustification of, the impermissibility of of borders in general. So I guess this is one way that I might ask you to help me push back on this or resist it. Now, for Jesus, I think that is also something that I was interested in. So your question is how is it the way that we see border deterrence is different between the southern border and different compared to the northern Canadian border. So in Canada, it doesn't seem like prevention through deterrence was even a strategy at that northern border, but it is for the southern border. So it raises questions about, why we want to keep a certain type of person from the United States, why we think that a certain group of persons, right, is okay for killing. And so it seems like that is pushing more upon the problem. And so I do think that that's right. But it just, I think it's part of one of the overall, I don't think it really changes much of the framework itself. It may just go into proportionality again, or the justificatory portion of it. And so it may be even more reasons why this particular program is unjustified. Okay, going forward, I think it was Francisco, I'm not 100% sure, but the question was something like, well, in international, discourse or international rights, what makes the PTD justified is that it originates in a democracy, or at least we believe that is the case. But in the case of lethal deterrence, it looks a lot something like, it's an authoritarian measure. I guess I would like to know a little bit more about what you mean as an authoritarian measure. So how is it that you're parsing out these two things? One way that you could think about it is that, well, PTD is something that maybe people voted for, right? So maybe it's a program that was put on, the Democratic population and they voted on this particular measure. That's not quite the case for the United States, but you might think that that's what you're thinking about Democratic. Another way to think about it is that, well, the population, so 51% of the population elected, the president. And so by virtue of that, that's what makes this program justified, right? But I guess like I would push back a little on that in the sense that the Department of Homeland Security seems to be an authoritarian entity in the first place. And so it seems to be insulated from democratic procedures. And because it's under the executive branch, and so the executive branch, the president himself, through the agents, right, is the one that's directing these particular policies. So if the populace has no real push on, what a president can direct its agents under, like it's the executive branch, then I would think that this program being under the Department of Homeland Security could also be an authoritarian measure. But something I'm definitely going to have to think about a little bit more. But again, I would love to hear more about what you think is an authoritarian measure. Let's see. Are there any other questions? I think that was it, right? Or did I miss anybody?
I was pretty much satisfied.
Okay.
I think those are the questions. And Professor Lorraine?
Yes, I am. Well, about the question, one of the hypotheses or preliminary consideration that I am exploring is precisely how the effects of criminalization and stigma against immigrants limits their political participation in the defense of human rights. However, I do not want that the study, to focus solely on the barriers, which is why I am interested in acknowledge the agency of those who choose to preserve. So actually, I do, I will do.
Thank you very much, Professor Lorraine. And we have Carla and Conrado now. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so if I can remember well, you were asking about the nature of the assemblage theory, right? So yeah, well, it's I think it's a proper starting point to offer at least a brief preliminary definition of what is the study of ontology, because I think no one touched upon that subject. And since this is a Congress on ontology, I thought it would be useful to do so. So ontology is like a branch of philosophy. Those who are not familiar with the history of philosophy and its different branches probably do not know what constitutes its object of study, its subject matter as such, but it's closely related to metaphysics, right? Some authors, not particularly myself, but some others may consider that ontology and metaphysics are basically one and the same thing. Others, like Heidegger, would completely disagree on that point. However, let's say that the object of ontology as such is being, which is I think it's a really abstract way of putting it, right? But it kind of works. Now, this term became popular in the 17th century and it was developed by German philosophers. Jacob Lorhart, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was the one who used it for the first time. Then Rudolf Goclenius was the one who made it popular, made it accessible. And then came Christian Wolff, another important German philosopher, who was the one who made it into some sort of a mandatory term for philosophical vocabulary, right? Now, during the 20th century, it became like fashionable to speak not of ontology in the singular, but of ontologies in the plural. Sorry. So this proposal that we came to expose here, it's part of that movement of pluralist or ontologies in the plural. And it's let's say product of reading of the work of Gilles Deleuze. It's which is an important 20th century French philosopher, and also its collaborator, which is Félix Guattari. He was a psychoanalyst, sorry, but he also had training as a philosopher. Now, they came up with this idea that the assemblage, it's a form, or let's call it a framework, like a theoretical and methodological framework devised in order to produce readings where entities are not disjointed, but are entangled, are always connected. It's like a sort of ontology of relations in the fashion of Spinoza, which is another important major figure in the history of ontology, of metaphysics and ontology. Now, this idea proposes that well, reality as such is it's constituted by all these different entities, right? They are structured in let's call it layers, right? You have a different set of layers which are intertwined or entangled. So this approach, this framework allows you to read phenomena such as both social and natural in a more complex and nuanced way. For example, a normal or conventional approach of reading migration would be to consider it sort of abstraction, but let's say Delanda calls it a reified entity or a conceptual fetish, right? Because you speak about migration, but you don't really take into account all the local and material practices that are what constitute the nature and the specificity of this phenomenon as such. So from this standpoint, migration would be a complex and multi-layered phenomena, as well as the border. The border is not simply reduced to the existence of a geographical and territorial limit, but it's also constituted by, let's say, political decisions, by public policies, by law enforcement practices such as vigilance and monitoring of the territory, by the use and implementation of technology and such, right? So the border would be a much richer and complex phenomena seen from through this perspective, as well as migration. And from this perspective, we came up with the idea of establishing 3 different scales for this particular assemblage, which be the macro, the meso, and the micro. On the level of the macro, you would find, for example, nation states. Nation states, the constitutions for those nation states, international trade agreements such as NAFTA, which I don't recall what the new name of this trade, thank you. And it's currently being revised, right? So there's a big probability that they're going to end up changing the name eventually, right? So you have international law, you have public policies, you have you have also policies on the security of the border or border security. You have economic models, you have markets and such, which constitute a dense network. You have the international community. Then on the meso level, on the middle level, you have institutions, law enforcement agencies, all the different types and branches. You have also news outlets. You have, for example, all the media, right? You have the journalists, the different types of journalists. You have also more abstract categories such as race, class, gender, and you also have diseases. You have diseases on this type of level. Now on the micro, which is at the base of this whole model, you have, for example, the particularity of the geographical conditions of the territory. You have non-official or let's call it online news outlets, which don't have the same resources or the same power to let's say to amplify their voices. You have also NGOs. You have NGOs. You have like asociaciones civiles or social associations. You have activists. You have, of course, the elemental unit for our study, which are migrants. But you also have the commentaries taken from these news outlets concerning their trajectories, concerning their perceptions. You also have, on this scale, you have viruses, you have bacteria, you have all those type of elements or material elements that are present in this whole entangled assemblage. So what we attempted to do here was to take those commentaries as a sort of microcosm that reflects on the reality of the fears, of the prejudices, on the, well, basically the sheer reality of all that people that for some reason feel threatened by the presence of migrants coming from Venezuela, from different parts of Central America, and also to establish a contrast with the above mentioned realities. We also included some comments that relate directly to the migrants who came over from both Russia and Ukraine. And you can see the sharp contrast between the type of comments that were coming from people from here, right? For example, people coming from South American and Central American countries were perceived as carriers of disease, right? Carriers of disease and agents of instability, basically agents of discord and chaos, right? As opposed to people coming from Ukraine and Russia. And in this place, in this case, you see how the elements of race, gender, and class interact and define or shape the perception that the people from here have about that type of migrant. So the idea is to well, first filter more of these comments, gather them from the internet, and then as we progress, we're gonna try to include data coming from all the elements that I mentioned before, both from the starting from the base, from the bottom, from the micro, then go to the middle, to the meso, until we reach the general policies. And well, it's an ambitious work, but the idea is to offer at least a preliminary sketch, because it's a work in progress, but that's the type of thing that we're working on, and we consider that it offers a different approach because it takes into account the material conditions of existence, and also and it does not conform with just offering like an idealistic or approach more abstract, which is quite common. So where does the whole legal and moral are located within this assemblage? Well, those are included as part of the whole complex, right? So because policies, let's say, it's more than a legal regime or a set of political, administrative measures, architectural structures, law enforcement actions, more principles, biological entities, more than linguistic units and sentences. It conveys everything all at once. Well, it's ambitious, but that's like the main idea. And if you want further information on the subject, I would recommend you to start with Manuel de Landa. It's a Mexican philosopher, but he's been on teaching on the U.S. for think close to 50 years. So it's more like an American at this point. Yeah, but you can find his courses. It's the free on YouTube, and he's got plenty of interesting literature on the subject. So I hope that I was able to answer your questions, well, partially. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Conrado and Professor Carla. And finally, Professor Blake.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much, everyone. I got a bunch of questions, so I'm going to try and go in reverse order. So I'm going to start with your two questions. And I have to admit that Heidegger is a hole in my education. It's unfortunately a Heidegger-shaped hole. So every time I try and fill it, it's incredibly difficult. But to the extent that what you're speaking of is a sort of almost to me a post-human condition in which the notion of a homeland is not applied, I have the same reaction I do when Simon Caney starts talking about communities that stand in no need of governance because people have been changed. And I say, well, I don't know what ethics looks like for angels like these. I think instead humans as I know them have a need for the particular. It's just that the particularities might be different than those we tend to assume. And that goes to the Agamben question about language. I think you're actually right. Part of what prompted this inquiry was the recognition that a great many people are multilingual and actually do work and self-creation in a variety of languages. I think most people in this room are bilingual. I might be the only one who's pretty much not. And even I was raised, I did more education in French than in English because of Canadian language policy, but you wouldn't trust me to do philosophy in French. It would be ugly. And so then one of the questions I have is how you put that in dialogue with Amory's point that as language changes, you feel yourself pushed to the margins of the world, how that is affected by the fact that you've built a kind of idiosyncratic world that's constructed of multiple linguistic and cultural communities. That's kind of the problem, as it were. So I've always been frightened of Agamben in a way, but I think it sounds like I could actually use him because I do think that there is a very close analogy between language and home. That to be understood and to understand others is as close a definition of home as one might want. In fact, there's a terrifying moment in Amory where he's putting up anti-Hitler posters and there's a Gestapo agent behind him who hasn't noticed that he's carrying them. And it turns out that the Gestapo agent is from his hometown. And they're both, I think, in Belgium at this point. And he turns around and has this odd desire to hug him. And he says, but then I realized that someone with my precise accent had as his professional objective my annihilation. And I knew then I would never be at home again. And that moment is part of sort of the recognition that when one's home is constructed over distinct temporal periods, it becomes so personal that as one ages, the ability to find the self in the eyes of the other could become difficult. So I think this is very valuable. I could potentially, I'm frightened of the people you work with, but I should get over myself. So Francisco, I very much like this question. And in fact, I have a separate paper which is called Everybody Hates a Tourist, which if you're of a certain age, you remember as the title of a great pulp song from the late 1980s. It actually came out in Problemas. It's about the ways in which tourism can be a kind of epistemic colonialism as tourists demand that things not change, that in fact might be if the locals were fully in charge, less powerful. I think I ought to sort of like say that this is not intended as a very global project, identifying everything that's wrong with this, but I think I should definitely acknowledge that with Enrique that there is a global factor here of capitalism and precaritization and all these other factors, but also that the digital nomad can create epistemic damage as they travel and so forth. I think that's absolutely right. Now, Jesus, you have 2 points, both of which are frighteningly good. So since Jesus works with me, I feel this sort of like, oh, anyhow, that's just a proud daddy, sorry. There's the first question, can you ever be, so this is actually the second part of your question, can you ever be truly unsettled given that you create a temporary home everywhere you go? And I think the answer is in part yes, because the fact that something is a temporary home does not make it less of a home. In fact, it can provide the goods of a home for you
But the question is the time horizon. So think of it this way. The person who's on death row, they know there is a date on which they're going to die. I also know that there is a specific date on which I'm going to die. I just don't know what it is, and the person on death row does. So is there any moral difference? And the answer is, oh God, yes, there's a huge difference. When I got an F1 visa into the US, I actually had to sign a document saying that 60 days after my graduation, I would agree to take my knowledge back to my backwards homeland. And it's a genuinely humiliating document. And this is not just Trump. This is a long time ago. And in fact, when I was on an H-1B, it was illegal for me to form the intent to stay in the United States. But perversely enough, I could form the intent to get permanent residence, whereupon I can form the intent to become a citizen. So I can intend to intend, but it's a criminal act to intend, right? So all of this together means that for me, I think, in fact, it is possible that what I'm speaking of here has a lot to do with permanence. And the idea that when things go south, will there be a place in which you can take stock of the final chapter, as it were? It's a very depressing project now that I think about it. I started writing about migration when I was migrating, and now I'm writing about old age. Make of that what you will. I think it is definitely something where I don't want this to be a binary between home and not home, but instead it's about whether or not the iterated series of temporaries can do the job fully without loss. And my contention is that there will be different and interesting to me forms of losses. But then the second thing you say is that there are different valences for the temporary farm worker versus, say, the H-1B worker. And I think the answer is, and this almost goes back to what I said to Francisco, if we're doing a full moral accounting, hell yes. One of these is probably exploited, and the US is in an odd way taking advantage of a form of colonial injustice to get extraction of cheap labor. And the other is H-1B, which has some aspects of the same, but does it against a much greater degree of privilege and global standing and so forth. One of these seems to be vastly more coerced than the other, but oddly enough, the structural issues seem to be quite similar. Assume that there is a temporary farm worker program, as there was for a while, and then that there's also an H-1B program, as there is now for God knows how much longer in the US. Both of the sets of people there are making a life against a backdrop of temporariness. And then the question to me is ultimately, is there any ethical loss to the world, loss to a society, or loss to the self from having this status become more prevalent? And I think that status can be affected by the global privilege. One thing that I think could emerge from what I've already said here is the H-1B person can, if things get terrifyingly bad, as I think they were for a while and might still be in the United States, there is a place that will take them in and that they can have as a refuge. This is essentially how Einstein thought of the United States. He had all the patriotism of a thrown brick. He said, I think of the US as a great insurance network. If someone comes to murder me, they'll shoot them first. That's the only thing I care about the US. And oddly enough, having that makes a lot of your temporary sojourns more ethically permissible to me. In contrast, if someone is essentially facing unsupportable circumstances in their country of origin and they've gone to the US because that's essentially the only structurally available way to make any money, it's not clear that they actually have the antecedent circumstances that make this a voluntary choice. And I think that's going to be a part of the moral story. So I don't think I fully got your question. I apologize for that, but I think it was about the human rights of the elderly under international law. Is that accurate? Yeah. Status possibility? Yeah. Yes. In some ways, what I'm worried about is a dilemma. So say that there is someone who is elderly and who is not in a country in which they are capable of, let's say, achieving a life of stability with relationships of care and support that are adequate for life. And they have not paid into a social safety net. And so because of their temporariness, they don't have the kind of assumption of most welfare systems, which is you make money, gets taxed while you're working, and then they'll pay it out to you when you've retired. Instead, they've worked their whole life in contexts in which the countries no longer feel any loyalty to them. Under those circumstances, there seem to be two bad options. Let's say there's someone who's a Canadian citizen who has worked their whole life in other countries, and then none of those other countries are going to support them and they want to return to Canada. Canada can let them in, which means that structurally that's a huge cost to Canada because they're going to be paying people who haven't paid into a system, or Canada can keep them out, which is likely going to create forms of vulnerability that human rights law should stand against. I think this is a genuine problem. And I press this against Joe Cairns, who, if you know the history here, he's a big fan of open borders. Yay, open borders. Cairns loves them. And he basically said, yeah, okay, that's why we ought to actually have people, when they migrate, not be able to take advantage of welfare systems. He essentially re-invoked, Enrique, the notion of a public charge. And this is Joe Cairns doing it, which was kind of awkward. I don't know that that's an adequate response, either as a policy matter or as a matter of philosophy, but I think that's the best we can do. I think this is a genuine tragedy in addition to being an injustice. So I'm not sure how much human rights is going to work here. And then finally, Enrique, I think this is an enormously valuable comment and question in a couple of ways. One of them is when I learned citizenship law in the US in law school, the very first thing they do is walk you through the history of public charge as an aspect of US constitutional law, because it turns out that the development of a constitutional notion of citizenship was built against a backdrop of individual states trying to keep out the poor from other individual states. So originally, if you're a citizen of Connecticut and you want to go to Massachusetts, Massachusetts had to let you travel through it, but it didn't have to let you settle. And they especially didn't want people who weren't rich. But by the way, Australia still wants you if you're a millionaire. You can be an 80-year-old millionaire and just come on down. Yeah, I mean, it's frightening, but actually one of my students turns out to be terrifyingly rich, which thanks. But he's moving to New Zealand because if you invest $5 million in the New Zealand stock market, you just became a New Zealand citizen. Yeah. Under these circumstances, it's a real question as to how it is that the notion of public charge can do the job. It did the job domestically to create a United States citizen. But I don't think there's the possibility, because of the lack of any sort of felt will towards global citizenship. I think if we ever had that, we don't even the Europeans don't like each other anymore. And any thought about the globe liking each other, I mean, no, it's not going to happen. So we're going to have public charge. And then I think the ethical thing you want to do is to say, can we problematize that and talk more about what it is that people have contributed? And I think the answer is absolutely. But we're still going to have enormously problematic cases. And you mentioned that. So I think this is a case I'm attributing to you, and I think I understand it, but tell me if I'm wrong. Someone can't really make a life for themselves in the US. And so they come down and they get domiciled in Mexico and they work here, like a digital nomad. Is that a case that you were talking about? Yeah, okay. Very good. So the problem to me is two things. First off, that person who comes down into, let's say, Mexico City, as a lot of Americans did during the pandemic, they have an enormous impact upon the domestic forms of communication. It was really interesting in my circles seeing open borders. Hi, Alex, I know you're listening. People who are very much in favor of free migration deal with the fact that the citizens of Mexico City started putting up signs that said, Yankee, go home, foreigners out. Here we speak Spanish, and things that if you just put a red hat under them sounded like Trump, right? And they were doing it against rich Americans coming in and in such numbers that some neighborhood coffee shops, one of them had a sign out that said no Spanish. It was just for English speakers. And actually, it was even worse when Russian rich people fled during the start of the Ukrainian war. Many of them went to Sri Lanka, which there were some bars that had signs that said no Sri Lankans in Sri Lanka. This is a powerful effect. So now imagine that I take the suggestion here, which is that you ought to view this through the lens of reparation. Now, there's the person coming from the US who can't make a life for themselves in the US, so they come to Mexico City, and that displaces some of the more marginal people in Mexico City. So some of them have to go to a different community where they presumably displace other people all the way down. What's the reparations for that in terms of migration? The answer, as far as I can tell, is there's no way of figuring that out. And I don't just mean that it's going to be difficult. I think it could be in principle impossible, because I have two lenses of how to view the person. Let's say an impoverished person from southern US comes down and starts working in Tijuana. One of them is that they're a victim of global capitalism and that we ought to give reparations to them. Another is that actually they could have lived in the US they just wanted a better life. The person in San Diego is not going to die of starvation. They're just going to have a crappier life. They can be richer down here. But in choosing that life, they also made things shittier for someone here. So I don't honestly know how we can take this perspective without getting into a nest of complexities that will in its own way be as complicated as the decolonial process was. And we did that badly, and we'll do this badly. But the one thing I want to sort of say is I think I left the impression in my draft that I was thinking of this as a sort of a spontaneous change in people's values. And I don't. I think a lot of this is driven by hypercapitalism. Certainly the fact that employment has become made much more precarious. People are incredibly disposable now. White collar and blue collar workers are not going into the world with an expectation of lifelong employment, including a pension from a company that is kind of the corporate equivalent of a home. Like people used to think of themselves like as, I'm a Raytheon person. My father-in-law worked for a company for a very long time, and he thinks of himself as part of that company, even after he retired. That's not going anywhere. Like that's not going to be a part of the future. All of this, I think, is caused by the increasing power of capital to do these things. But then what I want to figure out is exactly how to think of what it has been built. And I don't think I've done a great job. But I think this is intended as kind of a start to figure out what some of the fronts are on which the questions need to be evaluated. So I think that's the best way I have of answering that.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question for Professor Karina and a comment from Professor Alex Sayer. I'm going to read first the comment, and then I'm going to give the voice to Professor Karina. So what Professor Sayer is telling is, hi, Michael, I've been enjoying the talks. I suppose my general thoughts about your remarks is that this speaks to the limits of the nation state in providing justice for mobile people.
So as is often the case, Alex, I'm the depressing version of you. I think the nation state is a crappy thing that is better than every other thing we could have tried. And I think of this primarily in terms of states, because I'm no longer sure what a nation really is. I'm sure as hell not sure the United States is a nation. I think it's an argument in state, and not a philosophical one. The state to me, again, is the thing that we've set up to protect the rights and also the lives, not understood in rights terms, of the people who are either legally connected to it abroad or who are jurisdictionally connected within. And it's crap. But I've also seen, not firsthand, but through conversation, what happens in state decay or in state breakup, including things like the Bosnian situation or the Rwandan. And when you don't have some organization that's charged with the defense of human rights become a beautiful theory with no connection to actual juridical consequence, and that's worse. So I am genuinely convinced that if we had to start over again and we're sort of setting up a foundation for the world, we would never choose separate states, and we sure as hell wouldn't choose one that looked like China and one that looks like Kiribati. Like, that's just a non-starter. This is pure path dependence. But that's where we are, and abandoning the nation state, I very much like your work, Alex. I wish I could think of it without my depressed hat off. I'll put it that way. So I continue to think that the state is needed, and that therefore understanding the obligations of the state is needed. And that doesn't mean I actually love them. I'm not a fan. I'm more a grumpy acknowledger of what I take to be their necessity.
Thank you very much, Professor. And Karina, you have a question.
Yes, I'll make this super quick. I'm one of those that takes a long time to think through a question, and then I'm a little slow on that. But anyway, so it could just be very the case that I'm just completely misunderstanding parts of the project. But I guess I was wondering if there's part of an assumption that this notion of home is as just something like stable, bounded, permanent, right? Is this component of a good life? And so I wonder if that itself could be a culturally and politically like loaded ideal. So here I was thinking, for example, Anzaldúa, Lugones, right, where Anzaldúa thinks that the borderlands isn't really a deprivation of a home, but really like a mode of existing. It's the living in ambiguity. It's the in between. So it's not something that it's necessarily a deficit, right? So part of Anzaldúa's work here is like this mobilization between, two separate places, right? This ni de aquí ni de allá. Same thing with Lugones, right? So, she resists the idea of this one stable, bounded, permanent thing and doesn't really think that non-belonging is a problem. So here she's thinking like the world traveler, right? Where she doesn't fully belong anywhere, but that's actually a pro, right? It develops capacities, it gives flexibility, it gives you a perception of multiple frameworks. And it's for Lugones, it's liberatory, it's resistance to the single axis thinking. What she thinks is like the problem that a settled person, has or lacks. So I guess the question is that in your account, is home one part of the good life, but is this also this idea of home one that's culturally specific, and that you're just universalizing, right? And so I wonder if it inadvertently privileged those that have a relationship to a place that fits this particular model, but marginalizing those that impermanence or ambiguity is actually constitutive of the good life and their own identity rather than harm.
This is this mic on? Okay, sorry. This is absolutely great. The paper I mentioned about tourism, actually, I use Lugones' concept of world traveling as the start to that. And now that I think about it, this is actually a better way of describing the project, because I think you're right in the following sense, that Lugones successfully challenges the idea that everyone needs a bounded, specific homeland. You can build it out of the world through which you travel. But I'm old. And one of the things that I'm noticing in myself and in others is that as you get older, first off, you create more forms of vulnerability. You can be attacked in different ways as you age in comparison to, let's say, the vigorousness of youth. And also, as other forms of language start to become dominant, you find your own language and the touchstones, the things you remember, being pushed to the margin. I'm convinced this is why old people often, although not always, become politically jackasses. They are increasingly not at home in the conversations or in the interests or in the dilemmas that are being fought over by the young. They don't understand them because they didn't live through them. I mean, I came of age in the 1980s, and how we dealt with gender was, to the eyes of my children, brutal and stupid. And it was. And I've tried very hard to not react to the questions of the young as, oh, these goddamn privileged, like the way that old people will. But I recognize the goddamn drive, right? Because it's not my conversation. And I recognize intellectually that they have a need for their own. But the reason that I think this could actually be phrased as a response to Lugones is to say that paradoxically, I think Lugones might be privileging people who are young enough and who have the flexibility, both in terms of neural architecture and world experience, to be able to live in multiple worlds, to build the self that travels between multiple contexts. As one ages, I think a great analogy is language learning. So I was taught mostly in French with some English, and I took to it like a duck to water. I could do multiple languages in my head. Now I've tried to learn Spanish. It's not going well. Right? My brain is old. It's not as good. And that's not just me. As you age, your neural architecture changes. It's harder to move through unfamiliar space, not just because you're old and crotchety, but because your brain isn't as good at the job. So I think one way of phrasing this is to say that Maria Lugones has given us a theory for how the young inhabit multiple worlds. And that as you age, it might be the case that what you need is a community of people who share enough specificity with you to be able to speak to you and care for you. And that paradoxically, those who have world traveled the most are going to have the most trouble in building that. It doesn't mean that I want to privilege the bounded community. In fact, I think that community is in some sense dead. What I'm doing here is giving a kind of elegy of what might be lost to the world traveler when there's no longer a home to which you might return. And that to me is a very different project. But I think actually I had forgotten about the fact that most of this thing I wrote about tourism was using world traveling and seeing what can happen to the world through which you travel if you're not very mindful of how you step. So I can go back and use this. I'm gonna make this paper a response to her as well. So thank you. That's good.
Thank you very much. Well, we ran out of time. I'm very sorry for that, but I'm very glad to announce that we're going to have a little break. And for people who are in Zoom, to stay tuned and connected to the next workshop. We're going to start at 4 p.m. and people here we're going to meet us at 4 p.m. Pacific time, yeah. And well, thank you very much to everyone. People in Zoom, thank you.
Okay.
Hola,
Ah,
¿qué tal, Zulia?
vale.
Creo que yo tendría que... Es que me dice Ceci, Zulia, que no puede prender su micrófono. Entonces no sé si hay algún...
Sí, no.
que Cecilia que va a
Ah,
presentar, pero no sé si hay algún candado o algo, ¿no?
desde la ENID yo creo que lo deben de estar controlando. Ya en un momento más deben de estar por ahí.
Ah, porque me hicieron a mí coanfitrión y entonces pensé que podía entonces darle acceso a su micrófono, ¿no? Ah, porque tú también estás de coanfitriona, ¿verdad?
No hay...
No, 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 no. No, tranquilo.
Gracias. Gracias.
Híjole, agarro esto. No sé, está todo.
Yeah.
¿Ya? Ah,
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much
Hello.
for joining us, the people who is in Zoom and the people who is presently in the hall. Welcome back to the TITO's workshops. This is our fourth workshop of the day after a good repairing meal. This one is called Shifting Communities, Transnational and Postnational Communities. And we're going to have a very tough discussion. So let's get first with Zulia Orozco Reynoso, who is a researcher in the Autonomous University of Baja California. She's a full-time researcher with SNA member level 1. She specializes in issues concerning cross-border security, illicit markets, and organized crime with a specific emphasis on the Tijuana-San Diego micro region. She's gonna talk about Cali Baja cross-border integration. Please, Zulia, for up to 10 minutes. You have the floor.
Fantastic. Thank you, Enrique. I want to, again, to congratulate you for the organization of this very interesting seminar and looking forward to...
Just 1 second, Zulia. They're gonna open your... could you open your mic?
It's open, actually. Can you hear me? You cannot hear me.
Zulia.
Oh,
yeah, it's open.
can you hear me now? Is it okay?
Yeah,
So they can hear me.
we can hear you, Zulia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. I don't know, because I kind of closed the window. I don't know if it's that's the problem. Can you hear me now? Yeah, fantastic. Okay. So again, congratulations on the organization of this very important seminar. Looking forward to the outcomes of the work, of the collective work. And I'm going to talk to you about this research that I am starting specifically for this seminar, that it's called Cali Baja Cross-Border Integration. And for those of you that do not live in the area, Cali Baja, it's short for California and Baja California. It's together as Cali and Baja. So it is argued today that Tijuana cannot be understood without San Diego, and vice versa, right? So culturally, they bond together. At least historically, is known like that. But recently, in the mid 2000s, local entrepreneurs from California and Baja California, named this microregion Cali Baja to emphasize the cultural, the social, and the economic ties, historic economic ties between San Diego, specifically San Diego and Tijuana. So with the NAFTA, with the free trade agreement, this microregion start to work together, and now it produces a gross domestic product of around 230 billion US dollars annually. So it's a very powerful economy indeed. And both cities therefore benefit greatly from this location, a strategic location nearby the border. So like in the morning, a colleague of us told us that it's not the same El Paso as Tijuana. Indeed, it's not the same. Economically, it's not the same. Although they're very powerful as well, it's different. So anyway, so in this case, both cities benefit, but specifically the elites, right? Elites from both sides of the border. So even though there's this nature of interaction, very organic interaction, nevertheless, the US has formally erected a wall, and since the mid-90s, but with time, it has been fortified, and it has reinforced not only in budget, but also in agents, and specifically with more infrastructure in the San Diego-Tijuana border, El Chaparral. So now this has become a statement because now there's a difference, there's a distinction between the us and them, right? Even though we are historically near and almost relatives from each other, San Diego and Tijuana, since the 90s, there is this political statement from the US coming from Washington, D.C., mentioning that there is a distinction, there's a clear distinction, even though we work together. So brotherhood or not, the US has decided to invest millions of US dollars in creating a territorial, cultural, and political division between those communities that still claim to be a cross-border community, right? That they come together. So as you can imagine, with Donald Trump in the presidency, things have grew even complicated, even more complicated everywhere around the world, of course, but specifically the border. And this is one of the most trafficked and used border. So considering Donald Trump's administration, today more than ever, it is inevitable to ask an ontological question, which is Cali Baja an integrated community, as it probably claims to be? So we know for a fact that there's around 40 million crossings annually from Tijuana to San Diego, which is a lot. 40 million crosses, daily crosses, annual crosses. And from San Diego into Tijuana, at least it's count to be 45,000 daily crosses in car, plus the people crossing by on barefoot. So I'm asking myself, how integrated is this community claimed to be, not only because of the crosses. So I'm wondering myself, what does it take to actually be integrated? Because it doesn't matter if we produce, let's say that the area produces 230 billion US dollars on gross domestic product. That doesn't mean still that the population is actually integrated culturally, politically, and economically. It may be saying us that it's the elites that are actually being benefited from this interaction. So in this research that I am proposing for this specific seminar, I'm wondering on those variables that I can actually count. I would like to see numbers that I can actually count on both sides of the border that tell me that there's actually a full integration, and not only on certain segments of the population, of Tijuana and San Diego, of course. And therefore, I have to construct those variables that tell me that are in a context of governance, community models that tell me that it is going okay with this integration, and it's not only a facade that tells us that there is actually a cross-border community. Well, it's not. So that's what I'm asking myself, and this is only the start. Of course, there's a path to continue this research, but this is the questions that I'm asking myself as a resident. You know, are we together or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zulia. So in order to keep you awake, let's return to Karina's dynamic and open the floor for discussion up to 10 minutes. I just want to keep you on your toes. Who wants to make the first question or the first observation? Yes, please, Michael.
Hi, thank you. This is really fascinating to me as someone who's an outsider to various conversations and doesn't know much. But I want to ask about the general question about, are we together or are we apart? Because it strikes me that there are very similar dynamics amongst communities that are not separated by walls. And I'm thinking of different levels of wealth within a city. So here's an example from LA, which I don't know that well, but Compton and Beverly Hills are both part of the greater Los Angeles area. And so they are, in fact, together in that you can drive from the one to the other without being stopped, and they're part of an economic common market and so forth. But there's also a lot of informal barriers that say, you're not from Beverly Hills, please go back to Compton, or that otherwise exclude. So I kind of want to know what it would mean for something to be together, given that I keep on seeing ways in which every place seems to glory in making other parts of that place not us, or marking them out as less than.
Thank you. Who else? Who wants to continue? People from Zoom or on the whole?
Yeah, may I?
Yes, please. Luis.
Yeah, thanks, Zulia. This is very, very, very interesting. So I would like to ask you, which model do you think best would capture what is happening in this region? For example, a binational community or a sort of transnational space, or how would you define this sort of community that it's happening there? And I was wondering, well, this is terrible, but whether the border is now something only, it was only something symbolic, and this is the reason why they are building the wall. So I was wondering what would happen. Do you think that without the wall, we should ask for the avoidance of the border or something like that? So that's it.
Thank you very much, Luis. We have time for other observation, participation, critique. Oh, no, Cecilia too. Ceci?
Yeah, thank you. It's not a question, it's only a comment. Your presentation remind me Habermas, the book, The Inclusion of Other, where he distinguishes between integration and inclusion. For Habermas, integration can be merely functional, being part of a system, while inclusion requires equal recognition and participation in the political community. So I was wondering whether Calibaja may be integrated without being fully inclusive. So just to, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Me too, exercising the privilege of the chair. I wanted to ask Zulia, what kind of traits a group must have in your mind in order to exercise this grouping that you do with the Calibajan? You know, it's merely aggregation of of people, or there is some kind of relationship going on between these people, or these people have claims towards each other. I don't know. I just wanted to see if you are thinking in kinds of deepness of the relationships among people in order to attribute them a name. Thank you very much. If there is another question, Rocio, please.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Zulia. Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to congratulate you because your topic research is so interesting. And I have only one question because it's so interesting, but I don't have any clarity in one fact. Yeah, and it's that I would like to know whether if your work intend examine the extent to which the United States policies have affected the cultural identity of the region, or whether alternatively, sorry, you propose to study the community-based model in order to determine whether such integration genuinely exists. I don't have that clarity in the paper, and I understand better when I heard you, but I don't know. It's only a question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rocio. Now let's give Zulia some time to answer the observations. Go on, Zulia.
Yeah, there's a few of them. Thank you, everyone. So I take notes anyway. Hopefully I can clarify, and this is, of course, an ongoing research. So as further we continue to develop the program, I will go into further. So on regards of the community, there's actually this theory for Luis Javier. There's actually this theory that it's called the third nation, you know, because it's not necessarily one or the second state, but actually the one in the middle. And it has to do also with what Rocio was mentioning with the cultural relationship on that. But I think it's complicated. This can be actually a PhD, you know, a PhD research. So I'm thinking, I'm basing my research. I'm a bit of a mixed method researcher. So I like to see numbers. I like to see graphics. And of course, ethnographic work is important to know the interaction, but in the research for me, I have to create the variables, no? On those that you mentioned, Cecilia, what's integration without not being. So I need to relate those variables and see if there are any in the US and of course California and in Baja California to actually see what is going on. So in my hypothesis is that is not even nearby, but maybe as Cecilia mentions, is more like a mechanical, like Durkheim, it's more like a mechanical organization rather than a natural or organic process that it used to be, because I didn't took the name of the first participant, but yeah, things have been changed a lot since the 1990s until nowadays in the border, because back then things were chaotic and there was not so much control in the crosses, so everybody could even bring things together without paying the proper taxes, and vice versa, you know. So things have changed, and we have not had the time to actually process how the control of the border has increased and changed actually our daily basis activities, you know. It's not only about the elites as an upper segment that it's been benefit, and maybe we can look deeper into, let's say, students that live in Tijuana and cross in a daily basis to study elementary, middle, high school, and even university in the US, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they're integrated to the US or to Baja, you know. So this is a very complex to analysis, you know, but I do want to know, at least in a map, in like a radiography, you know, to see more or less if it's true that we're truly integrated, or if it's on the contrary, you know, going backwards, and it's only for an elite that can cross in a daily basis to the US and come back, because it's actually very expensive, even for a US citizen, to live in the States, you know? So I think, I mean, I'm just starting and I'm picking your brains as I am picking myself mine. But I think this is a subject that it's like the elephant in the room, you know, because it's mentioned that we're producing 230 billion US dollars annually. Yeah, but how much of that money is actually being distributed between the communities, both sides of the border? You know? So yeah, I think more or less I kind of got that. Segments of the population, fully inclusive. So yeah, I'm working on it. So many thanks for your comments. I take them with me, and looking forward to see you in the next seminar with further feedback and information for you guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Zulia. Let's go on with our next participation. I want to give you, sorry, my site is not what it used to be. We have Cecilia Coronado. She holds the Level 1 Research in Mexico, National System of Researchers, and a professor of the researcher. She's a professor of and researcher at the Institute of Humanities of Pan American University, Mexico, whose work focuses on critical theory, social philosophy, instrumental reason, migration, and recognition. And she's working along with Luis Javier López Farjat, who is currently full-time research professor at the Faculty of Philosophy of the Pan American University in Mexico City as well. And he teaches Arabic and Islamic philosophy at the Graduate Philosophy Program at UNAM and at the Center of the Study of Asia and Africa at the Colegio de Mexico. I didn't translate that. I didn't know how. And their paper is called When No Category Exists, Climate Displacement, Ontological Injustice, and the Possibility of a Digital State. Please go on.
Yeah. Thank you, Kike. Thank you, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. And thank you, Luis Javier, because we are thinking about that. It's only an abstract. So in recent years, climate change has challenged not only the material conditions of life in some regions, but also the basic assumption of international law. In particular, in low-lying Pacific islands such as Tuvalu, rising sea levels are causing some territories to disappear. This is not a hypothetical scenario, but an ongoing process. Communities are already facing the real possibility of losing their physical space that has historically grounded their political and legal existence. This phenomenon is often discussed in terms of vulnerability, migration, or humanitarian protection. However, a more basic question remains unexplored. What happens when people affected by climate change do not fit into any legal category recognized by international law? International law does not yet recognize the category of climate refugee. Individuals forced to leave home due to environmental degradation do not qualify as refugees under the 1951 Convention because their situation does not involve the required persecution. The problem is not just a lack of protection for these people. It is something deeper. No legal category allows these individuals to appear as subjects of rights. This requires a shift in perspective. We should not only ask what rights they should have, we should also ask under what conditions someone can, within international law, appear as a subject of rights at all. From this perspective, we argue that climate displacement reveals a form of injustice that cannot be fully understood in traditional terms. It is not a case of distributive injustice, where rights exist but are inequally distributed, nor is it mainly a problem of intersubjectivity recognition, the acknowledgement of individuals or groups by others in society. Instead, it is more basic injustice, which we call institutional ontological injustice. This term refers to situations in which some individuals cannot appear as subjects of rights because the legal system lacks any category for their recognition. This argument rests on a broader claim. International law not only distributes but also shapes rights and obligations and determines which entities can be their subjects. Law thus has an ontological dimension. It creates categories that are constitutive, not merely descriptive, who can appear within normative order. Legal existence depends on recognition within such a category and does not predate the system. From this perspective, climate displacement is a case of double exclusion. First, there is a material exclusion, loss of the territory that historically defined political and legal belonging. Second, there is a juridical of classificatory exclusion, the impossibility of recognition within legal categories. Individuals affected by climate displacement lose not only their physical place, but also their place within the legal order. The case of Tuvalu provides a lens for this problem. Facing possible loss of territory, its government has proposed a digital state to preserve legal personality internationally, even without territory. While the feasibility is uncertain, the proposal is conceptually significant, introducing the idea of a state without territory and challenging international law. Legal subjecthood and those categories like citizenship, refugees, status, and residence are tied to territory. If territory vanishes or becomes unstable, individuals lose a way to preserve normative identity. Tuvalu's case exposes the limits of international law in defining who can be a subject of rights. Our aim is not to provide an immediate solution to the state without territory problem or propose a new category for populations without territory. Instead, we provide a diagnosis. Climate displacement challenges the ontological foundations of the legal system. Our diagnosis opens a set of questions, which we leave open. Is creating new categories sufficient, or must we rethink the criteria international law uses to make subjects of rights? How adequate are existing categories structured around territory for dealing with loss of territory? It is possible to imagine forms of legal subjecthood not grounded in territory. More broadly, conceptual changes are needed for international law to face climate change. These questions do not have immediate answers. However, they show the problem climate displacement forces us to face, how to understand the conditions under which the people can be recognized as subjects of rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. We open the floor for observations, critiques. Please, Rita. Oh, there are some.
Hola, hola. Yeah. Digo, hi.
In English, please.
Hi, Cecilia. Well, for me, your lecture was very interesting because recently I had the opportunity to read some resolutions of Tribunal Federal de Justicia Administrativa related to this category, to this particularly category of refugee. And I had the opportunity to read three resolutions. So what I identify with this reading is that Comar, the the institution in Mexico that have this attribution to determine if you have or you may be considered as a refugee or not. I identify that Comar sometimes have this misunderstanding of what can be considered this temor fundado. I don't know. Yes, you know, this like this is standards that the law is established in order to be considered as a refugee. So listening to your lecture, I think I try to imagine how can a Comar, for example, what evidence does a person must present in order to be considered as a refugee, taking in considering this particular aspect, no, the climate change. I don't know. That was something that came up to my mind. It might be interesting. I think that it's necessary, you know, to have this a broader knowledge, or to amplify, you know, the reasons that behind this category. But I don't know. You may know more about this subject, but my main question is that how can a person, what kind of evidence, what kind of arguments a person must present in order to be considered as a refugee by this category? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zulia again.
Congratulations, Cecilia. And I am actually interested in knowing more, or if you could, not today, of course, but later, could you develop more on digital state? Because I was analyzing your presentation, and with another, you remember Camilo Tamayo, who was in the morning with us? I was in a seminar a couple of months ago with him, and then there was this guy that presented more or less the same, more or less the example from Tuvalu. In this case, he was studying an island in the middle of the Gulf of Bengal, which is nearby India, a very, very tiny island, just like Tuvalu. And in this case, it was not actually climate refugee, but it was actually the US, the United States Army, that wanted to have the port for his Navy. And they actually didn't even ask the government. They just installed in there, you know, this tiny island. And therefore there was a couple of refugees, and they were like in the middle of nowhere, you know, because no one could support them, because it was this tiny country, just like Tuvalu. So, I mean, maybe there is an answer maybe for climate change refugees, but it would be very interesting to learn more about the digital state and their citizenship. That I think that's very interesting to learn as AI is coming. I mentioned early today in the morning, AI is changing basically everything. Artistically, the music that we hear, how even the AI is actually accumulating capital. So how about in the coming 20 years, maybe we can think of a different citizenship and maybe a digital state. So looking forward to hear.
Thank you, Zulia. Moises?
Thank you very much. My question has to do with the distributive part of this injustice. You mentioned that climate displacement is not a distributive injustice as such, and you say that it's something else, ontological displaced injustice, something like that. Or perhaps it might be good to remember, I mean, you might be right about that. It's a different form of injustice with a specific nature and ontology. But there is definitely a distributive bit of this phenomenon. For example, the fact that there is an unfair international economic order. I'm thinking of what usual cosmopolitans state like Thomas Pogge or many others have said these kind of things, and also the fact that there is an unfair distribution of emissions, which is also a distributive injustice problem. I think that might have even a generational aspect as well. So this is just to enrich the bit of even if it's not ontologically speaking, say, a specific distributive injustice in climate displacement, there is definitely some bits of it that we need to say and keep saying, I think. That's pretty much my comment.
Thank you, Moises. Here, Francisco, please. Here on the hall.
Hello. Hi, Cecilia and Luis. Really quickly, I just wanted to bring up a concept that might be relevant to this case. Since you brought up Tuvalu, there is the concept of insurance retreat, which is mainly explored in the public policy literature originating in New Zealand. So not that far away, technically, but it is this concept of insurance companies either restricting or completely retreating from certain geographic areas that they deem uninsurable due to the effects of climate change. And this can be things like rising sea levels, but also wildfires, flooding, any type of situation that through their actuarial models, they identify as too expensive, they gradually retreat from. And right now, that seems like that could be the step following the discussion about Tuvalu, because on one hand, there's a case of New Zealand where the policy has been to create areas where it's just impossible to offer insurance. So people are actively discouraged from buying property there. But there are also cases in the United States where the state governments have decided to take on these areas regardless of the climate consequences. And as the climate change effects make themselves seen and felt and experienced, it really seems like some sort of decision like the ones you allude to is gonna have to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Cecilia and Luis Javier, do you want to add something?
There are another question, Rocío.
Oh, yes, it's not a question. I only want to say that I have shared in the chat a resolution of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights that, about climate change that I believe maybe you can use it.
Thank you, Rosia.
I don't know if Luis Javier or whatever you want.
Would you like to say something about the first one, and then I can answer?
Okay. Yeah, about the first one, I loved that question because examples like Comar, the problem is that this system assumes there is someone causing the harm. In cases of climate displacement, there is no persecutor, only environmental changes. So people displaced by climate change do not qualify as refugee. Not because their situation is less serious, but because it does not fit the existing legal categories. So the problem is that we don't have enough categories to understand the case of that people that lost their territories. So this is about the first question.
Yeah, I would like to add to this question that maybe the reason why we still don't have a category is what you were asking for, that it's very difficult to define the kind of evidence that we would need to define a climate catastrophe. But for example, in the case of Tuvalu, it's clear that it's relatively clear that it's a catastrophe, because the case is very interesting, because inside Tuvalu there is still a debate among the population, because some of them still thinks that it is possible to save the island, and some of them, and mainly the government, thinks it is not possible to save the territory. So as you can see, even in this case, that it's very, very, very serious, there is still a debate on whether we can decide that we have enough evidence to make a decision to found a digital state. And then going to Zulia question, yeah, it's very interesting what you were saying, but I think in the case that you were mentioning is something similar to the case of the courts of the Kurdistan, that the territory was lost, and then you have this population that have a lot of conflicts with Turkey, with Iran, etc., with Iraq, etc. And and even in those cases, I think that they are not recognized as refugees because of some political difficulties. But in the case of the climate of the climate refugee, as I was saying, it seems that it's clear that these people will have a very, very serious problem, that they will lose the territory. And and I love your question on the digital state, because that's fascinating for me, because the authorities from Tuvalu are making a copy of a digital copy as the matrix, where they want to keep the images of the territory, everything as if a digital copy of Tuvalu, so people outside Tuvalu will still have the experience of being in Tuvalu. And of course, they also want to have all the administration, the taxes system, everything digitalized. So it's very interesting, because they will lack territory, but the population from Tuvalu will have the opportunity to be here in Mexico or in the United States, but they will not be Mexican or American citizenships. They will still be part of Tuvalu, but with no territory. So it's something very, very odd, and I think fascinating, as you were saying, because it will change our notion of citizenship, and maybe, as you were saying, we will need to think about of a digital citizenship. And Ceci, would you like to say something about about Moises?
I am thinking the answer. Yeah, I don't know if you want to say
Well,
something.
I was thinking that maybe you are right, Moises, but I think we can consider this situation as a distributive justice case. But in the case of the loss of territory, we need to think about it. But we were thinking this as a case of institutional ontological injustice, given that the problem will be how to recognize someone that doesn't have territory. And so maybe so I was thinking, after hearing your question, that maybe a solution could be to treat the problem precisely as a case of distributive justice. But I don't know. I have to think more about it. And of course, what Francisco was saying, it's enormously interesting. We didn't think about what insurances companies will do, how they will react if a territory is lost. So thank you very much, Francisco, and thank you very much, Rocio, for the document you share with us.
Just one addition, Luis Javier and Cecilia. It's very late in the UK, and Douglas Bamford doesn't find the little hand, but I'm sure he's there.
Yeah.
Doug, do you want to pose your question?
Oh, yes, it's here. Sorry, I can't unmute. The climate change issue is a challenge to existing concept. And he asks, but how does this concept relate to pre-existing categories of statelessness and stateless nations, like the courts? That's example, yes, I was mentioning.
Doug, I think you can open your mic now. Are you there?
Yeah, he's there.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you want? Yes, please.
Yeah, no, that was very
You made it.
well read out. Yeah, yeah. No, that was yeah, it was just yeah, there are obviously these existing categories, and there are people who the other way around, people who want to be stateless and they go and live on the sea. So yeah, I was just wondering these categories that are out there, and yeah, just getting my head around these things. So yeah, you read out my question very well.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I was thinking about the same case of the courts when I was responding to Zulia. Yeah, of course, that's a case of statelets. But even in those cases, in some sense, well, not in some sense, I am sure they are victims of persecution. So that's why some courts have asked for refugee. For example, one of my colleagues at El Colegio de México, it's a court who asked for refugee, and now he has a job and he's teaching at the university, and he can be considered as a, well, he will get the Mexican nationality maybe. So that's a very different case because he's a victim of persecution. But in the case of the climate refugee, well, the problem is that the population, some people in Tuvalu still think that they can save the territory. So maybe we will need to wait to what happens finally with the territory, and if it disappears, then as Cecilia was reading in our abstract, we will need to find out whether the international law could propose a new category for these people.
Yeah,
very quickly. Yes, please, but super quickly, please.
Yeah, super quick. I just want to know if at this moment does exist any kind of regulation of the borders and the boundaries in the virtual space. For instance, I don't know, if I want to be a citizenship from Tuvalu, what happens in that case? So it's a curious question in relation with the virtual space. Thank you so much.
Ceci, would you like, or no? That's
Super
very
quickly.
interesting. That's precisely our question, because you will have your documents from Tuvalu. I mean, you will have your passport, you will have your tax number, you will have everything as if you were still living in Tuvalu, but you will not have territory. So that's why we think that will change our traditional understanding of citizenship, because we will need to recognize a sort of digital citizenship. And as Julia was asking, yeah, do we have something similar already? We have this metaphor of digital citizenship and some regulations on how someone should behave in the virtual space. So maybe we will need to find out or to create a new regulation for something called digital citizenship, and it's a kind of citizenship without territory.
Just a little suggestion that I think that it may help. Rebecca Cook, a researcher from a Canadian researcher, developed this category of recharacterización of the human rights recharacterization. I guess. So, well, it may help to help you to with this problem of how to amplify the protection of this condition.
Thank you very much. So we are going to proceed with the next collaborator, which is Alex Sager. He's a professor of philosophy and university studies at Portland State University, and he's affiliate professor at the University of Washington. He's the author of Against Borders: Why the People of the World Need Free Movement Toward a Cosmopolitan Ethics of Mobility. You can find it in Palgrave, and many, many articles and book chapters on the political philosophy of migration. Alex, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on, please.
Great, I'll get started. I've also been told you can find my books on Sci-Hub. A colleague scanned them and uploaded them there. All right, so I'm going to talk about about methodological nationalism and ways we might overcome it. And actually, before I get started, I just wanted to thank again and Enrique and Roxana and everybody who's been working to put this really wonderful conference together. I've really enjoyed the presentations. All right, so here's kind of my what I'm working on. So this is more so than a paper. I think it's kind of a larger project, and I might be biting off more than I can chew, but we will see. So I'm going to give a tiny bit of background, and then I'm going to say sort of what the project is. And so the project is around something called the critique of methodological nationalism, and this refers to I guess it could be described as kind of a series of kind of biases and presuppositions that arguably shape quite a bit of research in the social sciences, and I also think normative theory, and they do so by kind of taking the nation-state perspective. They see the world like a state, and this isn't entirely surprising given that states fund quite a bit of research, and institutions like universities tend to be kind of nation-state institutions in a lot of ways. But there's been a series of researchers, I think, starting in sociology, but also in migration studies, history, international relations, that have drawn attention to how this kind of state perspective distorts research. And I put one definition from a very influential article by Andreas Wimmer and Nina Glick-Schiller. They call methodological nationalism the assumption that the nation/state/society, and the idea is methodological nationalism. These three things are considered to be kind of symmetrical, isomorphic. And so the claim is that the nation/state/society is the natural social and political form of the world. When I sort of think about this, I think of it as kind of a cluster of claims that I don't think they're either necessary and not necessarily sufficient claims, but they're kind of aspects of this methodological nationalist perspective. And so it includes things like assuming automatically that the nation state is the primary unit of analysis, taking the nation state's definition of the official borders as the territory, and often overlooking the many ways in which states' actions and legal jurisdictions are also extraterritorial. Taking community membership as being defined by common national or ethnic identity. There tends to be a bias towards sedentariness, and so particularly migration is seen as something kind of abnormal, something that needs to be explained. And kind of the norm is that people are supposed to stay in one place. And it's built on a kind of set of binaries, national and international, domestic, foreign, citizen, alien, and so on and so forth. So these are some sort of characteristics. Just to give a few examples from migration research, I think these questions are, in my view, this may be controversial, we can talk about that, are biased by methodological nationalism, but some questions like, do immigrants integrate? Which kind of has this kind of assumption that immigrants are somehow different from the native population and in need of something like immigration. Does immigration reduce wages of native foreign workers? Again, this is automatically presuming that we should frame this opposition between immigrants and native-born workers. Do immigrants commit more crimes? There's a large literature on this, and again, it bears certain prejudices. Or one you see sometimes in the normative literature: should we restrict the immigration of skilled workers, often called brain drain, because of their alleged contributions to development at home? This kind of assumes that where distributive justice matters is actually at the nation-state level. So, when you have, say, a skilled worker who goes somewhere else and makes a lot more money, that's often considered to be a problem, even though the person is better off. All right, so that's kind of the background there. So it's this critique of methodological nationalism that a fair number of people have made in different disciplines, and I find a lot of their claims quite compelling. But here's the problem. The problem is that this critique has had limited influence on mainstream social science. What I'm going to argue is that one reason for this is it's largely being proposed as an epistemic critique, so a critique about knowledge. And the claim is that epistemic critiques are insufficient for overcoming methodological nationalism. Okay, saw a comment in the chat, but it just says yes, so Great. So I'm going to claim that kind of epistemic critiques are insufficient for overcoming methodological nationalism. And what I'm going to claim is to really sort of diagnose this. We have to make progress. We actually have to look at the normative values that underlie social scientific research. And so what I'm doing is I'm kind of rejecting a sharp fact value distinction in the sciences and the social sciences. And I'm saying that, values actually are important for actually empirical research, and that the way forward is for social scientists who are interested in thinking about kind of a post-methodological nationalist research paradigm. They actually have to pay serious attention to political philosophy. I'm a political philosopher, so this is a attractive result for me, but hopefully you'll find it compelling. Sorry, just looking at the quotes. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of, I think, really fascinating research that has tried to overcome methodological nationalism in different ways. I'm going to give you a very, very, very brief overview of a few strategies. So I'm breaking them down into three categories. There are what I'm calling ontological strategies. These are researchers who say, hey, let's change the actors, the objects, let's look at different processes. One place where this criticism came up was the study of transnational migration. Many scholars of transnational migration argued that many migrants don't fit into really national categories, but rather they're part of communities that very much cross borders. We've talked about the borderlands a little bit, today, and that would be one example, but there are others. So there are scholars who have tried to create different types of like transnational fields for study. There's scholars who have really tried to emphasize the importance of mobility. So there's called the mobility turn that sees kind of mobility as fundamental to human life rather than stasis. There's work in border scholarship of borders, the claims about kind of multiplicity of borders. So that's different ways of kind of changing the objects or the actors. There's also attempts to change the perspective. I think I heard earlier some references to Deleuze and Guattari's Thousand Plateaus. They have an important chapter in that book about called nomadology, which is kind of this nomad science. Think about the world from the perspective of people who have movement and travel is kind of fundamental to their life. You have kind of the Italian Marxian tradition, the autonomy of migration. This idea that we should look at the freedom of migrants and kind of the decisions they make and think about migration from their perspective rather than state perspectives. And then you have a lot of, I think, really important work in the social sciences that really kind of challenges the categories and concepts. Talk about super diversity that kind of looks at the way, especially in urban settings where diversity is much greater than is often treated by researchers. There's some really fascinating work on demigratizing migration research or migratizing the citizens. So looking at the ways in which migrants aren't really all that different from other people, and rather try to have these categories, thinking about the similarities of these groups, and also looking at common struggles between, say, migrants, but also groups like, say, African Americans or other groups that have been excluded. And so there's a robust, really interesting, and I think important body of research that really tries to get through or get over methodological nationalism. But here's kind of the issue. These strategies have not gone mainstream. And in some places, you actually see a fair amount of opposition to them. And I'm going to suggest some reasons why. First reason is simply that methodological nationalism, it kind of offers a comprehensive research paradigm. Social scientists are comfortable in it. You kind of have, the assumptions, kind of, the goalposts. It's kind of just kind of the way that people do research, and kind of a common set of kind of questions, methods, data sets, and things like that. And so it's kind of comfortable, and nobody's done anything that really rivals it for a variety of reasons. And then the second question is, or the second reason why methodological nationalist research remains is a lot of it's quite good research. It's not like, all social science because, or much social science because it's methodologically nationalist, doesn't offer kind of real insight into the world. And so a lot of people kind of shrug and say, well, whatever kind of, approach you take to research, there are biases, there are limitations, and so on and so forth, but, it's good enough. And then I think another kind of important point is, even if you accept the critique of methodological nationalism, states are still important. You need to be able to theorize the state. And a lot of these alternative approaches don't really explain how they would do so, and so that they're not able to account for some pretty important research questions. I think there's also another, perhaps even more fundamental reason why methodological nationalist research continues to dominate, and it's simply that the research doesn't just describe or explain the world. I think often the social sciences they often play a world in creating the world. So there's kind of social constructive or social ontological function of research. I'll just give one example. The category immigrant. So immigrant is a state-defined category. It's a category that only exists when there are states. So in a world that there aren't nation states, you don't have immigrants. You have mobile people. You have people move from one place to the other. But that's not quite the same as being defined as an immigrant. So there the social kinds that depend on the states, and a lot of our research goes to actually kind of reifying these concepts, and by kind of reifying them, you make them real, and then you can study them. And so there's this cycle in which our research can't break free from the categories that it itself is implicated in creating. So this is kind of the thought here, and this is where kind of my diagnosis comes in. Even if you find the critique of methodological nationalism, compelling as a critique, you think it points to some real biases or shortcomings. Even if you think that some of these alternative approaches provide important insights and you'd like to see them develop further, there's really no decisive epistemic reason to reject methodological nationalism. And what you can do in any theory is you can say, hey, these are kind of real issues. Let's add some ad hoc kind of modifications there. But you're not compelled intellectually simply for epistemic reasons to do something else. Well, what to do? Well, one thing you could do is you could just say, okay, well, this was an interesting debate. Let's move on. But I'm actually interested in seeing what you could do to overcome methodological nationalism. And I think actually political philosophy offers some real insight. And I think the reason is that theorists don't adopt, or they don't. Yeah, sorry. You should ignore the not in my first line of that slide. So theorists they don't adopt methodological nationalism, just for epistemic reasons. They also do so for normative and kind of moral reasons, though I think often these are implicit or acknowledged. And I think it's fair to say that most social scientists are nationalists of some sort, just because most people are. And so, the research questions that are often, we often ask, there are implicit values, behind them that I think are often kind of not acknowledged. But when there are, moral and normative reasons, well, political philosophy can be helpful for querying those. And so the idea is, if we place kind of explicit attention to political philosophy, it can increase our awareness of how values affect how we do social science. And it can also help us decide what how we conduct research, what questions we ask, what units of analysis we adapt, and also kind of challenge us critically to reflect on the impact our research has. So I think a lot of kind of the tools of political philosophy are actually quite valuable here. So that's really in kind of a very, very brief kind of outline of kind of the research project. And so really it's a project in I guess kind of the philosophy of the social science kind of slash political philosophy, but it's sort of asking what role are values in really shaping these debates. All right, that's what I got. Look forward to your discussion of this project or your questions.
Brilliant, Alex. Thank you very much. Who wants to begin the discussion? Please, Michael.
Methodological nationalist. I want to first off say I actually value what you're doing enormously, but I have two sort of challenges that I think could potentially be viewed not as attacks, but as things that might genuinely be helpful. I think I have a moral reason for why I do what I do. And for me, it's because I want political philosophy to be in some sense engaged with the discourse of the countries that I live in, which tends to be about the policies or the decisions of the nation or the state. And also because states have more guns than the rest of us. And it's a very important moral question as to who they get to use them against and why. But I think it's actually possible for us to be doing work in a variety of different places at the same time without one of us pushing out the other. So there's two things that I sort of want you to potentially clarify. One of them is your definition of methodological nationalist is full of words like bias and uncritical and pejoratives, which basically say, dear reader, my enemy is dumb. And for better or for worse, I think it's a better fight between you and myself if I can stand up and say, you know, I like what you do, even if I don't do it. And you think that what I do, and I don't know if this is true, Alex, but you think that what I do isn't actively evil. I think that's actually a better conversation where you can hold yourself up as an opponent without signing on to P.S. he dumb. And the other is, why is it the case that there can only be one? I mean, this isn't Highlander. There can be both of us. It's possible for us to actually write very engaged normative work from the standpoint of the migrant, from the standpoint of the sedentary in a migrantized way, from the standpoint of a diaspora community, or from the standpoint of a state or the citizen of a state. I see why it could be a problem if one of us is dominating, but it doesn't seem to me that I am. Maybe I'm ignoring a privilege here, but I think it's possible for your work to be recognized as extremely interesting political philosophy, while mine is at least recognized as not part of the problem. So I want to know why it is that on your view, you have to get away from me in order to have space for you.
Do I get to answer, Michael, now, or do I take all the questions? And try to remember all of that.
Sorry, Alex, let me group you some questions. We have Moises now.
Thank you. Yeah, I have two observations. The first one, actually, Michael just made it, which is that why thinking that we only need one methodology? Perhaps for some problems, methodological nationalism works, and for some others, not. It doesn't work, and maybe a false dichotomy here, or the risk of a false dichotomy, perhaps. And the other thing has to do with, you mentioned that the epistemic critiques are not sufficient to defeat methodological nationalism, but I think that a very good way of showing why we might need another way of thinking of certain problems is to show extremely terrible failures, and not only epistemically speaking, but perhaps showing that there's they fail epistemically to explain a problem if you take the methodological nationalism stand, but that perhaps that there are also other covered non-epistemic goals behind some research. I mean, not all of research, I wouldn't say that at all, but perhaps in some cases there is other non-epistemic goals associated to using this methodology. But my second point would be just to say that perhaps one way of showing and trying to show the deficits of this approach would be to say that, well, look at this case. And in this case, there is a failure, there is an epistemic failure, and there are also other moral problems with this research which are highly concerning.
Thank you, Moises. Do we have another question in the hall or on Zoom? I might have a question then, if no one else. Alex, I agree. I tend to agree with what you want to do because I myself write something similar to that, like trying to prove the bias of political theory towards the state and borders and things like that. But then the problem that I always encounter is how to group all the biases in order to make the arguments work all together. In that vein, I find that perhaps your paper is also biased in a way because the way you use your ontology, if I may use the word, like for instance, the name itself, nationalism. Sometimes it seems that you are talking more about what the state does. So why is not why are you not talking about state? What was the name? Methodological statism or something more general that doesn't compromises your arguments or engage your arguments towards all the bad publicity that the nation have. I don't know. If I may say, the strategy that I sometimes follow is to claim that using justice is itself biases towards some conclusions, because justice, the virtue of justice implies to have a demos, to have a group in itself. And I sometimes use legitimacy as a more open-ended virtue that sometimes you can use to frame the objections. But that's me. You don't have to take that road. And the conclusion, I have the sense that is not only political theory or political philosophy, more broadly, perhaps applied ethics, international applied ethics, is a way to frame the kind of suggestions that you made in the abstracts, and not only political philosophy. It's just in my mind, I sometimes think that political philosophy is much more constrained in the way that it orders the claims, whereas applied ethics tends to be also more open-ended. But maybe that I'm wrong and I read these things completely wrong, and that's the reason that sometimes they reject my papers that are very like yours. Thank you very much. Alex, do you want to make some observations?
I'd love to. So one just sort of comment about kind of the phrase methodological nationalism, as opposed to methodological statism or methodological nation statism. That's just an artifact of whoever coined the term in the 1970s. And so the debate started with methodological nationalism. A lot of it is probably methodological statism. But for whatever reason, we got stuck with that language, and that's just the way it is. I'm going to say something as well about political philosophy. I don't have any deep connection to the term political philosophy. I tend to move between political philosophy and political theory conferences, and as far as I can tell, the only difference is that political theorists tend to teach in political science departments, at least in English, and political philosophers tend to teach in philosophy departments. And if it includes applied ethics, I really think it depends on one's approach to political philosophy. I mean, some political philosophers are doing something much more like applied ethics. Others think that there's something distinct about that. There are debates about that. I don't really care. Let me just get back to kind of Michael's point. So just something about the language of like bias, pejorative, uncritical, and so on and so forth. See, I don't take those adjectives as I'm certainly not describing your very thoughtful work, Michael, but I think it has to do with the way that the critique has been kind of articulated, and often the critique has been articulated as kind of looking at the social sciences and looking at what they've ignored, or kind of looking at what they've naturalized, so they've kind of taken it, for granted. So it's kind of claiming that a lot of social science is not really kind of conscious of its own kind of categories or methods. And I think you could actually be free of methodological nationalism, but nonetheless, like, have a theory where you say, hey, the state is kind of central to my theory, for these sorts of reasons. And so like a state-centered theory could actually be I don't know, immune, but wouldn't be liable to the criticism of the critique of methodological nationalism, as long as it's very kind of conscious of why it's made these types of methodological and categorical choices. It's actually defended them. And so in that case, it wouldn't be uncritical. Of course, we might argue whether that's the right approach or not, but it wouldn't be, you couldn't kind of accuse of methodological nationalism. Rather, you would actually have to look at the merits, of the case. And I think in the early stages, and maybe now, still the critique is to say, hey, we actually have to really, if we do take a nation state perspective, we actually have to defend why, we're doing that. The other thing that I think is kind of interesting about the critique is I think is actually compatible of acknowledging the cogency of the critique of methodological nationalism, and then saying normatively, hey, we should be nationalists. So you could have a normative position where you might say, so one thing the critique of methodological nationalism says is that kind of the normative vision that a lot of nationalists kind of put up about relatively homogenous communities with shared values that engage in things like self-determination and so on and so forth. One kind of criticism for methodological nationalism will say is there are no communities like this. That this ideal that's kind of underlying say the philosophy of somebody like David Miller is just very, very divorced from the reality of any real kind of state, and that's problematic from kind of an empirical perspective. At the same time, as a normative theorist, you could say, well, we agree it's not, the world isn't really like the way that we idealize it, but maybe we should make the world more like the national ideal. I find this idea kind of appalling from a personal perspective, but it's actually consistent, I think, with recognizing kind of the critique of methodological nationalism. Again, as long as you're kind of self-conscious about it. The other, I guess, point I think I heard from a couple of people is, well, why can't we be pluralists? Why can't we do more than one thing? And I fully agree. And I think my philosophical orientation is some kind of wishy-washy American pragmatism, and so I'm pretty comfortable with the saying, well, let's see what works. And I think in the reality with a lot of social sciences, you're not going to get a grand unified theory of the social sciences. I think actually a lot of the real important work is at more at the level of mechanisms and really figuring out what are the best methods to answer particular questions. I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I guess what I'm advocating for, and partly with the political philosophy thing, is that we kind of fully debate these things, not just in political philosophy, which you and I have done, but also when we're thinking about kind of our choices in the social sciences. And I think a lot of the social sciences are deeply, deeply, valuated in ways that aren't, fully articulated. And I'll just say this a little bit more. I know I'm kind of going on a bit. I find that kind of in the mainstream mainstream social sciences, when I interact with people like that, they're often very reluctant to explicitly, discuss values in any kind of substantive way. And then we also have kind of the critical social sciences, which are often people who are putting forward some of these challenges of methodological nationalism, but I find that they're almost too confident in their values. And I find kind of political philosophy, at least the way I kind of envision it, as somewhat of a middle ground where we would really need to articulate and defend. And that's not great for kind of a grand unified theory, but I think it could at least, I think the diagnostic part might be useful, and I think maybe we'll be able to make some progress. All right, end of long speech. I hope some of that made sense.
Thank you very much, Alex. Brilliant. Let's continue with the next abstract, if you may. Just 1 second. I'm going to introduce Tania Garcia Barajas. She holds a PhD and a master's degree in sociology from the Autonomous University of Puebla, as well as specialist degree and a bachelor's degree in law from the Autonomous University of Baja California. Since 2011, she has collaborated on research projects focused on immigration, gender perspective, and human rights. And she's going to present her abstract about the borders as an apparatus of exclusion. Please, Tania.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here. And after the last sharing perspective, I kind of feel a little conservative, and that's kind of a funny feeling, but that's the way my draft is. So I'll share it as it is. So thank you very much. It's very interesting to, keep wondering things like this from where we stand. And I would like to share that part of my job, besides being a scholar and a researcher, I'm also responsible for a legal clinic where we do some legal accompaniment for refugees. So I've been thinking a lot. Thank you very much for your sharing perspectives, and that is where I stand in the field, in the empirical field. And so what I was thinking for this seminar is that I've been wondering for a while about how we see particularly migrant women. And I would like to change that perspective, at least for me, to see them from migrants to situated legal subject. And I'll try to tell you why. So if we picture a woman in Tijuana that she got her phone and then she opens an app. She needs to submit her fingerprints, facial image, and that will go to a US or a Mexican government system. And in return, she may get an asylum seeker appointment. She may get the opportunity to start a process of international protection here in Mexico, or to some kind of regularization here in Mexico. So this is what we call access to rights, to submit our biometric data in exchange for the possibility to access rights. And this is not a metaphor, or I cannot conceive this as a metaphor, because this is a daily operation of CBP, for example, the National Migration Institute in Mexico. And this pretends to be a process where people can access to rights, but actually what they are doing is getting all the information to govern them in a different way that we mostly think. And I'm looking at the migrant women as bodies that are not just subject for the research, but actually as the territory where contemporary borders control operates. And I think that migrant women in the Tijuana-San Diego border lives in a contradiction that they cannot resolve because they did not produce it themselves, but they need to demonstrate vulnerability or extreme vulnerability if they suffered from violence, persecution, maybe trafficking. And if she can accomplish this, if she can demonstrate the vulnerability, then she will be able to be acknowledged as a right-bearing subject. But then that confines her to a role of of a victim, and then they might be stripped the political agency. So she's just a victim that needs some aid. But if she fails to perform this role, if she shows autonomy, or she does not match that refugee archetype or stereotype, then the system may reclassify her and maybe see her as a threat or as a suspect under the national security criteria. So I believe that there is no neutral ground, and the system does not offer a lot of options. And I believe this is a trap that defines the ontology of the migrant women at the border. And with that being said, I think that most research of the migrant women falls into one of these two traps. First, they reduce them as a victim, and humanitarian aid may be instrumentalized, her resilience, the suffering of the women may become the condition of access to rights, and that is a big problem. And her political power is neutralized within a logic of welfare and assistance. And I'm not saying humanitarian work is bad, but I'm thinking that from the government, this is not what we are looking for. And the second, well, celebrates agency, but without naming the structure. So the notion of a situated legal subject does neither. It recovers agency without erasing structure, and it acknowledges that these women reveal their identities and assert their rights from within and in spite a system that criminalizes them. And the word situated, I'm not just thinking it geographically, but actually legally, bodily, and in an epistemic position. Because I believe that all these technologies and all these submitting this data that it feels like naturally this is what I have to do, actually may bias also the access of rights and make a pre-selection of who deserves or not protection and legal protection. And I'm thinking that the legal clinic and the things that I've experienced there is not simply a place where I can collect data. I see it as a methodological place or device that allows me to practice accompaniment and active listening, and also a narrative as forms of producing situated knowledge. So I think this as an ethical position too, that the research findings may feed directly into legal defense strategies. And that is something that I'm really interested about, because this is something that I do also. And I'm thinking that the question that I carry here, because I have more questions than answers right now, is how do we build effective legal defense within a system that actively produces the very illegality it proclaims to combat? And I'm thinking in the concept of the portability of the Genova and the differential inclusion of Mesadra and Nielsen, where, you know, there is not a full access to rights. It is conditioned to the role particularly women play. And so I'm not trying to answer right now that question, but to put it here to hear also your thinking about this. And also I'm asking, and from what epistemic position are those of us who research human mobility actually to answer that question? So I'll leave it in that. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Tania. Thank you very much. Who wants to start the discussion here on the hall or in Zoom? If no one else wants to begin the... Oh, yes, please, Michael, go on.
Sorry. This isn't in any sense a very, I think, critical comment. It's simply that there's an echo in what you're doing with another literature that I've been teaching. I don't do any research in this, but there's some self-consciousness in the human rights community about how the bodies of migrants and the bodies of victims of atrocity are positioned, as well as a certain self-consciousness about the search for the perfect victim, where you really do want, for purposes of fundraising, if you're working for an NGO, to have almost pristine forms of victimhood, which also feels ethically kind of gross, because you're kind of reducing the complexity of a full human to a position as sort of like perfectly subjected to a perfectly evil world. And the trap that I think you're describing for women who are trapped in this sort of legal netherworld, it strikes me that there's echoes in this earlier debate, which is largely being done by human rights professionals. And the book I teach from is Stephen Hopgood's The End Times of Human Rights, but I think you could find any number of others that talk about essentially the conflict between using people for purposes of public advocacy and then listening actively to the full complexity of their lives, and how this is a conflict as old as the civil rights movement, which chose Rosa Parks in the US because she was unimpeachable. And earlier women had done the same thing as she did, and they did not get selected because they were more complex. And so I think this
dialectic you're speaking of is a very powerful one. It's really worth exploring, and you might be able to pull some resources from that other literature. It's the only one.
Thank you, Michael. Someone else in the Zoom? If please, Roxana.
I was wondering how can construct an ontological ontology on immigration of women here on the northern border. I mean, what will the ingredients be? The ingredients be.
Ceci, I see your hand.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. I am not sure if I am right, but I see some equivalences between this presentation and the presentation and Camilo Tamayo's presentations. In that sense, about the algorithmic governance and digital infrastructures. In that sense, I was wondering whether contemporary borders could be understood as algorithmic structures that classify and manage population. It's something similar.
Okay, that was it, Ceci? Okay, thank you. I may also have an observation. It's not either a critical commentary. The thing of your abstract that struck me the most was the way you expressed the contradiction of how policy treats women. You know, this duality of being fragile and being a threat. It almost has like a Sor Juana property on it, which is very attractive in itself. I mean, not the fact, but ordering the paper. So I think it will be really nice if you put that at the beginning. It's merely a suggestion, obviously. And maybe it's worth the time if you discuss or just pose the question of how we should capture this duality or this contradiction. Like just take 2 or 3 options to express what is wrong with the contradiction. You know, one possibility is the one that Ceci just mentioned now, or any other else, like the most salient views that you find attractive in the literature of what's wrong with policy that contradicts itself. Is it merely a misunderstanding or inefficiency of policymakers, or what is there in that kind of practice in the design of policy? And then you can just come up with your interpretation of what is actually wrong with policymakers that do policy like that, you know, and what else could be done. How should we face that kind of wrongdoing from policymakers? Who is guilty there? Like the policymakers, the whole society? I don't know. Many things pop into my head. Sorry if I express them unfiltered. That's it. Thank you. Is there another objection, observation? No? No?
So thank you very much for all of your comments and observation and suggestions too. I will take them into account, and I would like to start with question about the ingredients. I'm thinking, of course, and that's what I made a disclaimer at the beginning, that I'm stemming from the work that I actually do empirically. And I may be biased, right? So maybe. But this is a work that it excites me a lot because I need to, like put all that thing that I do and that I see into an academic work, and that's the hard part to do. So I appreciate all of your comments. About the ingredients for an ontological perspective from the legal clinic, I think that um, the uh, the way that we build or create knowledge can be seen from the action research logic, where the community finds some return as a legal defense strategy that as something that I would love to do, not just in the academic field. I would like this to be in the work field. And also, I'm proposing a feminist qualitative approach because this is something that I'm also interested in as a narrative and active listening as epistemological choices, not just as a technique, but as as this point of views. And about the contemporary borders, how can be understood the classifies and managed population. I'm actually working with, well, I really like work from Sandro Mesadra and Nielsen, The Border as a Method. And they explore these many ways of how the border works, not just as a wall, not just as a policies or as a migrant programs, as a method, as an something that is bigger than that. So I think that I'm going to start there, but I'm also I mean I'm taking notes, and I'm also going to see what else I can get into the work and try to make it a little less empirical and a little more academic. Thank you.
Well, people, that's it. This was our third um, workshop. It was called Shifting Communities, Transnational and Postnational Communities. Now we're going to have a very small break, and we will be returning to ontologies of safety, security, and governance. People on Zoom can stay in the Zoom itself because it will be obviously the same for the next workshop, and we will just take a small pause. Thank you very much.
Hello again. Hello, everyone.
Power, please, if you can turn on the microphone. Thank you so much. Welcome again to our last session of the day. It has been a hard day for us, so we have to finish this workshop that its name is Ontologies of Safety, Security, and Governance. So if you agree, all the colleagues here, we can mix all the expositions, and at the final of the workshop, we can concentrate all the questions and objections, So we are going to start with Juan Espíndola. Are you with us, Juan?
Yes, I am, but Moises Vaca is going to present for us. We have the paper that's co-authored.
Perfect.
So it's Moy who's going to present it. Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to present you so briefly. So Juan Espíndola completed his PhD at the University of Michigan. He's a specialist in political philosophy and applied ethics, and his current research focuses on certain normative dimensions of digital platforms and artificial intelligence, as well as on transitional justice. His research has been supported by the American Political Science Association and other associations. So he's a full-time researcher, and a member of the National System of Researchers. So welcome again, Juan and Moises. Oh, it's separated here. Okay. So Moises Vaca Paniagua. Also, we have Moises Vaca Paniagua. He holds a bachelor's degree in philosophy from the Faculty of Philosophy, Facultad de Filosofía y Letras de la UNAM, and a master's degree in philosophy from Queen's University, and a PhD in philosophy from University College London. And he's a full-time researcher at Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, and also belongs to Sistema Nacional de Investigadores in English Institute for Research, and member of National System of Researchers. Welcome again, Moises, and it's your turn, please.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay, let me just. Well, thank you very much for the invitation and for being here so late. This is going to be a very short presentation. This is a paper that Juan and I are trying to work to write, and the main topic of the paper is trying to introduce a model of an initial model for ascribing moral responsibility for the wrongs associated to the use of social media platforms. That's the main goal of the paper. And in the version we have now, we're trying to do some sort of catalog of harms of social media platform use and problems associated to it. We have been talking about that for a long time in the morning as well. Then when we start talking about responsibility, the first distinction we make is about the responsibility of companies, corporations, and governments versus the responsibility associated to the citizens themselves to use this for using these social media platforms. And when it comes to the responsibility of citizens, normal, regular citizens using these platforms, we distinguish what we call normal uses versus misuses of the social media platforms. And then this is the bit that has to do with more moral ontology. We think that there is a difference in the nature of the responsibility of these kind of uses. With normal uses, we argue that there is prospective responsibility. I'll say a little bit about what we think about that. And when it comes to misuses, there is also retrospective responsibility. You can blame these citizens for these misuses. And the whole idea is trying to provide some guidelines based on these distinctions to mitigate the harms associated with the use of social media apps and the Internet of Things in general. So it's a pretty broad map, and so that's pretty much the idea. So what are the harms? I'll just say very quickly this because we already talked about it in the morning as well. There are a lot of harms associated to the use of social media platforms and the Internet of Things. The first one has to do with the privacy of erosion and the erosion of privacy. As we said in the morning, generation of mass data when accepting cookies, sharing geolocations information, sharing contacts, using the Internet of Things. All of this data is sold for all kind of purposes, for personalized ads, for personalized propaganda, for government surveillance, etc., as we mentioned, and this was discussed in the first session in the morning. There is also, as it was said in the morning as well, feeding harmful algorithms by just using these platforms. And these algorithms, as was mentioned in the morning, has also very damaging consequences right now in society. Sorry, I'm having trouble here with the here. There is also another harm has to do with incitement to addictive behavior. As you all know, these companies and platforms trying to keep us in them for gain, and this obviously has a very, very bad effect, especially in some bits of the population, like the teenagers. They also foster harmful social patterns like teen anorexia on Instagram, bullying, highly dangerous challenges, discriminatory stereotypes, and all of this that is happening as well. They also erode the debate and public space by the dissemination of public manipulation, political and social polarization, dissemination of disinformation, propaganda, and hate speech. And this also has an effect on democratic institutions themselves. And obviously, as it was mentioned in the morning as well, this is empowering a class of super rich company owners, and the data economy has exacerbated capitalism's already severe problems with the corporations that do not submit to state power but rather subdue or conspire with specific government actors according to the corporate interest. So it's pretty much a tough reality and something that we need to talk about, as Camilo was saying in the morning. So what are we proposing for ascribing responsibility for these harms? So the first thing, as I said, is distinguish for assigning responsibility to collective actors such as companies, corporations, and governments that benefit from or directly promote these uses and harms compared to the individual cases. Google, Meta, X, Uber, Airbnb, Cambridge Analytica, or companies similar to them, the companies that buy and sell massive data, the governments that hire massive biometric security, those who hire troll farms and fake accounts to change public perception, these actors have a vastly greater impact on the spread of harm, of the harms that we just saw, than citizens. And thus the greatest burden of any kind of responsibility falls under these agents. When it comes to individual agents, us, we that use these things, we use apps and social media platforms and things that connect to the internet, we distinguish two uses. The first one is intentional individual misuse, like for example, when you intentionally share fake news, toxic or hate speech, propaganda, or you troll, or you share family friends data without consent, or make deepfakes, etc. Versus other normal uses, which are not intentionally, do not have these intentions behind. For example, when we use it for recreation, like sharing memes or using WhatsApp, or convenience, there are apps for everything, for, as it was said, listening to music, for sleeping, for exercise, for raising your kids, for everything, right? There is also the use of social media platforms in work. It's very important for some people working purposes, and obviously for social and political usage that seems to be normal, right? So what kind of responsibility we can distinguish in between these two uses? The main idea of the paper, and as I said, this is the ontological bit of it, is to distinguish two types of moral responsibility. The nature of responsibility changes. When it comes to misuses, we can actually think of responsibility as in a retrospective way, and it can be ascribed. The agent is actually morally culpable for the intentional contribution of the damage generated as long as she knows and identifies with it, right? So the idea here is to trace the causal link, as usually is made when you try to ascribe a retrospective responsibility, the causal link between the action of the agent and the damage, the harm, and this can be done in these cases. So you can ascribe retrospective responsibility or blame, morally speaking, to these actors. And when it comes to normal uses, agents only have prospective responsibility, that is, duties to contribute to prevent harm. This is obviously a model that has been developed more recently in the literature by people like Iris Marion Young and other philosophers that are not so concerned with the idea for ascribing responsibility to find the causal link between harm and action, but rather to change a situation in which we all contribute very little, but we all create a very strong and big collective harm, as the ones we just mentioned. So we are kind of dealing with that literature for this distinction, and the idea would be to say that prospective responsibility involves collective duties to seek regulation. This is pretty one of the most important things we should do. Obviously, assign duties by capacity and benefit. Individual users benefit in different ways from these uses as well, and they have different capacities. It's not the same if you are a journalist with a platform or a political actor or someone in a position to say, to have a more impact in changing this reality, these injustices and harms. And obviously also to create individual duties of conscious use or disuse in some cases, specific cases. So this is a perspective model pretty much in the same ideas of what I mentioned that Iris Marion Young and other philosophers are developing for other collective harm situations like global warming or many other cases. So
3 minutes, Moises, please.
Yeah, I'll finish in 1 minute. We also think that there are mitigators of these individual duties. For example, if it's very costly for you because you use social media platforms for labor, convenience, socialization, there is obviously some cases of lack of control, people who are more to fall into addictive behavior like teenagers. And there are also cases of non-culpable ignorance of social platform harms. Some people don't know about these harms. So there are many ways of kind of mitigate responsibility, even in the prospective way as well. So I think I would stop here because the other thing that we try to cover in the paper is an objection to this main idea. But I'll leave it here because I don't want to take more time for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Moises. So the next one is Claudia. Claudia Iliana Espinosa Diaz. Besides a good friend, she's a sociologist from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México and holds a master's degree in human rights and democracy from Flaxo, la Facultad Latinoamericana de Ciencias Sociales for non-Mexican people. So she has completed advanced studies in public policy evaluation and human rights at CIDE Mexico, Flaxo Argentina, and the School of Public Administration in Brazil. Currently, she's a PhD candidate in law at UNAM Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas, based at the Estación Noreste de Investigaciones, aquí en Tijuana. Her doctoral research focuses on the implementation of the protection regimen for human rights defenders and journalists here in Baja California. Welcome, Claudia.
Thank you. It's okay?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I like to share with you the conception of my PhD investigation, only the concept for this time. Well, I began this presentation by situating my research within the field of study of the protection of human rights defenders and journalists. At the center of this field, there is a main research question. What consequences do human rights defenders and journalists face because of their work? And the literature addresses this question through three main analytical approaches. Studies focus on the experience of defenders and journalists, those examining self-protection and collective protection strategies, and those analyzing protection regimes. My research engages in particular with this last approach, especially studies examining protection regimes at the national and subnational level. Focusing protection regimes means focusing on state obligations. From this perspective, an adequate concept should follow a normative approach. This means considering the country's legal framework and also the way the state incorporates into domestic law its obligation under international human rights law. In addition, quoting with Pizarello, the concept should identify the institutional guarantees that correspond to the state, including political, for example, legislative framework, public policies, and public program, jurisdictional, semi-jurisdictional, other international guarantees, and suprastate guarantees, in particular, international human rights system and specialty bodies. The literature in the field is largely organized around a concept of protection regime developed by Bennett and College. In this framework, the protection regime considers its normative source from international human rights law, and its object is to protect and support human rights defenders and journalists in the specific context where they face threats from both state and non-state actors. Conceptually, it is grounded in the human security paradigm, which promotes a holistic and multidimensional understanding of security and recognizes the different vulnerabilities of specific groups. This concept offers two institutional characteristics of protection regimes. First, it describes a multi-level structure in which protection mechanisms operate at the subnational, national, regional, and international levels. Second, it emphasizes a multi-actor compositions involving civil society organizations, donors, national human rights institutions, state actors, multilateral organizations, and individual actors. In the literature, Mexico is often considered a good practice in both dimensions due to the existence of formal protection mechanisms and the participation of multiple actors in protectional efforts. I propose a reformulation of the concept of the protection regime focused on the state obligation. In this proposal, the normative source of the protection regimes derives from the legal norms currently in force within the states. This incorporates obligations stemming from international human rights law, which includes both systems, universal and inter-American. In Mexico's case, this connection became particularly clear after the 2011 constitution reform. This reform represented a fundamental shift in Mexico's human rights framework. It incorporated international human rights treaties ratified by the country into the constitutional order, introduced the pro persona principle, and expanded the obligation of all state authorities to promote, respect, protect, and guarantee human rights. This reform is particularly relevant for understanding the level foundation of protection regimes for human rights defenders and journalists, and that distinguishes Mexico from many other countries. Such integration is more limited. From this perspective, the protection regime has a multi-actor scope involving all federal and state authorities who, within their jurisdictions, are obligated to promote, but also promote, respect, and guarantee human rights. And this also includes the duty to prevent, investigate, sanction, and remedy violations. In addition, the regime integrates bodies from the universal and inter-American human rights system, whose protection powers are legally recognized by the Mexican states. As a result, the regime operates through a multi-level institutional structure connecting international, regional, national, and subnational guarantees. Around this structure, there is also a set of stakeholders, such as civil society, organizations, and other actors who interact with and influence the authorities involved in protection. However, since they don't possess legal formal powers, they are not part of the protection regime itself, except in cases where specific competencies are established in legal instruments. Ultimately, the objective of the regime is for the state to fulfill his human rights obligation to promote, respect, protect, and guarantee rights, as well as to prevent, investigate, sanction, and redress violations. In this sense, I conceptualize it is an extensive obligation regime. These proposals also allows to analytical distinctions. First, it recognized that a state displays different levels of institutionalization of human rights, and that impacts characteristics such as a level, actors, and obligation of the protection regime. Second, it distinguishes between a state obligation and community-based or self-protection initiative and focuses in state obligations. In this way, the concept expands the understanding of state responsibility beyond protection alone and highlights the network of public authorities responsible for guaranteeing rights. Building on the concept of protection regime that I propose, my research seeks to answer the following question. How is this protection regime implemented in practice? To address this question, I examined Baja California as a subnational case study. In this case allows me to conduct an empirical contrast between the conceptual framework and its practical implementation. This subnational level allows to observe the fulfillment or failure of actor obligation at local level. Based on this analysis, I will incorporate the empirical findings with the aim of contributing to the broader field of research of protection regimes of human rights defenders and journalists within which this situation is situated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Claudia. At the end of the session, we are going to open the space, the virtual and physical space for questions. And now we have to Francisco Garcia. Welcome, Francisco. He holds a bachelor in international relations and an MA and master's degree in public administration and public policy, both from Tecnológico de Monterrey. He has previously worked as a researcher for the Mexican federal government and a security and political risk consultant in the private sector. Currently, he's an open source intelligence analyst in the financial sector, specializing in executive protection and open source monitoring. Welcome. Francisco, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mario. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I promise to keep this as light as possible, considering this is the workshop about violence and safety and security. My abstract is titled Risk Assessments as a Moral Category, and it starts with an anecdote that was very popular among international relations majors, not so much with the general public, but it was when then US Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld in 2002 said there are unknown unknowns in reference to the then alleged existence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. He was alluding to the existence of the concept of uncertainty. That is, things we don't know that we don't know, in contrast to risk, which is things we know that we don't know. Intelligence analysis is the field that deals with obtaining information for decision makers to make informed decisions under risk, not uncertainty. This means knowing what we don't know. A risk assessment, in turn, is one of the main products that results from intelligence analysis. And its end product, ideally, is actionable intelligence, which is defined as information that has been sufficiently analyzed and presented in a way that makes it usable input for decision making. Now, it is my intuition that risk assessments require a normative element to qualify as such. This means they need to involve the decision maker being accountable to others in ideally a democratic liberal context. This is because without such accountability, the extent of information needed is likely up to the decision maker. And I have two examples for this. One of them is about bodily autonomy. The issue here is that when a decision is about one's own body, the information that is needed to make that decision does not need to be 100% thorough. It needs to be satisfactory for the person making the decision. Similarly, in a political context, when a decision is autocratic, non-democratic, which is a debate we were having earlier, in such contexts, let's say a dictator is making a decision about what to do in the country that they rule. If they're not accountable to anyone, they are allowed to make the decision that they want. They don't need to respond to anyone. And this leads me to believe that intelligence analysis without a normative element may not involve risk assessment at all, because there is no need for the information to pass through this filter of normative accountability. These decisions, while they may take place under pressure, they might take place under high stakes, they seem like they would be better suited for psychological analysis, similar to what happens when, for example, what is called the IKEA effect, which is how people value things that they have made themselves versus things they did not make themselves. Or another example, the willingness one may have to abandon a course of action despite having dedicated resources to it already. In those cases, without accountability, it seems like the factors are quite different. Now, going a little bit into a critical view of intelligence techniques, I would like to bring up something called the intelligence cycle, which is it is the most well-known intelligence technique that is used mainly in the US intelligence community. It has 5 stages. It has planning and decision, collection, processing, analysis and production, and distribution. This is what happens after a decision maker asks a question. That is literally it. They might say, I have a trip to China. I need you to tell me if it's safe. What they mean is, please follow this process and let me know if it's safe. This intelligence cycle, its results, it may be simple or complex. That is optional. It is not necessarily unbiased. The most popular example of this is, think of the Cold War. Intelligence analysis from either the US or the Soviet Union were not concerned with unbiased analysis and understanding of other economic systems. They were concerned with accuracy, timeliness, and relevance. A more mundane example of this would be, let's say we have the issue of garbage separation. If we are a person who lives in Switzerland, the not separating your garbage properly with the correct bags and in the correct bins and with the correct rules, it risks consequences, some pretty heavy fines, and also public shaming, honestly. In that context, someone deciding whether to follow the regulations for garbage separation in Switzerland may take all of this into account and make the decision accordingly. Similarly, in Tijuana, there are no regulations for garbage separation at all. There are no consequences. You can separate it, you cannot separate it, it's fine. And in those cases, and under the intelligence cycle, you could follow the same process and come to the conclusion that it actually does not matter. My issue with this is that, yes, these are both intelligence analysis, but without the normative element, maybe they're not a risk assessment, because there is no risk to speak of when there is no accountability, as in the Tijuana example. This leads me to another example of a risk assessment methodology that includes the data collection and processing aspect, but does necessarily also include the normative aspect. At the risk of this being the driest part of the presentation, I will start with some chisme, an anecdote. The year is 2001. The place is Houston, Texas. A company called Enron loses $70 billion in value in a matter of 16 months, including the loss of over $2 billion in pensions for its employees. Not less than a year later, another company, this time located in the state of Mississippi, it's called WorldCom, loses $11 billion in the largest case of corporate bankruptcy in the United States up until that point. They have both since been surpassed in 2008 and in 2023, but that's beside the point, because these two cases led to new US legislation specifically directed at avoiding this type of fraud, this type of corporate fraud, because of the normative aspect of especially accountants being able, before this legislation, to basically dupe investors into just giving them money. The methodology that came out of this legislation is called the Framework of the Committee of the Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission, COSO for short. It's a very complex methodology for internal control and accounting standards that I will not get into because it's partly in my abstract and also it is very boring. But it has one element of the methodology that is called risk assessment, which itself has 4 stages. They are objective setting, risk identification, risk evaluation, and change anticipation. I would like to draw attention in particular to the stage called objective setting, because this one in particular is guided by the organizational objectives of the company that is applying the methodology. These objectives are themselves required to be obligated to avoid fraud. So there is a normative element here that cannot be escaped, because if it is, then whatever policy is happening is not COSA compliant and therefore is not normative.
2 minutes, Francisco.
Thank you. Just to conclude, I would like to bring up an issue that is happening currently in the mainly a dialogue and debate that is happening in the US intelligence community, which is that a veteran of intelligence analysis called Richard Betts calls it a growing indifference towards intelligence in the current US government. This is because he is calling attention to how intelligence work is increasingly politicized and is only accountable not to normative considerations, but to individual authority figures and their preferences, or it occurs in a vacuum. The intelligence work under these conditions may happen, again, under pressure, under uncertainty. It may follow agendas with cognitive or psychological elements, but my intuition is it is not risk assessment anymore. These decisions appear to be autocratic, not to say unilateral, and the main thing is they do not involve risk. They do not involve a concern with known unknowns. In conclusion, the real conclusion this time, if this has not convinced you, this is an example I intend to explore in greater detail when I work on this paper, but I was thinking of climate change and how it is a risk that exists for all of us, because we know the unknown in that case. It's a thing, it exists, it's happening. It affects everyone, but accountability may vary. So I've been thinking about how a public official, for example, a public official authorizing a real estate development in a place that is known to become flooded because of climate change has a different level of accountability towards this than a person buying property in the same development or a tourist spending a vacation in the same development. So in all 3 of these are decisions, but not all 3 would be risk assessments. I believe the public official would be the most solid case to call this a risk assessment. And that is my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time, Francisco. It's pretty interesting, all the connections and bridge that we have found in our researches. So we are going to continue with Professor Rita Muciño. So I'm going to present you, I have here. So Professor Rita is a professor from Instituto de Investigaciones Jurídicas too, and she's the co-founder of the Feminist Circle for Legal Analysis. And actually, she's professor here in Estación Noreste de Investigación. He has a lot of works, papers, and book chapters in relation with feminist theory, violence, and other topics. So welcome, Rita.
Thank you, Mario. Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Vega, Roxana, Enrique, but mainly Enrique for pushing me to do this and show me the way to do it. So this is not easy for me as a lawyer, because I work with different areas. So, well, I'm going to talk about reproductive stigma of adolescent motherhood in legal and public discourse. But first of all, I want to begin with a little exercise. When you think of a teenage mother, what is the first image or idea that comes to mind? Just gonna give you 2 seconds. Well, the objective of this little exercise is to maybe point out that sometimes what comes to mind is not accidental. It is shaped by social norms, stereotypes, and often a stigma surrounding adolescent motherhood. So, as I say before, I'm going to talk about this subject. And to give you a little context, where does this concept come from? And maybe doing a little commercial about my recently published book. This concept come from the research that I developed during my PhD studies, and talking with Enrique about what to present to this discussion seminar. He explained it to me that maybe there are some aspects that I identify in my research that doesn't have a name, that it isn't already discovered. So giving a little talk about this, I identify that there are these aspect that I'm going to discuss with you. Well, some key highlights to help us understand what makes this an issue. Public policies and regulatory frameworks define who may reproduce, under what conditions, at what age, and in what circumstances human reproduction is considered desirable. These regulations range from state incentives designed to increase birth rates to coercive practices such as forced sterilization aimed at controlling or even eliminating the reproduction of certain populations. While many of these measures have been widely criticized and recognized as human rights violations, adolescent reproduction occupies a different position. Despite generating limitations and stigmatizing effects, particularly for adolescent mothers, regulatory approaches in this field are rarely questioned with the same intensity. On the contrary, there appears to be a national and international consensus framing all forms of adolescent reproduction as inherently problematic. This framing, questionable from a human rights and gender perspective, gives rise to what may be described as reproductive stigma, affecting adolescent mothers and fathers with differentiated and gendered impacts, and contributed to the formation of exclusionary normative communities. Strategies to prevent adolescent pregnancy often link adolescent motherhood and fatherhood to poverty, educational disadvantage, adverse health outcomes, and broader social costs. The risk-centered approach sustains an pathologizing narrative that often operates beyond any empirical verification, shaping a negative experience of the event for those who live it. Such approach tends to overlook, and this is the kind of the main problematic issue, that such approach tends to overlook relevant dimensions, including adolescent agency and decision-making process, family arrangements, and support networks, as well as strategies of resistance and mitigation they developed to exercise the rights to education, health, and work. This framing also homogenizes adolescent motherhood and reinforces gender and age-based stereotypes that can lead to discrimination and, in more extreme cases, to violence. Well, some of the main theoretical postures of adolescent motherhood all taught numerous studies document the severe consequences associated with adolescent motherhood. Many attribute these outcomes to motherhood itself. Others suggest that such consequences are less the result of the reproductive event per se, and more the product of social, economic, and normative environment in which it occurs. So the thing here is that when we just look at adolescent motherhood as a inherently problematic, this second part, the social, economical, and normative environment, tends to disappear from the discussion. So this paper proposes the concept of reproductive stigma as an analytical category that explains how the legal construction of the adolescent mother within national and international legal frameworks structures communities of exclusion, and shapes legal and moral boundaries. Reproductive stigma is based.
Professor.
Okay. Is based on public discourse that in the name of prevention, thus legitimizes all forms of motherhood during adolescence, portraying them as triggers of inevitable and personal and social harm. Embedded in regulations and public policies, this discourse constructs the adolescent mother or father as a social subject whose existence ought to be prevented, on the grounds that it disrupts the formation of human capital and imposes economic burdens on both individuals and the state. In this way, symbolic and normative boundaries are established, positioning adolescent parents as subjects who challenge dominant legal and moral expectations. This stigma manifests in early stages of motherhood, but also during the life course, operating through developing practices that shape life trajectories. It can influence educational unemployment opportunities and foster self-doubt regarding parental competence and social belonging. The notion of reproductive stigma is closely related to concepts of reproductive justice, this theoretical framework constructed by based on the ideologies of feminismos negros and stratified reproduction, both of which describe phenomena surrounding people's right to define the conditions and circumstances in which they will procreate and raise children. However, these frameworks do not fully capture the specific dynamics surrounding the stigmatization of adolescent motherhood, nor do they sufficiently interrogate the role of national and international legal frameworks in shaping stereotypical representations of adolescent parents. So, the concept of reproductive stigma builds on these contributions by offering a framework to identify and analyze within a specific context the mechanisms that perpetuate exclusion, the different impacts produced, and the groups most affected. It also invites a critical examination of this presumed neutrality of the law, and this perspective foregrounds dimensions that are frequently overlooked, such as normative biases and in legislation, the life experiences of adolescent parents during and beyond adolescence, and the broader social environment in which legal regulation operates. So this is it, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Rita. Can I have the control, please? No, the control. Thank you so much. Well, finally, but not less important, it's me, Mario Suarez. Actually, at this moment, I'm finishing my PhD at Colegio La Frontera Norte, but I'm sociologist. So I want to show you, let me see if this works. If this works. Yeah, what I'm going to present you basically is a small part of my PhD thesis that basically the name is Ethno-racialization of the socioeconomic subsistence in the border between Mexico and USA in the period 2022-2026. And this belongs to the first chapter of results that its name is Material and Symbolic Configuration of Zona Norte borderscape between Mexico and USA. it's pretty interesting because now we are talking with a kind of dialogue between Mexico and Italia, Tijuana and Torino, Italia. So I use the concept of borderscape as Chiara Bambilla uses to talk about the configuration, material, and symbolic of the border. So for jurarme en salud, as we say in Spanish, with this exposition, I'm not going to deny all the exclusion apparatus of the border. So I just want to show you use a side of the border and the border as a resource in relation with the circulation of the goods that happens here in the border. So in the first part, I have some central concepts according to the problem that basically are related to the paradox of global citizenship. As we have seen in this journey, there is a lot of contradictions in our times in terms of we are talking about discourses of free passage, but on the other hand, we are experimenting in contemporary regimes a lot of violence against some groups, against some populations, against some even states. So in this scenario, I would like to analyze what happened and how happened the effects in the global south, especially in this border, the most complex border, as said Michelle in the morning. So I would like to start in terms of concept and ontology, saying that I agree with the position of Professor Alex in terms of it's interesting when we study the concept of border and space that now we are beyond the Euclidean paradigm. We now, at this moment, as John Agnew suggests, we don't have to reproduce the nationalist trap. Why? Sorry. Because if we see all the relation, all the decentration, all the borders, for instance, what happened in Mexico, that all the dispositives are not just in the border. You can go to Mexico City and there is a lot of policies, there is a lot of agents of immigration, even in the center of the country. We can see a lot of decentralization practices of the border. So in this scenario, even in this hard scenario, there is a lot of groups, for instance, immigrants that appropriate some of the characteristic of or conditions of the global south, for instance, the informality, that can develop strategies of subsistence socioeconomic. To analyze this one, I started, as I said, with the multi-level analysis of the borders that suggests Brambilla. So in this scenario, I would like to describe you briefly what is the sobre ruedas. Basically, a sobre ruedas is a kind of swap meet. I think you have in United States the swap meet, and in Colombia, its name is pulgas. So it's a non-traditional market. When I say non-traditional, I refer that anthropology and sociology suggest that traditional market are from indigenous, for instance, that research of Clifford Geertz in Oaxaca, or maybe, Clifford Geertz in Morocco, and Malinowski in Oaxaca, that most of the goods are fruits, are vegetables. In the case of Sobre Ruedas in the Zona Norte, basically we can find goods of second hand that came most of the time, but not just one of the United States. And in this scenario of informality, Sobre Ruedas is a space of subsistence. So for the discussion, I would like to talk with you that United States as a neighbor from Mexico has, I'm not denying all the asymmetries that exist between both countries. For instance, now we are talking about if we are talking about an integration, about an interaction. Not in this case, I just want to show with the Sobre Ruedas that some of the goods and most of the goods that came from the United States has another life in the informality in Mexico. So it's pretty interesting because there is two kinds of merchandise. The first one are the second hands, but we have also the pallets. For instance, if you live here in Tijuana and you want to have, how do you say, if you want to become entrepreneur into a sobre ruedas, you can buy a pallet, and you can pay around $250 per pallet, and you can buy clothes, you can buy shoes, and you can go to the sobre ruedas. You have to do the line to sell in the street, and this is one of the most important informality practices of subsistence, not just in Tijuana, even in all the border. For instance, in what is the border between Monterrey? Well, in Monterrey and and Laredo, as a friend Sandoval explains. So, for me, I completely agree with the suggestion of Alex, because this is a process of ethno-racialization of the subsistence. For instance, in my case, I'm studying with Haitian population and African population, and most of the times they not just offer goods of second hands, also offer services. For instance, cut hair, for instance, trenzas africanas, its name in Spanish. So there is a strong relation between the subsistence practices and the ethno-racialization process. So for conclude, I would like to know, in terms of this journey and in terms of this workshop, as you can see, I'm sociologist. I'm not philosophy. Yeah, I'm not belong to philosophy. So which philosophical concept may help to understand the border, not just as constraint, how we can advance to understand the border, even in this hard contemporary regimen, as a resource. And if we explore the sobre ruedas, for instance, is one of the windows that we can show us that side of the border. So that's it. Thank you so much. And now I forgot that the moderator. So it's the term for participations for virtual and physical space. Francisco have 1, Professor Blake 2, and Enrique 3. Just 3. Please, Enrique.
Well, I have to make a confession, an organizer confession. I put these papers together because they made me think about the question of how we should analyze concepts between the descriptive part and the normative part. And obviously, there is not a consensus about that. Our friend Hima, Kenneth Hima, that is very ill, and we send him many, many hugs, thinks, for instance, that you should keep those things apart. If you want to produce a clear, neat concept of a thing to work in social sciences, in law, or something, you have to keep apart the normative ethical discussion and try to express the nature of the thing without any normativity whatsoever. Myself, I think that's wrong, particularly with concepts of social practices, because we imagine social practices with an end, and that end has an ethical purpose and something that we care about, and all values and stuff are mixed in that kind of discussion. But it's really tricky to do that thing with concepts that you guys want to use in your own disciplines. So because, for instance, in Panchito's cases, you can produce a concept of risk assessment that explains some normative function, and that perhaps leaves outside how analysts work in dictatorships or hybrid states. But then you have to, will you be willing to introduce also the ethics of the analyst inside? It's like a big box of Pandora of ethical considerations introduced in a space that doesn't care much about ethics itself. So I don't know. I think I wanted to bring it out so maybe we could discuss it further in this table today and in our seminars. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Enrique. Francisco, you have.
Thank you. I have some questions and comments let's start at the beginning. For Moises and Juan, echoing Tanya's comment from earlier, I feel so conservative listening to your presentation. I work in the open source intelligence space, which very much deals with social media on a daily basis. And there were a couple of challenges I would like to bring to your discussion. One of them is, from my perspective of using social media, both as a user, but also as an analyst, as an intelligence analyst, I struggle to see the differences between what you call misuses and normal uses of social media, because it seems like often, if not almost always, they might both be included in the usage of social media. And by this, I mean, for example, if I understand correctly, one of the normal uses of social media would be, for example, posting on social media for your personal contacts while sharing your location. From what I understand, sharing a location in that context is also a misuse. So that distinction is not super clear to me. And it also led me into thinking about how, from the perspective of the private sector, while surveillance by social media is a possibility, and it's certainly something that is being used, taken advantage of, weaponized in some cases, it is not the main business of social media because it is a cost. It is something that companies pay for, not something that gives them money, and that making money is the objective. So in reality, and by reality, I mean this space where we operate in the private sector, the business of social media is actually advertising. And whilst surveillance is a possibility there, it's really not as I mean, I don't want to say it's not as insidious as you make it sound, but from my perspective, it seems like an issue that could be brought up here is more the ethics of advertising and the ethics of consumption. So how accountable are we as consumers if we're using a tool that is being used to sell us more stuff and that is being used to make things addictive, as you mentioned? So that was my main comment. Now, for Claudia, what stood out to me from your abstract was when you talk about the pertinence of the concept of protection regimes, because from working in private security, one thing that I was sort of thinking of was what distinguishes the protection regime for human rights defenders from other protection frameworks. By this, I mean specifically private security and executive protection. These are very different from each other because private security, for example, is asset focused. It mainly protects buildings, money, objects, and it often collaborates with authorities through information sharing, but this is optional. Someone operating security cameras is not necessarily going to give them to the police. And if they're asked, they can say no. That is how it happens. In contrast, with executive protection, this is not asset focused, it is person focused. So it often involves weapons, and it also involves active participation when authorities are involved. So if there is a situation where the police is involved and someone has a bodyguard, the bodyguard will most often than not be like, what can I do? How can I help? Like, that's how it works. And that led me into thinking about how looking for interactions between these types of protection frameworks and the protection regime for activists could help clarify what makes the protection regime its own thing? Because, for example, what is the goal of the protection regime? Is it to allow the person to continue their work? Is it to protect the person physically, like for them not to get hurt, but even if it involves them not working anymore? What is the extent that how far are we going with that sort of in incidents like that? So that would be my question. And finally, for Rita, this is a case that I wanted to bring up to you before that it's not necessarily in the philosophical part, but have you heard of Ley 13606 in the Dominican Republic? It is a law that protects children and teenagers, infancias, and it is as far as I'm aware, it is the only law in the world that specifically guarantees the protection of child and adolescent mothers and parents, really. The point of this is that it guarantees health and education for child and adolescent parents. It includes mothers and fathers that are adolescents and children, and it also allows for family planning, so for decision making, which is relevant because the Dominican Republic has a concordat with the Holy See. They're not allowed to, for example, legalize abortion because the Holy See would just not agree with it, and that is how it is. And what this led me into was how in the Dominican Republic, because adolescent motherhood is not related to more so the stigma of adolescent motherhood is not related to age. It is not related to decision making because they allow for cases where minors may decide to have a child. It is a thing that happens. They are okay with it to an extent. But what does carry a stigma is the family arrangement related to the situation. So in the Dominican Republic, for example, if cases that are very contentious where the parents of the adolescent mother take over the child rearing, that holds a stigma. But if they help the child take care of her own child, that does not. That is completely acceptable, common even. So that is a case that maybe would be relevant to the discussion. And that is all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Francisco. Professor Blake, it's your turn.
Yeah, of course. Thanks. This was a really great session. I actually have questions for everyone, but I'm not going to ask them. I want to start with Rita, and I want to talk about stigma, again, from the standpoint of someone who is probably a methodological nationalist. I tend to approach things through a policy lens. And it strikes me that there's two distinct questions. There's whether you want to have fewer members of a given category, and then there's a question of how stigmatization can be morally used against them, if at all. So here's a test case. A couple of years ago, the state of Washington had a stigmatizing campaign against smoking, and it's aimed at teenage kids. And it said, kissing a smoker, it tastes like an ashtray. If you smoke, you will never kiss anyone. And this is brilliant. It's effective. And I thought it was ethically very questionable because of the sort of stigmatizing and almost bodily effect. But on the other hand, I don't disagree with the policy objective of having fewer teenage smokers, right? I want there to be fewer people making that choice, and I don't want this to be the means. So with that in mind, I worry that you seem to be sort of so kind to teenage parents that I worry you're ignoring some of the reasons people become teenage parents, which are sometimes not especially pleasant, and they involve informal forms of coercion, if not outright coercion. And in the US, we're seeing a huge movement of the sort of more bizarre and misogynistic wings of the right-wing movement, the manosphere, where they've explicitly said they want to have teenage mothers because that means they'll never become feminists. They'll be too vulnerable to learn. And under those circumstances, I really want us to maintain simultaneously the refusal to stigmatize the existing population, including making sure that teenage parents can have access to education, but also an effective way of ensuring that maybe we do actually seek to delay the average woman's pregnancy, because that's shown to actually have a huge amount of impact on her lifetime earnings and the life expectancy of the kids. So I want to sort of figure out what the status is of the teenage mother on your view. But then I also want to go back to Mario and Juan, and I want to use early Juan against current Juan, which is great. I get to use you against you. One of the things that not bothered me per se, but that I think I'm resisting in the current discussion of the allocation of responsibility was the conceptual neatness of it all. That you can sort of figure out a way of saying, here's how the responsibility is for this person, for this wrongdoer, for this. And you have this earlier paper against human content moderation, which I don't know if you read it this way, but I read you this way, and that's just as valid, goddammit, where you point out that if so much of the stuff that gets put up onto social media is child sex abuse or violence porn or just other stuff that we have a legal and a moral obligation to not let get out there, that's got to be taken out by someone. AI will do it badly, and we could accept that, or we can make humans do it, which you don't want for very good reasons, because it's like a 10-hour-a-day session of examining child porn that's usually outsourced to very low-income people in Africa or in other contexts where they don't have the same workplace rights as they would in a northern economy. I read you as essentially acknowledging that there will be an impossibility there of fully accounting for various responsibility. Let's say that YouTube, which is the site for this stuff, either directly causes harm to its workers by making them sift through this shit, or it uses AIs, which aren't capable of being traumatized, but at the cost of having, let's say, 10% more of this shit show up. Either way it turns, it's accountable in a way that is unatonable, or you've done wrong. And so I kind of want to know, am I wrong to feel a cleanness in the current project that wasn't, in my eyes, there in the earlier project? That's a very nebulous thing, but I want at the very least to say that now I'm reading the various parts of you together, which I think is kind of a cool thing. So I'm going to stop there.
Well, in Zoom, we have the raised hand of Itzel.
Yes,
are you with us?
Yeah, it is. My question is for Rita, and it has to do very much with Professor Blake's question. I was wondering if it shouldn't be advisable to distinguish the real vulnerability and damages that adolescent pregnancy imposes to teenagers, and to differentiate from a stigmatizing processes, because I think we have one of the highest levels of teenager pregnancy among the OCDE rates. So it seems to me that adolescent pregnancy really puts real harms into teenagers. So taking into account as well that we have a lack of reproductive education, a lack of contraception, it seems to me that really, and among all, also teenage sexual violence. So I would recommend to differentiate the vulnerability and damages that are done to teenagers, and the politics of attending from a legal perspective. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Itzel. Do we have another question here in the hall?
Just very quickly, in Rita's and Mario's paper, perhaps it will help that you find a theory of contrast, like a theory that invisibilize the thing that you want to visualize, and explain how this theory is defective in interesting ways for you, and then you offer the way that you visualized this phenomenon. For instance, speaking about borders as you do, I think it's quite interesting visualize the phenomena that you distinguish, but then perhaps to draw into the importance of that visualization. I'm sorry that I'm repeating this word so much. Perhaps it will be really useful for you to show us how this conventional concept of borders produces false or defective information just because it doesn't see the way the border administrates informality, because the broader phenomena that you are illuminating is how we tend to think in borders in institutional terms, perhaps, or perhaps not even in those ways, but at least as public policy, regular, rational state, and so on. But then again, perhaps borders also administrate these old things, informal things, and we cannot fully understand what borders do to people because we don't see that huge bunch of reality that you could help us see. But then we need moving by contrast. I think the same applies to Claudia and to Rita. No? By contrast, what doesn't the conventional theories about policy dedicated to women don't see, and so on. And for Moises and Juan, I was struck by how your paper doesn't seem to take the collective problem ahead. I don't know how to say this, but it seems almost like we are watching how a problem that most of the time you focus individually, it's turning into something much more collective, and then perhaps very soon it's going to be one of these indestructible structural problems. And I don't know, this quality of this problem that you are worried about seems very dynamic in that way. And I worry that if you don't take into account that kind of dynamic and how we risk the things that we discuss many times when we were concerned about collective responsibilities, may affect the way you make these distinctions that you do. Thank you.
Thank you again, Enrique. So we can start in the order of the presentation. So Moises and Juan, do you want to respond?
Yes, maybe I'll start, and then Moi, if you want to add something. Well, but first of all, thank you for this invitation to the organizers. It's been great to hear some of the panels, and I'm looking forward to other comments if there are as well. But anyways, thank you. And so let me address in order the comments that were made. So first, so this idea that but the difference about misuse of social media and normal use of social media, what we had in mind there, mostly for the most part, was the intention with which social media was used. So for us, a misuse of social media would be one where there's an intent to harm, right? Whereas a normal use of social media is one where there is no such intent. At least that's one of the main difference between those two categories. And we make that we draw that distinction in that way because in the end, what we're interested in is the attribution of moral responsibility. So that's the main reason why we differentiate those two kinds of uses. Then for the question of surveillance, I think I fully disagree there with the assessment about where the business of platforms is. So I agree that the main business of platforms is placing ads, but precisely that's the reason why they survey users. It's because they want to offer targeted advertisement, and in order to craft this targeted advertisement, they need information about the user. So this is the whole point of Zubov's book, where this surveillance capitalism term comes from. So her main claim, with which I broadly agree, is that surveillance is used just to extract data from users with the purpose of advertising, of making better marketing campaigns. So that's what I would say about that. Then with respect to Michael's comment, which is very nice to see you, I would say that actually, so the point Moy and I are making in this paper is that there is, so first, that indeed, like, social media is messy I think in every respect, and that we have to do what we do about the harms of social media must take into account the capacity of actors, the limitations of actors. And so we shouldn't be worried we shouldn't worry so much about what Iris Young calls liability responsibility, retrospective responsibility. We should actually care more about prospective responsibility, so that actors that are in a position to do something about those harms, well, then they should do it. If for some reason they cannot do something about those harms, then, well, maybe they can do less or not do anything at all. And I think that connects. So that's our purpose in this paper. But I think that connects very well with the paper I wrote on human and content moderators, because the argument there is actually that we cannot ask from underpaid workers to be exposed to these massive amounts of traumatic content, so that we thereby, I mean, whatever the goal, that seems to be like a pretty demanding work from them. And then again, that's taking into account the limitations, the capacity of agents. So that's where I see the connection actually between my paper and the paper that Moy and I are writing now. So yeah, so from my perspective, they're actually connected. And then the one last thing I will say with respect to Luis's comment is that I think actually we do take the problem of collective responsibility very seriously, and we think this is a collective. It's a problem that requires collective action, and that's actually we didn't go into discussing the objection, but in that section we actually say pretty much that's precisely the main avenue for change and for resistance. It's that people have to come together to try to push for regulation, to try to put pressure on governments so that they in turn put pressure on big tech companies. And so, but actually the idea of collective responsibility ties up very neatly with Iris Young's conception of prospective responsibility. In her work, that's one of the things that we should be doing as a society. We should be coming together and acting in concert. So yeah, that's what I have to say. But I don't know if Moy wants to add something. Yeah, thank you for your comments.
No, thank you, Juan. So is the turn of Claudia? Yeah.
Thank you, Francisco. It's a very interesting question. Well, and it's very frustration because I have the arguments in Spanish, but I'm not sure that I can translate it in English, but I'm gonna try. Well, first, state have obligation with every person. No? That's this is a question upon, but with a specific human rights defender and journalist, they have an informants obligation, no? Because their collective apports and public apports of human rights and these things we name democracy. No, then this is a specific and informants regime. This is one point. Well, the second point is if we focus only like Bennett and College just in protection, we have these kind of discussions. What is better scheme? Cameras, bodyguards, what is, no? Is this kind of physical protection, physical measures. But if we opened the focus for an extensive obligation regime, by contrast, we can take other kind of discussions. No? And for my particular investigation is the perpetrators. No? What happened? Why? Who? No? And in Mexico and in Baja California, the principal perpetrators are public authorities. No? And this is attention because they have this kind of enforcement obligation to protect, guarantee, blah, 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 human rights to defenders and journalists, but they are the first perpetrators. No? They have an important attention hint. Then Bennett and College and all this literature just says like this is an anonymity. But for my perspective and in the implementation thing that in other moments we can to discuss is an inherent tension and is not solved. So we have to move a discussion now for these physical measures, you all other kind of obligation and regime that we are not looking at. That's the point for me. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Francisco, please. Do you have any answer? Okay.
Yes, just a very quick comment. The Enrique's comments about the ethics of the analyst and what do we do when we are operating in a space that where a space that might think ethics are either unnecessary or just unwelcome. And that leads me into the question of what is the end game of pointing out that risk assessments may require a normative aspect. I'm gonna pretend like that was your question and say that the end game would be pointing out that improving Richard Betts, the veteran of intelligence analysis I quoted, has a very famous paper about failures of intelligence. So think Pearl Harbor. Anytime something happens by surprise, US intelligence analysts are like, this is a failure. How did we not know? And he comes to the conclusion that this is just the nature of intelligence analysis. Because people struggle to communicate, information is not always accessible, and mistakes happen. My contention in response to that is that maybe treating that as a failure is wrong, because maybe that type of analysis could be better improved from the perspectives of disciplines like psychology, instead of the burden that is carried by trying to keep this normative aspect. That is the distinction I'm trying to get to, which I don't think will be in this paper in particular, but it is something I am working towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Rita, would you like to respond?
Yes. Well, it happens to me the same thing that happened to Claudia. It's kind of frustrating, but I'm going to do my best. Yes, of course, it is something, it is legitimate to prevent adolescent pregnancy. It is also a state obligation to do all to set the legal and institutional environment in order to prevent it, and there are important reasons to do it. But the thing is that the way it is being addressed by the state, but I'm not referring only Mexico, but it is also I think it is also problematic, the approach of, for example, UNFPA, United Nations, because the public discourse here tends to say, for example, the cost of the economic cost for a country of adolescent mothers, or for example, when the ENAPEA, the national strategy in Mexico to prevent adolescent pregnancy in 2016 has these commercials. You can hear these commercials in which adolescents say something like, "Oh, I'm pregnant. My life is ruined. Everything is going to bad. Now it's gonna be bad in my life because I." So the thing is, when I was doing my research and interviewing these women, and they say, yes, of course, I heard those commercials, but I don't feel represented by them because my life is not ruined, and I did something. I studied. Yes, it was hard, but it is also hard for women that have their children when they are 20 or 30, because the social aspect of being a mother, or the penalty of being a mother, it is the same. It is the same for women. So yes, the consequences are different, of course, if you are an adolescent, or if you have 30 years, or if you are 40, or if you have 40. But the thing here is that the way that the state and the law, public policy are addressing this issue, it is problematic because it's creating this idea in society that that group of people it is an error in the system. I don't know. In the yes, and it shouldn't be here. And the thing is that when I interviewed these women, these were women that became mothers when they were adolescent, and now they have like 30 years. They still in their 30s feel this stigma because they're walking in the city with their children, and they still feel the look of the people like it is your it could be your sister, and this is your child. But I mean, things like that are are those the aspects that I am pointed out by this concept. I am thankful for these comments, and I will have to put in my paper, but taking in account, I'm taking in account for my paper. But I want to say something else, like the good examples, like something like Francisco put on the table. Yes, of course. In my research, I identified some good examples, but the thing is that there are not many good examples of good practices, because the good practice set by international law is to reproduce this kind of discourse. Yes. So that is also the thing that I said on my presentation. And for example, yes, I think I remember this this law that you said, but also in Argentina, for example, I think no longer because Millet is there, but when I was studying this issue, I identify as a good practice, for example, the law in Argentina, because first of all, it talks about create an environment for adolescents could be mother and father without this stigma. It is like, okay, yes, of course we have to prevent this pregnancy, but we're not going to stigmatize the ones that are occurring, because sometimes, and that is also something that I identified in the interviews, sometimes these pregnancies happen because they want it to happen, and of course we have to examine that decision. Of course we have to do it. But it is not like, oh, they want to be mothers at 14. No, yes, you have to look at it, but not with that adultocentric look. Yes, this law in Argentina talks about that mother, father of these adolescents must accompany, you may say, this motherhood, and most of all, and it is important to prevent a second pregnancy, because statistics, you can look at these statistics, and it is very there is this frequency that when adolescent became pregnant at 16, maybe the second pregnancy happened when 2 years or less. But well, I think I try to attend to all the comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, finally, Enrique, thank you so much for your recommendation. I'm going to explore that literature for my theoretical framework. So thank you so much. Do we have another questions here in the show? Well, yeah, but actually, I didn't know the theory of contracts. I have been working with contrafactual, but basically are data. So to explore what happened if not. So in theory of contrast, actually, I don't know the theoretical framework, but I would like to explore because, most of the literature have spoken about the border as a exclusion regime according to asymmetrics, especially as I told in the border between global south and global north, for instance, Morocco and Spain. So even in those places, it's interesting that informality operates as a window to guarantee the subsistence, as I tried to explain. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, I know we are very tired, so I just say that tomorrow we convene a little bit earlier. Just notice that it will be at 9 Pacific time, which is 10 Mexico City, to our longest workshop. I'm sorry, we didn't have time to open another workshop, so I have to put the bunch together about emerging ontologies for evolving institutional frames. So we will have that workshop, and then afterwards we have the last workshop of the seminar called Ontological Questions in Law and Morality. Please join us with the same Zoom link that you use today. And well, thank you very much to everyone. Good night.
Thank you.